Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Villainy Analyst. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In that narrow alley, with only dimming street lights to illuminate their silhouettes, it felt like Kaken was turning into something unrecognizable. Izuku's throat was dry and thick, choked by nerves and fear as he was backed into a literal corner. Kaken, with eyes wide, hands shaking and sweating with lingering adrenaline and fear, continued forward, with a pace quicker than Izuku could keep up with. Kaken didn't wait for heroes to finish chewing Izuku out before dragging them both away, ignoring all EMTs and words of praise. His grip was iron, unforgiving on Izuku's collar, until they reached an empty street and he was shoved into it. His back hit the wall at the same time a hand slammed beside his head, crackling, already smoking on the brick. Izuku yelped, the scent of burning sugar already stinging his eyes, triggering a familiar fear, a familiar cowardice. Just keep your head down and it'll be okay. Just be quiet and it won't hurt as much. I didn't need your effing help. Katsuki seethed, and by the slight tremor in his breath, Izuku could tell he was at the end of his tether. And under the weight of what just happened, something had to snap. It seems like the only thing around to break was Izuku. Two hands shoved into his chest harshly, pushing him back against the wall with all the lasting strength of someone who thought they were just about to die. Izuku bit his lips so he didn't cry out, so he didn't spur on anything else. Kaken always hated the sound of his voice, and right now there was nothing else Izuku could do but be as unprovocative as possible. Do you hear me, you effing Deku? You did nothing, understand? Nothing. His voice grated on Izuku's ears, ringing painfully as his back ached. Steaming fists twisted in his uniform, and with a roar Katsuki slammed him into the wall again. This time, Izuku did gasp. You're weak. The strain in his voice betrayed the strength he tried to keep up. You're nothing. The heavy scent of smoke and sludge still hung off both of them, clinging to their clothes and skin suffocatingly. Izuku felt himself begin to shake. For a moment, the grip on him was released, only before hand was gripping his hair tightly, forcing him to look up, and the other clamped down on his shoulder. Izuku quickly shut his eyes, thinking it was better not to make eye contact, to set him off further. He was wrong. Are you too good to even effing speak to me now? Too good to even look me in the eye? F you damn it. A barely restrained, scathing explosion disintegrated the shoulder of Izuku's Gakurin, burning his now exposed skin with an intense impact. Tears pricked his eyes, his teeth gritted in a poor attempt to stifle the cry torn from him. If Kaken wasn't holding him up, he would have fallen to his knees. You're crying? After getting in the way, you're the one crying. After uselessly trying to help, now you can't even look at me? Izuku's unprotected skin began to sizzle. Now without any fabric to separate him from the heated hand, his bare skin bore all of it. He whimpered, and even if he wanted to, his eyes wouldn't open, screwed shut in pain and a measly effort to keep back tears. What hurt most was that Katsuki was right. At the end of the day, Izuku really couldn't do anything but be a liability, another civilian needing to be saved. All he was good for was being unrealistic, then crying when things didn't go his way. Kaken was right, he was right to be angry. It was all Izuku's fault after all. Fingers tightened unforgivingly on his shoulder, others twisting in his hair and tugging. Am I that effing helpless to you, huh? Effing look at me dash. I'm sorry. Izuku sobbed, unable to help his stutter. He couldn't think of anything else to say, something that would convey how regretful he was, for everything, how much he was sorry. The sludge villain escaping, everything, it was all his fault. Tears slid down his cheeks, and getting air into his lungs was all too hard. I'm so sorry, silence followed, and compared to how loud it was before, it was like being submerged in ice. You're pathetic, Deku. Pathetic. The hand in his hair released, and a sharp punch to his jaw caught him off guard. His gums stung, and iron already filled his mouth. Useless dash. Another punch, hard enough that his vision was flickering. But the hand on his shoulder wouldn't let him budge an inch or evade the hits. He just had to take it. And if he was being honest, it felt like everything he deserved. "You're so effing worthless. Who the hell would ever need help from a person like you?" Kaken's ragged breaths were the only interval between the jarring, overwhelming punches to his cheek. He was shouting something, yelling something, but blood rushed too loudly in Izuku's ears for him to catch it right. But even so, he could understand the sentiment perfectly. He's Deku, nothing more than a weak, quirkless person who can't do anything right even if he tried. He's a useless Deku, who shouldn't hope to do anything good because he was simply born incapable. He understood. He already knew. All Might had made it clear, and them needing to be saved even with Izuku's attempt to help only proved it further. Izuku was useless. "So why won't you even look at me?" Burning heat flashed over his neck and shoulder, so sudden, so powerful that the force of it sent Katsuki's hand away from him. The sheer loudness of it was deafening, and any thoughts Izuku had before were completely wiped out. Ringing lingered in his ears, shock echoed through his mind, and finally his eyes opened. On Katsuki's face was some kind of twisted, clarifying horror. Then all Izuku could understand was the soldering pain. His vision blanked, and he crumpled, no longer being held up. Bakugu had completely backed away from him. His legs gave out from under him, and he crashed to the side in a wheezing, sobbing heap. If it weren't for the shock of it, the heat and pain overtaking his throat, Izuku would have screamed. He wouldn't have been able to stop. Pure fire encompassed his shoulder, a blazing agony that just wouldn't fade. He choked painfully, fitfully on a sob, as his consciousness began to wane. Hot blood dripped. It felt like it was everywhere, coating him completely, smearing in thick puddles on the floor. But as he whimpered and struggled to breathe, as his vision turned black, he could barely hear a voice, distant and muddy as if he was underwater. Someone was talking, then when his eyes began to slide shut, he could hardly even notice the shadow and shuffling of the figure in front of him, running away. When Stain saw a middle schooler with his face, neck and shoulder bloodied and burnt, limping down the sidewalk, he had to admit he was curious. It was dark out, the sky cloud free thanks to All Might's handiwork earlier, or so he'd heard. He was in the city, so it set him off to find out he had just missed the hero. But now, as he stared at the heavily injured teenager, shuffling down the sidewalk like an aimless corpse, he was suddenly distracted from that previous annoyance. He sped up his pace, approaching. Even though he made no attempt to silence his steps, the kid didn't even motion that he could hear him. And even as he strode up, walking right beside him, the kid didn't notice him at all. Murky green eyes bore straight ahead, dripping tear tracks through bloody and bruised cheeks. Even in his civilian wear, Kaizome knew he was scary looking, and even more than that he was a grown man, approaching a kid in the dark of the night. Any person in their right mind would have been acting suspicious right now, or even indicated in some kind of way that they were aware of his presence. But no, there was nothing with this kid. Though what somewhat let Kaizome know that the kid was even somewhat awake was the fact that he was holding one arm, the one on the damaged side, tightly, his hand shaking and covered with slowly drying blood. The other was the yellow backpack dragging behind him, the strap of it consciously looped around his elbow. So, there were some kinds of thoughts, just not much awareness. He thought it'd be a miracle if that bag made it in one piece by the time this kid got to wherever he was going. The man hummed and looked ahead. There wasn't any hospital in the direction he was headed, or a doctor's clinic, or anything medical he knew. And by the looks of it, now that he was closer, he could tell that the kid wouldn't make it if he didn't receive medical attention soon. Or maybe that was dramatic. If he didn't get help for it soon, Kaizome could really only see two options. He'd get an infection or he'd lose the arm. And the first would most likely result in the latter. From the burnt-away patches of clothing, he could see that his trapezius was exposed with some major chunks taken out of it, which didn't bode well for mobility in that arm. The junction between his neck and shoulder a bloody mess, muscle deteriorated, and now he could understand why the kid was holding it up. Kaizome's eyes flicked to the bag again when it caught on a rock wedged in the pavement, hearing the resounding rip it made as the teen continued to walk. He felt a brief satisfaction that he was right, before something cluttered out of the new gash, jingling on the cold concrete. His eyes instinctively caught on those distinct colors. Blue, red and yellow, an All Might keychain attached to a phone. It was merchandise from his Bronze Age, he noted, one that was discontinued shortly after production because the metal hairpieces kept cutting people and clothes. This kid must be a die-hard fan, to have something like that and risk the safety of everything it touched. That was something Kaizome could respect. It seemed a waste to leave something like that behind, so Kaizome picked it up. As the seam continued to rip, widening the opening a considerable amount, next came a notebook, a tattered, singed one. It tumbled a few paces and flipped open. Kaizome peered down at it, seeing a drawing of some upcoming hero next to a block of scribbled-out writing. He leant down and picked that up too. Seemed like this kid was a hero nerd, or an analysis junkie. Stain scanned down the page and quickly he realized something. Not only did it include analysis, but also weaknesses, possible improvements, suggestions. Kaizome read through it as they walked, keeping his expression neutral. All this information was completely out in the open. If put in the wrong hands, it could be very dangerous to the hero. "Kid," Stain called out. There was no response, like he expected. He thought that if the kid really was gone to the world, he could just take the notebook and leave it at that. "Hey!" He tried louder and the kid flinched. His disoriented eyes found Kaizome's and he blinked. For a moment, the man was surprised he was even capable of that much. "You dropped this." Sorry," the kid said carefully, trying not to pull his cheek. His shaky hand reached out, unlatching from his other arm, and Kaizome noted that it immediately slumped, like nothing else was holding it up. The damage must be even worse. "You need medical help." "No, thank you. You'll die like that," he threatened, hoping to get some kind of urgency out of him. The kid just mumbled and his eyes drooped. Despite the man's warning, he continued shuffling on, bags still dragging behind him. Kaizome eyed him strangely, but continued to follow. It didn't take long before the kid ended up passing out on the walk, almost crashing onto the pavement if Kaizome hadn't caught him first. If a hospital wasn't an option, Stain only really knew of one person that could heal him, or well, one organization that had the means to. But did he really want to cement a relationship with those villains? Not at all. But was he going to leave an All Might fanboy with a great eye for heroes' weaknesses to die? He'd rather not. When Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar, dimly lit medical clinic, his first instinct was to sleep for another 1,000 years. There was a horrendous ache in his skull, actually all over, and his blood felt sluggish and cold in his veins. He struggled to exhale, his throat crackling and gurgling like a damaged pipe. However, his second instinct was stronger: rip out all the wires and tubes attached to him, constricting him, gather his things, and go. His mother would be so upset if she found out she'd kill him. "Who's gonna kill you?" The voice startled him, cutting through the muddy fog of his thoughts. His breath hitched. Slowly, cautiously, his eyes traced the room, and in the corner, he found a silhouette leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Izuku stared. The man stared back. Good morning, sir?" He tried, voice hoarse, unsure, but received an unimpressed scoff in return. "It's night." Izuku flushed, embarrassment creeping hot into his cold cheeks. "All right, sorry. What's your name? Where am I?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing Izuku with an intensity that sent a prickle down his spine. That second instinct to run was sounding really tempting. "Do you remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday?" Izuku looked to the side, brows furrowed as he tried to remember. On the floor beside the man was his yellow backpack, somehow the base torn to shreds and stray threads. His confusion deepened. But then his gaze drifted to the bedside table, where a familiar keychain rested. Sharp and pointed yellow, red and blue accents. His heart dropped beyond his stomach at that familiar, unwavering grin. "Yesterday." Izuku's fingers curled weakly into the sheets. "Yeah," he murmured. His chest felt tight. "I remember." A beat of silence. "Who did that to you?" Izuku blinked, turning back to the man. "HM? Did what?" The man's jaw clenched, his expression tight. Then, with deliberate slowness, he lifted a finger and tapped his own cheek in demonstration. His sharp eyes pinned Izuku in place, waiting. Puzzled, Izuku copied the motion, only to flinch the moment his fingers met thick bandages. His breath hitched. He turned his head instinctively, but a tug at his skin stopped him short. Bandages wrapped tightly around his throat, snug and constricting. His shoulder throbbed beneath layers of gauze. "How did I not notice that?" he murmured, dazed. "When did?" Blazing heat. A loud, angry voice. A brick wall slamming against his back. His chest tightened. His heart tripped over itself, a dreadful sort of clarity beginning to dissipate the fog in his head. Had Kaken really hurt him this badly? The man let out a quiet, exasperated breath, rolling his eyes as if this entire exchange was testing his patience. "What's your name, kid?" Izuku hesitated. His mind was still half fixated on the bandages, fingers ghosting over his shoulder absently. He had no idea where he was, who this was, or what was happening, but somehow he still remembered the important rule of stranger danger. "I asked you first," he deflected, peeking up at the man warily. The man's brow twitched, unimpressed. "I already read your notebook, Midoriya." Izuku paled. Alright, so this man already knew his name, and oh, he read his notebook. "You know," the man continued, his voice smooth but laced with something so menacing it felt strange when discussing a notebook. But Izuku wasn't a normal teen, and his notebook was definitely not ordinary. It's strange, seeing a hero fanboy more obsessed with weaknesses than strengths. "I think both are important to know," Izuku admitted, attempting to steady his voice. His mouth quirked upward in a weak attempt at a smile, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed him. A pause, then the man tilted his head. "Tell me, have you heard of the hero killer?" Izuku perked up, despite the situation. Of course. He believes that those who become heroes for selfish reasons are unworthy of the title, and that All Might is the only true hero. That's why he's called Stain, because he's taken it upon himself to stain his own hands with the blood of fake heroes. A beat of silence. "And if someone like him were to get a hold of your notebook, and discover the weaknesses of all these different heroes, don't you think, Midoriya Izuku, that you would be partly responsible for their deaths?" Izuku stared. His lips parted, then pressed together. His hands twitched, fingers curling slightly before he gave a hesitant, awkward shrug. Probably, he admitted, but my analysis isn't really that good, so." Stain's eyes narrowed. "Not that good?" "No. It's all just presumptions anyway. It's hard to get close to hero fights in real life, so I have to rely on online videos, interviews, and stuff like that. And those aren't always reliable, you know? I didn't expect anyone else to read it, but I guess I should put a disclaimer that it's just speculation or something." Stain stared at him, completely thrown off. Had he not just pointed out that this kid could be indirectly responsible for the deaths of dozens of heroes? Had he not just outlined how reckless his notes were? And the kid's response was to add a disclaimer that it was just guessing? "That would be unnecessary," Stain muttered. He decided that this kid was actually too stupid to live for long, so he threw caution to the wind. "Because they're mostly true." Izuku's eyes widened. "Are really? How do you know?" "I'm the hero killer." Izuku blinked, processing the words. His lips pursed slightly, his brows furrowing, before his expression relaxed into something like curiosity. "Really?" Stain stiffened. "Ah. Oh. Sorry if that sounded rude. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Hero Killer." "Nice. Mr." Stain echoed, disbelieving. Izuku, completely missing his incredulity, gave a small nod. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Oh, but you already knew that." He hesitated, tilting his head slightly. "If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here? A job, maybe? With your usual killing pattern of 3 heroes per city, I'd assume you would still be in Dash." Stain felt his jaw slacken. What was wrong with this kid? "You passed out on the sidewalk." The words left his mouth before he could even think about them, but Midoriya's eyes just sparkled. "Oh, thank you so much for helping me then." Stain stared. You're not scared? Izuku shrugged with his one able shoulder. I'm not a hero. And, well, I think I mostly agree with your ideology. I don't know if death is necessary, but I do think being a hero means helping people just to help people. You do understand that I'm a murderer, yes? I kill people I deem corrupt. Well, if you see corruption in me, then feel free to purge it. Izuku giggled lightly. Stain, for what must have been the 80th time today, balked. Izuku's expressions shifted for a moment, looking sheepish. Sorry to bother you again, but would you mind telling me where I am? No. No, as in you don't mind, or no, as in you won't tell me? I won't tell you. Izuku exhaled sharply through his nose. What kind of hospital is this? The kind that's run by villains. Of course, Izuku sighed. Things really could not go worse even if he wanted them to. I don't suppose they'd take an IOU, would they? What do you think? That I'm gonna get my butt beaten when I get home. Stain snorted, actually snorted. It was completely unintentional. That wasn't the response he expected in the least. Maybe something like, please, I don't have any money, or, just let me go, I won't tell anyone, or, please don't sell my organs to repay my medical debt. But no. Instead, the kid just accepted it. So, Izuku sighed, touching at the bandages some more. He couldn't feel too much pain, which realistically meant that the 4 drip in his arm was numbing it. Just a burning, stinging, bone-deep ache. Unrealistically, hopefully, he hoped that it meant the damage wasn't too bad. What now? Stain crossed his arms. We wait until the doctor arrives. He'll decide your fate. Izuku hummed. Right? Do you have a phone charger, by chance? Ha! Izuku shuffled around, reaching into his pants pocket where he thought he could feel his phone still. He grimaced at the movement and held up the battered device, the heavily cracked screen flashing a dim low battery icon before the device shut off completely. Thought so, he murmured. Stain stared at him, nonplussed. You trying to call the police? No. Izuku blinked, tilting his head like the question was weird. I was just wondering what time it is. Stain narrowed his eyes. You could have just asked. You don't seem to like answering my questions. Before Izuku could say more, the door swung open, and a man in a long, dark coat stepped inside. His presence immediately shifted the atmosphere of the room, cold, clinical, assessing. Ah, the doctor mused, gaze flickering over the teenager. Awake, already sitting up and moving around, that's strange. Usually, the pain would be too much. Stain shot Izuku a look. Izuku promptly avoided his gaze, leaning back into the cot like he could sink into it with enough willpower. It wasn't that bad. The doctor gestured him back forward. Come, let me look you over. Will I have to pay extra for that? Izuku asked warily. Oh, the doctor chuckled, amused. When you see the bill you've racked up, any extra cost will seem like nothing. Raise your arm. Izuku winced but obeyed, but his movements were stiff, shaky. He barely managed to lift his arm a third of the way before his lips pressed into a firm line, brows knitting together. It dropped back to his side, pulling at his shoulder and making it throb sharply. That's as much as I can do, sorry. As expected, the doctor murmured, inspecting him with an impassive expression. Your mobility is unlikely to fully recover. You'll have extensive scarring on your shoulder, neck, and face. Nerve damage. Numbness in those areas is inevitable. The words were unsugar-coated, blunt, and final. But Izuku simply nodded along, taking in the diagnosis like it was a weather report. His eyes widened slightly, before slipping into resignation. When will I be able to leave? He asked instead. The doctor hummed. HM? When your debt is paid. You couldn't have taken my kidney before and called it even? Don't be silly. The doctor chuckled. A kidney wouldn't sell for nearly as much as you owe. Izuku's lips parted slightly, then closed. How am I supposed to repay you if I can't leave and earn money? Simple. The doctor smiled. With your life. Oh. Izuku exhaled, then blinked. Well, I don't think my life is worth any more than my organs, doctor. You'd be surprised. Have you heard of All for One, child? Izuku frowned. Something tinged in the back of his mind, the image of All Might on a roof. He racked his brain, but at the moment he couldn't seem to recall what they were talking about. Just that? All Might had said he could never be a hero. No, sorry. The doctor smiled, something dark and amused. Probably for the best, then, he mused. He holds the power to take away and give quirks. Izuku's posture straightened slightly at that. His lips parted, something almost thoughtful crossing his face. Well, I don't have one if that's what you want from me, he admitted. I don't think I can pay you back that way. The doctor's eyes gleamed, a small smirk tugging at his lips. No. Izuku shifted, then almost absent-mindedly he muttered, So, does he have to immediately distribute the quirks, or can he stockpile them? Pardon me? Izuku blinked, then rapidly shook his head. Sorry. Ignore me, please. Once the doctor left, the room fell into a thick, heavy pause. Then, Stain reached for the battered notebook stacked beside Izuku's bag, flipping through their pages with a slow, deliberate motion. His eyes skimmed the densely packed notes, the erratic scrawl, the frantic underlining, the diagrams, the annotations. He took his time. After a while, he finally spoke. Your analysis is good. Izuku jolted slightly, mind still reeling from the revelation that he was now, effectively, owned by this place. Possibly forever. The weight of that realization pressed down on his chest like a cinder block. His thoughts had been spiraling, looping over themselves, until Stain's voice snapped him out of it. The hero killer shut the notebook with a thud, shaking his head. Even though it's my job to, his voice trailed off before he scoffed slightly, lips curling. Give an analysis on me. Izuku blinked. You want me to do one on you? The hero killer. Stain nodded once. As you said yourself, weaknesses are important to know. What are my visible weaknesses? Izuku hesitated, liking his bottom lip, his fingers twisting together as he nervously glanced to the side. Well, I suppose, the obvious one is that you have to get close to your targets, he offered carefully. Try harder. Izuku's throat bobbed as he swallowed. I have my suspicions about things, but there's not a lot of verified information on you, you know. He glanced at Stain, gauging his reaction. When he received nothing but a pointed stare, he pressed on. So, you paralyze heroes by ingesting their blood. But it's not a permanent paralysis, is it? Stain's brow lifted slightly. He gave no answer, merely watching. Izuku's eyes darted to the notebook, hesitant. See, can I? Stain wordlessly handed it over, watching as Izuku pulled a pen out from the notebook's spine. How had he not noticed that? And flicked to a page near the very back. From his angle, Stain caught a glimpse of himself, a crude but shockingly accurate sketch of his form, surrounded by scattered annotations, boxed-off notes, and even taped-on scraps of text. His stomach turned. Was this kid a fanboy or something? Izuku, oblivious to the scrutiny, tapped his pen against the paper. Reports from the heroes you let survive document conflicting paralysis times. For example, Pro-Hero Cumulus said he was paralyzed for no more than 3 minutes, whereas Suji claimed she was down for close to 8. Stain's gaze sharpened. You don't leave survivors often, so this is my own theory, but does paralysis time vary between people? Izuku flipped to another page, eyes scanning his own scribbled notes. From the available reports, it seems that the time taken to kill each hero stays the same, but the time of injury marks differ. That could be reduced to differences in skill, but I'm wondering if it's more related to how long they were actually paralyzed, because I can't imagine you injuring someone unnecessarily. His voice quickened, thoughts rolling into each other. Is it a matter of weight? Or is it related to how much of their blood you consume? Do people with a larger blood volume take longer to paralyze, or are they paralyzed for longer? Oh, also does it make a difference if they have a blood condition? Stain balked slightly at the sudden barrage of questions. But Izuku wasn't done. Do you contract blood-borne diseases? He pointed his pen at him, before shaking his head, as if dismissing his own question. No, wait, A better question would be whether you have a heightened immune system. Have you ever ingested blood from someone you knew had a disease, and did it have any effect on you? Actually, does paralysis time have anything to do with blood types? I wanted to see if there was a link between cases, but all I could really connect was the time of injury matching up with those who have the same blood types. It was a strange coincidence, and it's just something I'd like to confirm with you, if you don't mind. He clicked his pen, staring up at the hero killer with eyes round and borderline sparkling. Expectant. Kaizome faltered. You did some research on me. Izuku stiffened. Oh, just a little, he admitted, cheeks pinkening. I just thought you were really fascinating. Fascinating, huh? Izuku flushed further, shrinking slightly in his seat. The beat. About the blood type thing, Stain said slowly. Yeah. That's true. Really? Wow. Izuku practically beamed. So, if I'm blood type O, how long would I be paralyzed for? Or say someone was B, AB, or A. Do you know the exact times? Max is 8 minutes, Stain admitted. O has the shortest time. That's really cool. So how exactly does it work? Does it react with the antigens? That would make sense, because blood type O has no antigens, while A, AB, and B do. Izuku gasped like he had just reached some world-altering revelation, eyes going bright. Stain swiftly lifted a hand to silence him before any more questions could be hurled his way. I asked for weaknesses, he grumbled, skin prickling. Not an interview. Right. Izuku deflated slightly before tapping the pen against his chin, deep in thought. Well, since I haven't seen you fight in person, and there aren't any videos of you either, it's hard to pinpoint weaknesses in your fighting style, he admitted. But I presume you're quite agile and fast, you'd have to be, in order to get blood from trained heroes. You also use katanas with jagged edges to increase effectiveness. Do you use daggers or just the swords? What other weapons do you use? I'm not revealing that information. Oh, right. Of course. Izuku nodded quickly. The only other weakness I can think of is that you don't do well in groups. All of your targets have been isolated before being attacked. I assume that's because your quirk and your fighting style require focus on a single target, meaning it'd be harder to divide attention across multiple opponents. Another question, can you paralyze more than one person at a time? Stain's lips curled slightly, almost insulted. I can fight in groups. Izuku's eyes widened in intrigue. Could I see it? I'm not gonna let you live long enough to see it, brat. Ah, Izuku deflated. That SCKS. Would you mind if I documented what I've learned so far? Are you stupid? Of course you can't. That's fair, I guess. The pause. Then, Izuku perked up again. Does your quirk work on stored blood? Huh. Like, if you ingested donated blood or something, would the donor be paralyzed? Even if they were miles away? Stain hesitated, then frowned. I have no idea. Most likely no. Why not? Distance? Stain pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, be quiet, kid. Stain left. He exited without a word, only a heavy sigh. Izuku worried he had annoyed him, or worse, disappointed the person who saved him. He hoped not, hoped Stain just must be busy. Besides, the pain in his shoulder and neck was beginning to become excruciating. He doubted the man would want to stay and listen to him wince and whine. Now he was alone, with nothing else to do but think about his situation and the large lock on the door of this room. The cot beneath him creaked with every shift of his weight, and the only light came from a single overhead lamp, its glow casting strange, angular shapes along the walls. He couldn't tell how much time had passed, hours, days, weeks. He couldn't be sure at all. The doctor had taken his notebook, somewhere within the long stretches where Izuku was unconscious, unable to fight off his exhaustion. He noticed when it suddenly wasn't on the floor in its usual place. Gone, not anywhere he could see. His hands twitched with the absence of it, fingers curling and brushing over the blanket, tracing the individual stitches. Without anything to read, to look at, to write, the hours stretched unbearably. Usually, when in pain or worried, he'd research and analyze, fill his pages to the brim with notations and ideas. Now, he couldn't even do that. He just had to sit and bite his lip at the searing in his face and neck, the ache in his head. The anesthesia must be wearing off, and he hadn't been given any more. The doctor checked on him, though never out of concern, only to observe, to prod at his wounds, to gauge how much of him was still useful. Izuku heard every word, of course, though he didn't know if he wanted to. Partial hearing damage, reconstructed tendon and muscle, limited mobility. He didn't need to think about how much worse things in life were for him. But then, after a long, mind-numbingly long stretch of time, the doctor removed the monitors, brought him clothes, and told him to go down the hall once he was ready. It was something other than the torn remains of his Gakuren, still stiff with dried blood and dirt. Izuku sat up slowly, his body protesting every movement. His shoulder ached beneath the layers of bandages, the pain raw and ever-present now that the last traces of anesthesia had bled from his system. His fingers trembled, the simple act of flexing them sending pinpricks of pain through his arms. Still, he reached for the clothes. Black slacks. Quite button-up. A black tie, neatly coiled. A vest, heavy and stiff. A uniform. It had to be a uniform, right? That was the only explanation. He had wondered how they expected him to repay whatever debt he owed. It wasn't as if he had much to offer. But if they were giving him work, real work, then that made things easier, didn't it? He would work. He would endure. He would get through this, and then what? Izuku paused, staring down at the bundle of cloth in his lap. If he survived this, if they let him go, what was waiting for him outside? All Might had made his verdict clear. No heroism, no future in the life Izuku had spent years yearning for. Kaken had made his stance even clearer, had left the evidence of his opinion wrapped around Midoriya's body beneath thick bandages. His mother, his throat tightened. She must be wondering where he was. Crying herself sick. He hated to imagine it. But would it be better if he went back? If he walked through that door battered and bruised, no closer to being the son she deserved? Now involved with villains who owned his life? His fingers curled into the fabric. The ache in his arm flared when he lifted the shirt, pulling it over his shoulders. It didn't fit. The sleeves were too long, the fabric falling loose over his frame. The buttons were a battle. His fingers slipped against them, the movement slow and clumsy. He ground his teeth, forcing them through despite the protest of his aching arm. The tie was next. He stared at it for a long moment, draped over his hands like some foreign object. He had never worn a tie before. Didn't know how to tie it. His father left long before there was a chance to teach him. He tried anyway. His fingers fumbled, and the knot came out uneven. Too loose. Then too tight. Then slipping free entirely, forcing him to start over. He bit the inside of his cheek, frustration burning beneath his skin. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to look good. The end result was something chunky and short, but it was tied at least. With a sigh, he pulled the vest into his hands, staggered. He was exhausted already, and the thought of struggling with another layer of buttons made his head spin. Maybe it was fine without it. Slowly, he swung his legs over the side of the cot, bracing himself before he stood. His body wavered, the shift in movement sending a dizzying rush through his head. But he stayed upright. At the base of his bed were his shoes, speckled with old blood and spots where embers had burned. He struggled to shuffle them on. The silence stretched as Izuku sat there a moment, just trying to regain a bit of breath, balance. And then, with stiff, determined steps, Izuku walked out the door. The hallway stretched long, its dim light barely enough to illuminate the walls. The tiles squeaked beneath Izuku's unsteady steps, each movement sending another sharp sting through his weary muscles. His legs were numb from disuse, they threatened to buckle. He forced them forward anyway. The air grew heavier as he walked, thick with the increasing scent of alcohol, old smoke, and something foul lurking beneath it all, a cloying, festering rot that clung to the back of his throat. At the end of the hall, the passage widened into a room. The bar was sprawling and unwelcoming, lined with shelves of dusty bottles that loomed over the counter. The floor was worn, stained with things Izuku didn't want to identify. Behind the counter, a figure stood, His presence as composed as the chaos around him was unkempt. A man tall, with a body make of dark smoke and a spine as straight as the shelves behind him. He was dressed in slacks, a crisp white button-up, and a dark vest fitted perfectly to his frame. His tie was done neatly. All in all, not a single fold out of place. Despite the gloom, his golden haze of eyes gleamed in the low light. They flicked toward Izuku, sharp and assessing. Izuku stopped in his tracks, caught beneath that infinite stare. The air between them stayed silent for a long, suffocating moment before the man finally spoke. "Your vest," he said smoothly. "And your tie." Izuku flinched as if struck. He glanced down at himself, at the poorly fastened buttons, the half-tied mess of fabric still hanging loose around his collar. His fingers twitched at his sides, one clenching around the still folded vest, itching to correct what he knew he couldn't. The man sighed, stepping out from behind the counter. Izuku tensed as gloved fingers reached toward him, but Kurogyari didn't touch him. Instead, he merely took the vest from Izuku's hand and opened it, holding it out expectantly. "Put it on." Izuku hesitated, but under that unyielding stare, he obeyed. He slid his arms into the vest, wincing as the movement pulled at his aching shoulder. Kurogyari observed, unimpressed. Then, with a careful, almost mechanical precision, he reached forward and began to fix the tie. Izuku barely breathed, and after a few deft tugs, and the tie was fixed, sitting snug against Izuku's bandaged throat. "Your presentation is a reflection of your discipline and your respect," Kurogyari murmured, stepping back. "Do not let it slip again." Izuku swallowed, nodding. He got the distinct idea that this man would hate his wardrobe at home. A shirt would definitely not be forgiven here. Kurogyari returned behind the bar, adjusting his own cuffs as though the brief interaction had not happened at all. Then, without preamble, he spoke again. "For now, you will work as a bar hand. You will clean. You will serve. You will not mix drinks. You will not touch the bottles on these shelves. Is that understood?" Izuku blinked, absorbing the words. This was his work. Izuku scrubbed at the tables in the bar, watching dirt and grime smear before vanishing under his cloth, head filled with nothing but his own questions. His body still ached from injury, his fingers trembled with exhaustion, but his mind refused to be still. So, finally he asked, "Will the hero killer, will Stain, be back?" Kurogyari didn't look up from polishing a glass, his smoky form flickering in the dim bar. "He is working at the moment," he answered smoothly. "Proving his loyalty. Aiding the League." Izuku blinked, pausing mid-scrub. His brows knit together. Working? He had never imagined the hero killer as the kind to answer to someone else. "I didn't know he worked under an organization," Izuku admitted, tilting his head. At this, Kurogyari finally glanced up. His golden eyes regarded Izuku with something unreadable, something dark. Then he shook his head, the mist of his form shifting with the motion. "He did not." "Then, why is he working to prove his loyalty?" Kurogyari turned away, setting the glass down with a soft clink before reaching for another. He wiped its surface, his movements unhurried, before finally giving an answer. "He joined the League to access the doctor," he said. "To save your life." The words hit Izuku like ice water, shocking in their clarity. A cold breath curled in his chest. To save your life. He had assumed, of course he had assumed, that Stain had saved him for a reason. That there had been something of value in him that warranted the trouble. But to go so far as to align himself with the League, to put himself in debt to this place, to these people. For him? A quirkless nobody? Izuku had no words. The rag in his hand trembled. His lips parted but nothing came out. Kurogyari returned to his task as though the conversation had already ended, as though this revelation was not something earth-shattering. The only sound was the quiet hum of the bar, the dull clatter of glass against wood. Izuku swallowed, forcing himself to move, to keep scrubbing the already clean surface of the booth. But the weight in his chest only deepened, settling into something more unbearable. Why would a man like that, a man feared across the country, a man with a conviction strong enough to carve out a path of blood, waste his time, his effort, his freedom on him. Izuku had nothing to give in return. And yet, somewhere out there, the hero killer was paying a price for Izuku's life. The doors slammed open. A gust of stale, city air rushed into the room, carrying the scent of sweat, dust, and something like decay. A figure lurched forward, tall and thin, his gait uneven, erratic, like his body could not decide whether to stalk or collapse. Izuku stiffened, instinct coiling tight in his gut. The man, no, a teenager, though older than him, walked inside the bar, his presence violent, wrong in a way that was hard to describe. His skin was flaking in places, raw and aggravated, pulled too tight over sharp bones. He was all angles and disjointed movement, and his eyes, God, his eyes. Terrifying. They found Izuku with the essence of a blade pressed against a throat. Something inside Izuku curled inward, a prey animal staring into the maw of something starved. The teenager's lips peeled back, revealing teeth clenched in something that might have been a snarl or a grin. His voice scraped the air like a crumbling hiss, like something slithering through dry leaves. "Who's this FNG twerp?" Kurogyari did not pause in his task, didn't seem perturbed by the violent presence now dripping into the room like an oil spill. He merely turned, his golden eyes cool, unreadable. "This," he said, voice smooth as dark velvet, "is our new bar hand." The man's lip curled. His hand twitched at his side, fingers flexing, restless, hungry, waiting to do something. Izuku swallowed hard but did not look away. His instincts screamed at him to lower his gaze, to make himself small, to vanish, but he held firm. The teenager took a step forward. Izuku managed to not retreat. A slow, sharp grin stretched across the ruined skin of the teenager's face. And then he laughed. Low and brittle, like there was something caught in the back of his throat. "Oh," he mused. "Stain's little pet, huh?" He reached out, the motion little more than an incredibly quick twitch, toward Izuku's hair, toward his face, toward him. But before he could make contact, a thick mist curled between them, dark as tar, shifting like a living thing. The teenager's hand appeared somewhere across the bar, grabbing a bottleneck and disintegrating it to cracking shards. Kurogyari did not raise his voice. "You cannot kill him, Master Shigaraki. Not until his debt to the doctor has been fulfilled." Izuku's breath shuddered in his chest, shallow and uneven, as Kurogyari spoke. The words came smooth and measured, without cruelty or sympathy, just fact, simple. The teenager, Shigaraki, stilled. His grin remained, but the light in his eyes flickered, narrowed. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, he withdrew his hand, his fingers flexing once before going to his neck, scratching at the dry, aggravated skin with a force that looked just shy of tearing. Then, with a grunt of irritation, he fished a small device from his hoodie, a handheld console, its buttons worn down, edges scuffed from use. Without another word, he dropped onto a bar stool, slouching deep into it, eyes glued to the screen. Izuku exhaled, only now realizing he had been holding his breath. His fingers still trembled where they rested against his borrowed uniform. Kurogyari's attention slid back to him. "Get back to work." Izuku swallowed, nodded. Because that's all he really knew how to do. He returned to his task, scrubbing at a stain that refused to lift, as if he could somehow scrub away the pressure of the moment, the feeling of those burning eyes still seared into his skin. Master Shigaraki. That was what Kurogyari had called him. That meant this violent, twitching figure, this erratic, unpredictable presence, was someone Izuku would have to answer to. Someone who belonged here. Someone he'd have to live alongside. He swallowed. Well, things could be worse, he tried to tell himself. Shigaraki wasn't allowed to kill him. That was something, wasn't it? Somehow, that thought brought no comfort at all. Night bled into the bar like the tide coming in, carrying with it the city's underbelly, the people who thrived in the absence of law and conscience. They entered one by one or in clusters, bringing with them the scent of stale cigarettes and cheap cologne. Laughter rang sharp as knives, words slurred and slung like lazy weapons, half threats and half promises. Izuku kept his head down as he always did, serving drinks he wasn't allowed to touch, sweeping glass he had not broken, dodging hands that reached too freely. He ignored the muttered jabs, the lingering glances, the casual cruelty of people who saw him as little more than an oddity in their midst. It felt remarkably, almost funnily, familiar, like walking through his middle school halls. And if he had time to think about that, he was sure the hope of getting back to the outside world would become even more impossible to want. Kurogiri, with all his eerie calm, did not stray from the bar where he mixed beverages. He didn't bat an eye at cruel remarks or loud laughter. But there was something in the way he moved, the quiet precision of his work, teleporting glasses and bottles straight in front of him, that made Izuku think, he's kind of cool, isn't he? A quirk like that, teleportation, a non-corporeal body, Izuku had so many questions. Then the man in the purple suit arrived. He strolled in like he owned the place, cigarette wedged lazily between his lips, his shirt half unbuttoned, gold glinting at his throat. His eyes were half-lidded, smug, the kind of expression that belonged to someone who had seen too much and found all of it advantageous. He made his way to the bar, leaning against the counter with the ease of a man who had done it 100 times before. And then Kurogiri spoke to him, greeted him. That alone set him apart from all other patrons. Izuku, in spite of himself, watched. The smoothness of their exchange, the familiarity. This man, whoever he was, mattered here. And then, suddenly, both of them were looking at him. He jolted, quickly dropping his gaze and mopping at the spillage on the floor as if he hadn't been caught staring. Too late. Izuku, was it? The voice was easy, threaded with amusement. The cigarette dipped in the corner of the man's mouth as he tilted his head, beckoning with 2 fingers. Come here. Izuku hesitated. His grip tightened slightly on the mop in his hand before he forced himself to lean it against the wall. Hesitation wouldn't be good for him here. So, with stiff steps, he obeyed. The man, Jurin, he would later learn, grinned as he slung an arm around Izuku's good shoulder, dragging him in with a familiarity that unsettled him. The scent of nicotine clung to him, nauseating. Jiren drawled, exhaling a plume of smoke. He jerked his head at Kurogiri. This meanie got you up working past your bedtime? Izuku offered a tight, awkward smile, looking off to the side as though something on the wall had suddenly become very interesting. He did not move away, though every muscle in his body was coiled to. Jiren hummed, evidently pleased with his discomfort. So, tell me, what did you do to end here? He gestured vaguely to the bar, to the men gathered in booths, exchanging whispers and blood money over glasses of whiskey. Did you get lost on the way home? Izuku swallowed. How was he supposed to answer that? He started, but Jiren only laughed, shaking him lightly by the shoulder. Relax, kid. Just having a little fun with ya. He exhaled another breath of smoke, so close it blew right into Izuku's face. Izuku stiffened, schooling his expression into something neutral. Politeness. That was all he could afford. Whoever this man was, important, notable, or simply dangerous, it was clear enough that he was above Izuku in whatever hierarchy existed here. So he said nothing. Just smiled, thinly, politely, and prayed that was enough. The cigarette's ember flared and dimmed, its smoke curling lazily into the stagnant air. Jiren exhaled slowly, his golden eyes half-lidded as he studied the boy before him with a peculiar curiosity. Izuku wished that he could be excused, go back to his work. Jiren took another leisurely drag. So, Jiren murmured, rolling the cigarette between his fingers, you're the one Stain threw in with. Izuku stiffened, his hands curling into the fabric of his 2 loose sleeves. I guess, he admitted. What else could he say? Jiren huffed a quiet laugh, amused. He gestured vaguely at the boy with 2 fingers. You know, I gotta admit, I really don't see it. See what? Izuku asked, brows furrowing slightly. What makes you special? The words were blunt, flat, but they struck something deep inside Izuku's chest. He felt his ribs tighten, a familiar shame curling at the edges of his stomach. But he forced himself to keep his expression still. He had lived his whole life being asked that question, being unable to answer it. Jiren took another slow drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke in a thin ribbon. He leaned back slightly, tilting his head. Don't take it too personal, kid. Stain's always had his own kinda logic. But from what I heard, you're quirkless, yeah. Izuku's throat felt tight. He forced himself to nod. And yet here you are, sitting nice and pretty in the League's lap. A simple servant. The hero killer went out of his way to bring you in. Why? Izuku swallowed. I don't know. It was the truth and it frustrated him. He had turned it over in his mind 100 times, searching for the logic behind it, but Stain had never told him why he helped him. Never explained. Jiren studied him for a long moment, something unreadable flickering behind his tired eyes. Then suddenly he grinned, sharp and knowing. DMN. You really don't, do you? Izuku only shook his head. Well, ain't that something? Jiren chuckled, tapping ash from his cigarette. His attention flicked away then, back toward Kurogiri, who had been standing silently behind the bar all this time, watching the exchange with quiet patience. Anyway, Jiren continued, stretching slightly as he leaned against the counter, I actually had some business tonight, you know. Not just here to bully your new guy. Izuku felt the weight of his arm lift from his shoulder, freeing him. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, shoulders sagging slightly as he stepped back. The moment he was dismissed, he returned to his prior duty, pretending not to listen. But the voices carried. Got some possible recruits, Jiren was saying. A few interesting ones this time. A serial arsonist, nasty little BSTRD, but a powerful fire quirk. Willing isn't the word, but he'll cooperate for a while. Could be useful. The other's a bloodsucker, can turn into anyone if she drinks their blood dash. Izuku swallowed hard, his hands tightening on the rag. He wondered quietly about how much blood she'd have to drink to take someone's form, or if only a small amount of it was necessary to replicate their DNA. He shouldn't bother with his analysis in here, should he? Just speculating into the void, without anything to document or research, felt like a waste of time. Hero analysis for the future, a future he would never be a part of. It was a waste of energy, a waste of his time, not worth the mockery it brought, not worth anything to anyone, not now or ever. And yet, he could still hear Stain's voice in his head, gruff and sharp, but genuine. Give an analysis on me. No one had ever asked that before. Your analysis is good. No one had ever said that before either. His whole life, his notebooks had been called creepy, his habits unsettling. When people saw his notebooks, they said that he was a stalker, a freak. But not Stain. The unbidden smile crept onto his face. He would find a way to thank him. Somehow. He had to survive until then, at least. A bottle shattered against the opposite wall. The bar erupted into chaos as two men lunged at each other, chairs scraping against the floor. Izuku ducked instinctively, his heart leaping into his throat. He really hoped he survived long enough to see Stain again. By the time morning finally rolled in, Izuku's body ached. A deep, dragging exhaustion settled behind his eyes, the kind that no amount of blinking or distraction could shake. His arms throbbed from hours of constant cleanups, his knees ached from bending to gather shattered glass or discarded trash, and his shoulder, still tender and unhealed, was screaming at him. The bar had finally emptied. The unsavory figures that had haunted its booths and stools had slunk off into the early morning gloom, leaving behind only the aftermath of their indulgence. Light stretched through the narrow, grime-streaked windows, pale, golden light spilling onto the scratched wooden floor, catching in the dust that hung lazily in the air. It was dim, warm, almost deceptively gentle against the bar's otherwise dreary interior. The only sounds were the quiet hum of the city waking beyond the walls, and the steady, rhythmic swipes of Izuku's cloth against the counter. He exhaled slowly, pressing his weight into the motion, trying to focus on the mindless repetition of cleaning rather than the deep-set weariness dragging at his limbs. He'd get the windows done next, then the undersides of booth tables, which he was not looking forward to. You lasted the night. Izuku startled slightly, looking up. Kurogiri stood behind the bar, as composed as ever, sleeves rolled to his forearms as he inspected the half-cleaned glasses before him. His smoke-wreathed eyes regarded Izuku with quiet scrutiny. Somehow, Izuku agreed, sounding more surprised than the other. Kurogiri hummed. We'll see how long that lasts. Izuku didn't need to be told that. He already wondered the same. Come, Kurogiri said, motioning toward the back. Breakfast, then you'll continue your duties. Izuku hesitated, glancing at the mess still left to be cleaned. It will still be here when you return, Kurogiri assured, voice firm but not unkind. Izuku nodded, setting down his cloth, and followed the man into the kitchen. His stomach twisted, he was starving. Kurogiri was absent for a few hours that day, tending to some business that Izuku probably shouldn't want to know about. Villains, he reminded himself, but curiosity had never been something he could easily silence. Shigaraki perched in the dim bar like some creature, hunched and tight, eyes wide with an almost manic focus. His fingers jerked over buttons, thumbs slamming into joysticks, muttering, cursing, his whole body vibrating with the frustration of someone teetering off the edge of addiction. Izuku recognized a few of the games in passing, popular MMOs, RPGs, first-person shooters. Some well-known, others more obscure. All of them, without exception, drew Shigaraki's ire. He spat insults at the screen, scowled at pixelated enemies, clicked his tongue in disgust at the choices given to him. Izuku kept his head down. He had no stake in this. Games had never been his thing. Until he heard that music. A soft chime of orchestral notes, a swell of something both melancholic and grand, drifting from the cracked speakers of Shigaraki's console. It froze Izuku mid-step, a jolt of nostalgia sweeping through him like an electric shock. He knew that game. An older title, one that could barely run on his cheap, second-hand laptop back home. A fantasy RPG, filled with guilds and quests, intricate lore, and a sprawling world that he had once spent hours lost in. It was old-fashioned compared to the flashier modern games, the kind of thing most people had long forgotten. But Izuku hadn't. And neither, it seemed, had Shigaraki. Worse still, Izuku knew why he had played it in the first place. Because of the ancient knight in the game, the one clad in gleaming armor, his form imposing, his grin big, he had looked just enough like All Might that Izuku, as a child, had mistaken it for some kind of bootleg hero game. He had bought it on a whim, expecting a cheap knockoff, only to find himself drawn in by the story, the characters, the quiet tragedy of it all. Izuku hesitated, lingering an arm's length away from Shigaraki just in case, though he knew full well that if the man wanted to lunge and grab him, he could in an instant. The words left his mouth before he could think better of it. You're playing Requiem of the Forsaken? Shigaraki stiffened. His thumbs paused over the buttons. The game continued on screen, the knight standing before the ruins of a cathedral. Slowly, very slowly, Shigaraki turned his head, red-rimmed eyes narrowing into a glare. Did you just speak? Izuku swallowed. His hands curled into fists at his sides. But despite himself, despite the intensity of Shigaraki's gaze, feeling like an ant under a magnifying glass, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I didn't think anyone else played that game. His voice was quieter this time, unsure, but the interest was real. It's a really underrated one. Shigaraki's eyes flicked back to the screen, his grip on the console tightening like a vice. It's been effing easy so far. A silence stretched between them, tense and fragile, a wire pulled taut. Izuku exhaled shakily. He should back off. He knew he should back off. But then he caught sight of the screen again, saw the darkened castle looming in the background, saw the sharp shadows of the enemies waiting ahead. He knew this part. Wait, you're doing the Blood Moon route? Izuku blurted, before he could stop himself. Shigaraki gave him a slow, incredulous look, as if debating whether or not to strangle him right there. What? That's the hardest route. The one where you have to fight the Forsaken Guard without getting the divine relic first. It's almost impossible if you don't dash. Shigaraki scowled. Obviously, dipshit. I know what I'm doing. Izuku hesitated, glancing at the screen again. You should probably stock up on lunar charms first. There's a hidden chest in the catacombs before this fight, And if you use them right before the guard does his berserk move, it cancels the buff. Otherwise he dash. Shigaraki made a low, irritated sound in the back of his throat, like a cat being forced into water. I know that. F off, you NPC. Izuku shut his mouth. He had pushed his luck far enough. Shigaraki turned back to the game, grumbling under his breath. Izuku took the hint and backed away, returning to his work, heart still trembling from the almost normal conversation he just had with Shigaraki. Not even half an hour later, the sharp crack of plastic meeting the floor split through the dim bar like a gunshot. Izuku barely had time to register the sound before a shadow loomed over him, a cold, clawed grip snatching his collar. Shigaraki's fingers curled, careful, just careful enough to leave his pinky raised. He yanked Izuku up with a force that made his injuries groan, his breath hitching in his throat as he was dragged to his toes, Shigaraki's red-rimmed glare burning into him like fire on dry parchment. You lied to me. Izuku stammered, hands instinctively gripping Shigaraki's wrist, though he didn't dare try to pry him off. Those lunar charms didn't do shit, you liar. Shigaraki's voice was practically scratching against his ear, a mix of frustration and something edged with the raw scrape of simmering violence. I did exactly what you said, and it didn't work. Don't lie to me. Useless things like you shouldn't even speak if they don't know anything. His grip tightened, the tips of his nails pressing into Izuku's skin, but still, that pinky stayed lifted, trembling from restraint. Izuku's pulse pounded in his throat, but through the fear, something else flickered to life, a stubborn spark, a thread of quiet indignation curling in his chest. Before, you didn't let me finish. Shigaraki froze, eyes narrowing. What? Izuku's brow furrowed. His hands were still on Shigaraki's wrist, but he wasn't struggling now, just holding on, steady. I tried to tell you. The charms only work if you time them right. You have to use them exactly when the Forsaken Guard starts his incantation, right before his rage state triggers. If you use them too early, they don't do anything. His voice was quiet but firm, steadier than he expected it to be. I wasn't lying to you. Shigaraki's lips pulled back, teeth bared in something between a snarl and a sneer. The muscles in his arm tensed, and for a moment, Izuku was certain he'd be flung across the bar. Then, abruptly, Shigaraki shoved him back. Izuku staggered, catching himself on a table. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, glancing away. His fingers twitched at his sides like spiders' legs. He looked like he wanted to lash out, to hurt something, but the moment passed in a huff of irritation. Effing annoying. He turned on his heel, stalking back toward his abandoned device, muttering under his breath, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna kill you. Izuku, still rubbing at his throat, exhaled a slow, shaky breath. Kurojuri returned to a scene that, at first glance, might have seemed inconsequential. Izuku's collar askew, his nerves slightly more prominent than usual as he swept the floor, and Shigaraki lounging in a booth, hunched over his device with a broad, toothy grin. The dim bar echoed with the sharp click-click of buttons and the muffled, rhythmic sounds of enemy cries from the game. Something had transpired. Kurojiri's golden gaze swept over the room, taking in the details, the lack of fresh blood, the absence of shattered glass or overturned tables. Whatever had happened had not been cause for concern, not in this place. So, he did not ask. Instead, he moved to Izuku, reaching out with the ease of someone long accustomed to fixing things, adjusting what had been thrown out of place. His gloved fingers straightened the boy's rumpled collar, smoothing the fabric out. Stain will be returning tonight. Izuku froze. A spark, small, fleeting, but unmistakable, flared to life in his tired green eyes. His fingers tightened briefly around the broom in his hands, breath catching in his throat as a lightness bloomed in his chest. It was the first good thing he'd heard in days. He is. His voice barely contained his anticipation, words hushed like they might slip through his fingers if spoken too loudly. Kurojiri inclined his head. Izuku's lips twitched. He bit down on the feeling before it could spread too far, but it was useless. The edges of a smile curled at his mouth, poorly restrained, warmth blooming where there had only been the cold of exhaustion before. A scoff cut through his moment of quiet elation. Ugh, pathetic. Izuku glanced toward Shigaraki, who hadn't looked up from his game but was clearly listening. The villain's grin had faded into a sneer, though there was no real venom behind it, only that same ever-present irritation. You're seriously this excited over him? You're like a dog wagging its tail, and it's disgusting. Izuku didn't respond. He only straightened, and moved back to sweeping with a quiet determination, something buoyant in his chest that hadn't been there before. Shigaraki made a noise of disdain but didn't comment further. Instead, he turned back to his game, fingers tapping against the buttons. Izuku kept moving, kept working, but his mind had already leapt forward. Tonight he would see Stain again. Tonight, he could finally, properly, thank him. The anticipation coiled in Izuku's stomach like a tightly wound spring. As the evening stretched on, time felt unbearably slow, each tick of the clock dragging unendingly. He occupied himself the best he could, doubling his efforts in cleaning, ensuring every surface gleamed, every bottle in its rightful place, but nothing could distract him from the simmering excitement beneath his skin. He straightened his posture, trying to roll his shoulders back, gritting his teeth through the faint strain of movement as he tried to will himself into some semblance of collectedness. Stain had saved him. He had thrown away his independence for him. He had to show that it wasn't in vain. Finally, the door creaked open. The air shifted. Izuku turned sharply, heart stuttering against his ribs. And immediately, the excitement drained from his face. Stain stood in the doorway, silent, a jagged silhouette against the street. His presence was iron-heavy, imposing, something that curled into the room. He was dressed in full equipment, armor scuffed, fabric torn in places. The deep red of his scarf was darker in spots, damp with something Izuku didn't have to guess at. He looked every bit the monster people feared in whispers. Izuku had prepared words, had practiced them in his head, but they withered under the intensity of Stain's presence, dying before they reached his tongue. His smile faltered. The man didn't offer a greeting, didn't so much as acknowledge Kurojire's quiet nod. His gaze landed on Izuku like a vice, and in the next breath, a firm hand had locked around his wrist. No words. No explanations. Stain pulled him forward, swift and unrelenting. W8-. Izuku barely had time to stumble into step before he was wrenched out of the bar, the cold night air hitting him like a slap. The door swung shut behind them, cutting off the warm glow of the establishment and leaving them in the quiet, darkened alleyway. Stain kept walking. His grip on Izuku's wrist was not cruel, but neither was it gentle, it was purposeful, dragging him along without hesitation, without concern for the startled way Izuku tried to keep up. His legs had to work twice as hard to match the strides of the older man. He didn't speak at first. The only sound between them was the rhythm of shoes against pavement, the distant hum of the city. Izuku swallowed, stealing a glance at Stain's profile. His expression was locked in a scowl, sharp eyes narrowed, his jaw tight with something Izuku couldn't quite name. When Stain finally did speak, his voice was rough, hoarse with exhaustion and irritation. "You're gonna make yourself useful tonight." Izuku blinked, confusion briefly overriding his nerves. "What dash?" Stain exhaled sharply through his nose, irritation flaring. "Think it. You're good at that, aren't you?" Izuku's lips parted, but Stain wasn't waiting for a response. "They've been working me like a FNG dog," he muttered, more to himself than to Izuku, voice low with a growl of frustration. "Kill this guy. Attend this meeting. Kill that guy. Over and over." He scoffed, shaking his head. "BS tears pulling me around on a leash. I despise it." Izuku's stomach curled uncomfortably. He had known that Stain was dangerous, that he was a killer. But hearing it spoken so plainly, with such venom, made it all the more real. So much disdain, and yet, Stain had still saved him. And now, he was here, pulling him along as if Izuku had something worth all the hassle. Stain shot him a glance, sharp, expectant. "If I'm wasting my effing time, tell me now." Izuku swallowed. His heartbeat was too loud in his ears, but he straightened all the same, squaring his shoulders as best he could. "What do you need me to do?" A smirk curled at Stain's lips, slow and dangerous. Now that's what I want to hear. Izuku barely had a second to brace himself before Stain grabbed him by the back of his shirt and launched them both upward, boots kicking off the building's side. His stomach lurched. Wind tore through his hair. Then a jolt. His legs hit solid rooftop, and against all odds he managed to land on his feet, knees bending to absorb the force. The moment he steadied himself, Stain shoved him down. "Low," the older man muttered, voice a warning growl. Izuku obeyed, sinking to a kneel beside him, heart pounding. The rooftop was cold beneath his fingertips. They peered over the ledge into the street below. Across the road, a man stood beneath the flickering glow of a street lamp, chatting idly with passers-by. Izuku knew him. Soundwave. A newer hero, one who had climbed the ranks fast, perhaps too fast. He had been wrapped in controversy after graduating, whispers of a lawsuit that had been quickly buried. A name that had appeared in headlines before vanishing as though it had never been there to begin with. Stain exhaled sharply, and Izuku felt the air shift, thick with disgust. The man below turned slightly, flashing a grin and a wink at a passing group of women exiting a club, striking up passing giggles and conversation. "Report," Stain ordered, eyes locked on his target. "I want this scum gone." Izuku's breath caught. He turned, staring at Stain for a half-second too long before his gaze snapped back to Soundwave. "Report." Not a request. A command. He wet his lips, fingers curling against the rooftop's rough surface. Soundwave was wearing reinforced hero armor, lightweight and flexible, designed for mobility. His quirk, if Izuku recalled correctly, allowed him to generate powerful sonic waves from his throat, capable of deafening, disorienting, even rendering enemies unconscious with the right frequency. A wide-range attack with almost no immediate counter if unprepared. Izuku's eyes traced his movements, catching the way he turned his head, left, then slightly right, then left again. He did it every time. The realization clicked into place, fast and seamless as instinct. "His left eye," Izuku murmured, barely above a whisper. "There's something wrong with it." Stain's head turned slightly. He was listening. He has to move his whole head when looking at people on his left. But on his right, he just glances. Izuku narrowed his eyes, watching, waiting, then there. Fin. The same movement. Minimal but noticeable. Maybe a cataract, maybe something else, but it's a weakness. He might have kept it secret to continue his hero work. If you attack, do it from his left. He won't see you coming as easily. He didn't stop. His mind had already unraveled more. His quirk relies on balance and breath control, so once he's down, he won't be able to generate the force he needs for a full-powered sonic blast. His armor dash, Izuku's gaze darted lower. It's standard grade but flawed. The joints, his knees, his elbows, the backing isn't reinforced. The pause. It's a major oversight, Izuku added quietly. Stain was watching him now. Not just listening, watching, his sharp gaze flickering with something unreadable. Then, without a word, he pushed up from the ledge. "That's good enough," he muttered. "Stay here." Izuku barely had time to process before Stain vanished, a blur of motion, gone as fast as he'd spoken. "Await dash." His hand lifted, but the rooftop beside him was already empty. The street below stretched on, oblivious. Izuku quickly cursed. He scrambled down the fire escape, metal creaking beneath hurried steps, his shoulder burning with every jolt and impact. Stain had already moved, disappearing into the shadows of an alleyway, his presence a whisper in the dark, a specter lurking beneath flickering streetlights. Then ruckus. The sound of metal striking pavement, a garbage bin kicked over, a deliberate summons. And Soundwave answered. The hero turned sharply toward the noise, his posture shifting from casual indifference to sharp alertness. He stepped in alone, sinking into the alley's overshadowed maw. Then Stain struck from the left side. The gleam of a blade flashed in the dimness, swift, precise. Slicing clean behind the knees. The hero barely had time to react before his legs buckled, crumpling beneath him. He hit the ground hard, hands scrambling against damp pavement, his breath stolen by the sudden collapse. Stain slid across the ground, crouched low, blade to tongue, the taste of blood blooming as he invoked his quirk. The hero's body seized, locking into paralysis, except his mouth, slightly parted as if to speak, or use his own quirk. A sharp, shrill whistle broke through the stillness. Izuku moved. He ran forward, breath ragged, his shoes sliding against the alley's filth-strewn ground. His uninjured arm shot out, and before Soundwave could fully inhale, Izuku jammed his forearm into the man's mouth, muffling the sound against the thick fabric of his sleeve. The hero's jaw clamped down on reflex, teeth digging deep enough to make Izuku hiss, but he didn't pull away. Couldn't. Stain! Izuku whispered, urgent, his voice barely a breath. I tried to tell you. Even paralyzed, he can still use his quirk, just not at full power. The sound waves at this distance still would have harmed you. Stain panted, his gaze fixed on the boy. But Izuku's expression didn't waver. His arm ached, but he didn't move it. The hero beneath them let out a muffled groan, breath hot against Izuku's sleeve. Stain's eyes flicked downward, watching, waiting. Izuku hummed in thought. His free hand, his injured arm, trembled as it reached for his tie. Fingers curled around the fabric, tugging it loose with no amount of ease. There, he murmured, stuffing the tie deep into the hero's mouth. A crude GG. Functional. Effective. The fabric would absorb most of the sound waves, making them reverberate as much in the hero's own head as it would outside. Silence. Izuku exhaled, his breath misting in the cold air. The moment he stood up and back, the hero made his final desperate move, his throat flexing, muscles tightening, even as the fabric of the tie muffled his voice. A fractured sound forced its way through, a shrill, wavering wail that splintered through the air like glass shattering against stone. It was still a hum that rattled Izuku's teeth, buzzed through his skull, sent a cold shiver down his spine. Stain did not falter. His balance remained ironclad, his grip steady, his ears unbloodied. There was no true force behind the hero's attack, nothing but a pitiful attempt at resistance. The blade flashed once more. The sound died. Izuku took a step back, gaze dropping, pulse hammering against his ribs. He didn't watch the final blow. Didn't need to. For a moment, the alley was nothing but damp air, the sickly scent of rust, and the quiet hum of neon lights flickering overhead. Heavy, clanking footsteps moved forward, each step slow, deliberate. Izuku, still standing at the edge of the scene, curled his fingers around the fabric of his sleeve, twisting it between anxious hands. He swallowed. He started, voice small but determined. I don't know if this is the right time, but I really wanted to thank you. Then, without hesitation, he bent at the waist, bowing deep. Before, you saved my life, he said, voice raw, sincere. You didn't have to do that. The pause. Izuku couldn't see Stain's face, but he felt the weight of his stare, heavy and unreadable. The silence stretched, thick as blood. Then pressure. A gloved hand fell upon his head, not rough, not violent, just there, fingers curling slightly against the unruly mess of his curls. Izuku stiffened. If you're that grateful, Stain muttered, his voice low, guttural, then don't ever run into fights like that and get yourself injured again. His hand remained, pressing down just slightly, grounding. I couldn't just stand there, Izuku murmured, ears burning. Stain stared, then huffed. I saved you for that brain of yours, he continued, voice edged with something sharp, something final. Don't be reckless. Then, just as quickly, the weight was gone. Izuku lifted his head, wide eyes meeting Stain's. His breath hitched slightly, lips parted as if to speak, but the words never formed. Stain wasn't angry. Not really. He just stared, gaze unreadable in the dim alley light, studying Izuku like one would examine a blade, measuring its edge. Finally, he spoke again. Here's what's gonna happen, he said, voice a decree, an oath written in blood. I get you back to the League. You do analysis work for me on corrupt heroes, and you pay off the doctor, or you die trying. His gaze narrowed, the flicker of something dangerous lurking beneath it. That's my price for your life, kid. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His fingers curled tighter around his sleeve. And despite everything, despite the damp chill of the alley, despite the scent of iron still clinging to the air, despite the cold weight of reality pressing down on his shoulders, Izuku smiled. I won't let you down, he said, his voice breathless, earnest. When Stain dragged Izuku back into the bar, the warm, dim lighting did little to soften the scene they made. The door creaked shut behind them, heavy and final, sealing the outside world away. Kurojairi stood behind the counter, a metal shaker in hand, polishing it with practiced ease. But the moment he turned and saw the state of Izuku's uniform, the crumpled white sleeves now stained in shades of crimson, the absence of his tie, the faint smudges of filth clinging to the fabric. He paused. The shaker in his hands stilled, the rag frozen mid-motion. Izuku blinked back at him, a sheepish smile creeping across his lips, something caught between apology and exhilaration. His eyes, wide and alight, struggled to contain the sheer giddiness threatening to spill over. Because Stain had found his analysis useful, had listened to him, had acknowledged him, had seen something in him worth keeping alive. It was all he could do to stop himself from bouncing on his heels, from letting his hands curl into excited fists at his sides. Meanwhile, Stain trudged forward without a word, his presence a heavy contrast to Izuku's quiet, bubbling energy. He slumped into the nearest booth, the wooden frame creaking beneath his weight as he dropped his katanas onto the table with a dull clank. A battered cloth emerged from somewhere within his gear, and he pulled one of the blades into his lap, methodically cleaning off the remnants, streaks of drying blood smearing into the rag. One boot propped itself against the table's edge, utterly unconcerned with the grime it left behind. Silence stretched from Kurojairi behind the counter. Izuku finally glanced down at himself, taking in the mess of his own state, the way his sleeves clung to his skin, fabric stiffening with drying blood and saliva in some areas, the dirted hem of his shirt, the blank area where his tie should have been. He swallowed. His fingers twitched toward the bloodied sleeves, futilely trying to smooth them out. I'll wash them. A lie. He could try, sure, but blood was stubborn. It seeped into fabric, left ghostly reminders even after scrubbing. Kurojairi's gaze lingered, dark and unwavering. Then, after a long, heavy sigh, he shook his head. That will not do. His voice, ever calm, held the quiet weight of finality. For now, I'll get you something else. Izuku stiffened slightly, but before he could protest, Kurojairi continued. A room has been prepared for you. He motioned toward the hallway that led to the bar's private quarters. You can get cleaned up there. Izuku blinked. A room? For him? His room? The breath hitched in his throat, something warm blooming in his chest, something that threatened to overflow into the wide, stunned grin pulling at his lips. He had a room now. This day that had already been so impossibly good. It just kept getting better. Izuku followed eagerly as Kurojairi led him deeper into the building's private quarters. The walls, cold and industrial, had faint scratches carved into their surface like ghosts of past occupants, obviously attempted to be buffed out. Izuku looked ahead instead. They came to a stop before a metal door, its frame heavy, its hinges groaning slightly as Kurojairi pushed it open. He gestured inside. This will be yours, he said simply. Izuku stepped forward hesitantly. The room was small, barren. A thin mattress sat atop a simple bed frame, pressed against the farthest wall. A closet stood beside it, its doors slightly ajar, revealing nothing within. Across from the bed, another door stood slightly ajar, leading into a bathroom, just as sparse. A toilet, a sink, a shower. The air smelled faintly of dust and stale water. Nothing lavish. Nothing welcoming. But his own space. Before he could dwell, Kurojairi turned, already moving away. Clean yourself up. I'll bring you something to wear. And with that he disappeared, leaving Izuku alone in the quiet. He didn't hesitate. A shower. A shower. Despite the grime clinging to him, despite the blood dried stiff against his sleeves, he felt lucky. He was alive. He was useful. He had a room here. The moment the bathroom door clicked shut behind him, he exhaled, slow and unsteady, then turned to the mirror and froze. The glass, fogged slightly with age, cast his reflection back at him, eyes dark and sunken, bruises curling beneath them like shadowed crescents. His hair, wild and matted, bore traces of dried sweat, dust, and specks of red. And then, he reached up, peeling back the bandage clinging to his cheek. Beneath it, the scar stretched in a fractured starburst, clawing its way up from his damaged neck. The tissue, pink and uneven, had long since settled into something almost healed. Almost. It felt like a lifetime ago. Izuku swallowed thickly. He tried not to think about it. Instead, his fingers moved, working at the buttons of his uniform, peeling away the bloodied fabric layer by layer until only his bandages remained. The air kissed his skin, cool against the warmth of his injuries. His hands hesitated at his shoulder. Slowly, carefully, he began to unwind the bandages. And there it was. The wound. The burn. The skin was twisted and mottled, a grotesque blend of red and angry pink, old stitches barely holding together flesh that had warped beyond repair. It stretched across his entire shoulder, creeping down the blade of his back, up the side of his neck, spilling onto his chest and bicep like a brand. His trapezius muscle was lesser now, notably. Scarred and uneven, sinking. It hurt. It always hurt. For a long moment, Izuku simply stared. His breathing had gone shallow, his ribs barely moving, as if afraid to stir something deep and buried. The echo of a voice. The roar of an explosion. His own skin bubbling. His stomach twisted. His fingers clenched. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, his nails digging into his palms. Don't think about it. He turned away from the mirror, stepped into the shower, and turned the handle. The water was cold immediately. But he didn't mind. It numbed the burn. The ache in his ribs, the heaviness in his chest. By the time he stepped out, water warmed, steam curling in ghostly tendrils against the cracked tiles, his body was trembling, not from chill, but from the weight of exhaustion settling deep into his bones. His fingers worked quickly, rebandaging his shoulder, his movements mechanical, practiced. When he exited on the bed, folded neatly, sat a change of clothes. Another uniform. And beside it, a simple black sweater and pants, plain and unassuming. Izuku stared for a moment. Then, slowly, his lips curled into something small and quiet. A man had died tonight. Because of his analysis, his words, his insight. And yet, he could not help but think things were looking up. Izuku went back to the bar once he had gotten dressed. It was still morning after all, work to be done until he could take a rest at 2, then get back to it at 6, prepping for the night. 4 hours of sleep on a bed, his bed. He could hardly wait. As he entered, he wondered when Stain would like him to start collecting information on heroes, if he'd like Izuku to find new targets or just analyze the ones Stain told him to. He looked to the booth. And Stain was not there. The realization sank in his chest like a heavy and disappointing stone. He had come back expecting to see him again, to speak, to do something. Instead, the booth where Stain had sat just an hour or so ago was empty, his presence reduced to the faint scuff marks his boots had left on the tabletop. Izuku's lips parted slightly, hesitating before he turned toward Kurogyari, who stood behind the bar, his golden eyes as impersonal as ever. Stain. Izuku trailed off, uncertain what to even ask. Where had he gone? Was he coming back? Would he come back? Kurogyari, however, seemed to anticipate his concern. Stain will contact you soon, he assured, voice smooth, unwavering. For now, you should eat and regain your strength. A pause, then a small tilt of his head. The cost of that tarnished uniform will be added to your debt, of course. Izuku faltered. He swallowed, a little overwhelmed by the sudden shift. Stain was coming back. But the uniform. That word alone sent a quiet shiver down his spine. Thanks. He wasn't sure why he said it, but his voice was small, uncertain, the syllables rolling awkwardly off his tongue. Then quickly, thank you. Before Kurogyari could reply, a scoff cut through the air. Izuku stiffened. Shigaraki curved in from the hallway, lugging a PC tower under his arm. He moved with the sluggishness of someone who had just woken up but was already annoyed. He dumped the PC onto the counter, muttering as he started hooking it up. Izuku stared. Shigaraki glanced at him, sneered slightly, then went back to his task. He was going to sit there all day, wasn't he? Sit there, heckle Izuku, probably make him feel stupid while gaming on whatever cursed, dust-ridden machine he was booting up. Kurogiri exhaled slowly as if resigned, before shifting his gaze back to Izuku. Come, he said, gesturing toward the back. You need to eat. Izuku blinked, then nodded quickly, stepping around the counter to follow Kurogiri into the kitchen. He was starving, he realized. But more than that, a quiet sort of relief settled in his chest. Because Stain was going to come back. He just had to hold out until then. Shigaraki did in fact sit hunched at the bar all day, as was beginning to become a pattern. His neck curled forward at an unnatural angle, eyes locked onto the screen with an intensity that made his already sickly frame look more like a corpse strung up from wire. The glow of the monitor cast harsh blue shadows across his face, deepening the sharp hollows of his cheeks and the perpetual irritation that twisted his mouth. The quiet click-clack of his fingers tapping against the buttons filled the space between them, accompanied only by the occasional low growl of frustration when the game didn't bend to his will. Izuku stole glances at him in between scrubbing the last stretch of windows, his curiosity outweighing his self-preservation. He didn't recognize the game this time, something dark, violent, with flashes of movement too quick for him to fully catch. His hands ached from working, raw from the cleaning solution. But now, the windows inside gleamed spotless, reflecting back the orangish glow of the bar's lighting. He stepped back, admiring his work for only a moment before a thought crept into his mind. The outside. Would Kurogiri let him? Would he dare ask? He hesitated before he took a deep breath. Kurogiri was already heading toward the hall, moving with his usual eerie silence. It had to be now. Kurogiri, Izuku called out, voice small but steady as he scampered over. Would it be okay if I clean the windows outside as well? Kurogiri paused mid-step, his featureless mist shifting slightly as though scrutinizing him. The silence stretched just long enough for Izuku to feel the audacity of the question settle uncomfortably in his gut. Then, from behind him, a cruel snicker. Izuku didn't need to turn to know the sound came from Shigaraki. Yeah, right? The older man drawled, voice scratchy and thick with amusement. You're just gonna try and run. Kurogiri shifted again, glancing briefly at Shigaraki before turning his attention back to Izuku. It should be all right, Kurogiri decided. Master Shigaraki will watch you while I'm gone. The air in the room shifted. Two things happened in that moment. Izuku froze, a sharp jolt of unease creeping up his spine. And Shigaraki twitched. Izuku didn't dare turn at first, but the slow creak of bones shifting behind him made his breath hitch. His stomach twisted as he finally forced himself to look. Shigaraki's head turned toward him at a terrible angle, vertebrae cracking as his eyes, bloodshot and laced with malice, bore into Izuku's own. His grip on the controller had gone slack, fingers drumming idly against the buttons. The amusement was gone. And Kurogiri was gone too. Hey, Shigaraki muttered, voice low, simmering. He lifted a single hand from the controller, fingers twitching as they curled slightly. Izuku swallowed. You try running, Shigaraki murmured, almost lazily, and I'll disintegrate your effing legs. Got it? Shigaraki's control on his quirk was almost more threatening than the quirk itself. He'd seen what the man could do, seen the way he could stop the disintegration of an object only at halfway, turning them useless and into dust at the lightest brush of all 5 fingertips. He didn't even need to say it. But he did anyway. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. He nodded, quick, small, sharp. Shigaraki's lip curled slightly, but he said nothing else. His attention went back to the screen, controller lifted, buttons tapped, as though the exchange hadn't happened at all. Izuku exhaled shakily, forced himself to move, grabbing his supplies before stepping toward the exit. The door creaked open, and the air outside hit him like a shock to the system. The scent of damp pavement and stale city air filled his nose, not fresh, not clean, but open. For a moment, Izuku just stood there, staring out at the street. The cold bit at his skin, creeping under the collar of his sweater. A strange sense of weightlessness settled over him, an instinctive, deep-seated urge to take this moment of freedom begging to be heard. He could feel his pulse in his fingertips. Thunk. A sharp sound against glass. Izuku flinched, whipping his head toward the window. He blinked as another toothpick stuck to the surface, the sharp point of it bending against the window before clattering down. His eyes trailed upward. Inside, Shigaraki stared at him, eyes sharp, dark, watching. His mouth twisted upwards cruelly, lips cracking and flaking. Izuku's stomach clenched. Don't get distracted. He had things to do. And he would probably need his legs to get them done. By the time the old, flickering clock in the bar struck 2, Kurogyari had returned. He stood in the doorway, arms folded, surveying the gleaming windows with a gaze that betrayed neither praise nor complaint. Still, there was something in the way the mist of his form seemed to settle, less taut, more measured, that made it clear he was at least pleased. "Go rest," was all he said. Izuku, sore and bone-weary, wasted no time in stumbling back down the hall, his arms aching from hours of scrubbing, fingers raw from the sting of cleaning solution. His body was leaden, exhaustion wrapping around him like chains. Every inch of him dragged, and by the time he reached his room, he barely registered that he hadn't shut the door behind him. It collapsed onto the thin mattress with a force that made the rusted frame creak beneath him. Sleep claimed him instantly, deep and dreamless, as though his body had finally surrendered to something it had fought against for years, not just a few days. It was rare for him, sleep like this so easy. But today, fatigue won. Izuku jerked awake. Not from a nightmare. Not from pain. But from a deep, unsettling unease. The kind that curled around his spine and made his blood run cold. His breath caught in his throat as his eyes fluttered open, the glow of the hallway spilling in through the open door. He blinked, adjusting, mind sluggish, then froze. A figure stood at the threshold. A tall, lean silhouette, half drowned in shadow. Izuku startled violently, pushing himself up on one elbow, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat. The movement sent a fresh, searing pain lancing through his shoulder, but he didn't care. His focus was entirely on the man in the doorway. Black, spiky hair, sticking out at sharp, uneven angles. Skin stretched and held together by thick, brutal staples, mottled purple and peeling in places where it met raw skin. But it was the eyes that stopped Izuku cold. A blue so bright, so searing, it was like staring into the very heart of a flame. They branded into him. And then, the man grinned. Izuku's stomach plummeted. It wasn't a friendly grin. Not even a cruel one. It was empty. A slow, lazy stretch of lips that made Izuku feel as though he were being marked. A cat idly watching a trapped mouse, unconcerned about whether it would play with it now or later. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Then, from somewhere down the hall, Kurogyari's voice cut through the moment, cool and impassive. "Dabi. This way if you will." The man lingered, unmoving, his eyes lingering even after his lips had started to fall back into something bored. Then, without a word, he turned on his heel and disappeared into the corridor, his steps unhurried, as though he had all the time in the world. Izuku remained frozen in place long after the sound of his footsteps faded. His heart still hammering. His hands still trembling. He swallowed. Then, moving with slow, deliberate care, he trembled off the mattress, reached for the door, and shut it. Sleep did not come back to him. Even after the door was shut. Even after he'd curled in on himself, pulling his blanket up like some flimsy barrier between himself and the person that had watched him from the threshold. His heart refused to settle. His eyes remained pinned on the door, waiting for movement, for another shadow to lengthen beneath the crack. And so, when the knock came, sharp and precise, Izuku was dreadfully already awake. "It's time to get back to work," came Kurogyari's smooth, ever-calm voice. Izuku stayed still, listening as the measured steps faded down the hall. Only then did he let out a muffled groan, turning his face into the thin mattress. A whimper of protest, useless and wasted. His rest had been squandered. Izuku shifted down the hallway, occasionally looking over his shoulder just in case. He was tired, paranoid, and wondering if he was starting to go crazy and imagine scary men watching him in his sleep. His brain didn't do that, right? The fear was definitely real, he wouldn't just imagine it, right? In the bar, as he entered, Shigaraki was slumped at the counter, hood pulled low over his face. No device in his hands. No clicking of keys or flashing screens. Just stillness. But Izuku barely had time to process that fact before his body went rigid. He was here. That man from the hallway. Dabi, if he remembered Kurogiri's call correctly. Not just a demon his mind conjured up. He was perched lazily on one of the stools, his long limbs sprawled out on the countertop behind him, sharp teeth flashing in another slow, cutting grin as their eyes met. Izuku tore his gaze away, pulse spiking. A mistake. Because then he caught her. A girl, draped over the back of one of the booths, blonde hair tied into two messy buns. Her head rested in her arms, but her sharp, glinting gaze was fixed on him. And beside her, another figure. Dark-clad gray costume, masked, hunched over. Silent but present, the white eyes of his costume focused. This was a den. And he was the stupid rabbit who thought it'd be fine to wander inside. Kurogiri had hardly finished his instructions before Izuku had fled to the kitchen, hands moving with desperate efficiency to scrub the stack of dishes waiting for him in the sink. He let the heat of the water scald his fingers, the sound of plates clinking filling his ears. Out there, words were exchanged. Low voices, murmurs, something sharp and amused. Izuku didn't bother listening. Didn't want to listen. His heart was still hammering. And if he focused on the squish of the rag in his palm, the sting of hot water, the mindless repetition of his task. Izuku lingered in the kitchen long after the last dish had been scrubbed clean, his hands raw from the heat of the water. But he knew, solemnly he knew, that he couldn't hide there forever. He had to go back out and do the rest of his duties. With a breath he wasn't sure reached his lungs, he peeked around the doorway. They were all still there. And then, a spark of relief, like a candle sputtering in a storm. The hero killer was leaned against one of the tables, a beacon for Izuku, bright light carving through the others. The moment their eyes met, he jerked his head sharply. Come here. Izuku hesitated only for a second. With his head ducked, he stepped out from his corner of safety and wove through the room, feeling every gaze pinned to him. It felt like stepping onto a stage before an audience that delighted in gutting their actors. By the time he reached Stain's side, his breath was tight in his throat. A silent exchange passed between Stain and Kurogiri, something beyond Izuku's knowing but clear in intent. The mist-shrouded man gave a slow nod, and Stain turned to him. Get something warmer on, the hero killer grunted. We're going out. Don't need you chattering your teeth the whole time. Izuku barely had time to let the words sink in before the girl giggled. The sound curled in the air, sweet, syrupy. But it wasn't nice. Who's this little guy? Her voice slithered across the room, sharp and playfully venomous. What's going on, Stain? Izuku swore he saw the flash of fangs. Then the man in the black and gray costume piped up, Don't steal the bar staff, Stain. What's with this kid? Can I steal him too? Two voices echoed from him, and Izuku was too caught on that to immediately realize what he actually said. His eyes flickered toward the last figure, the one who had haunted his doorway. The stitched skin man was watching him again, chin resting against his palm, his smile slow and amused. Sorry for disturbing your sleep, he drawled, his voice filled with something taunting. Didn't know you were such a busy guy. Izuku's skin crawled. His stomach twisted itself into knots, a horrible, instinctual sense of unease washing over him. He did not want to be here. He did not want to exist where they could see him for a second longer. Turning swiftly to Stain, he nodded. All right, I'll be out in a second. And then he fled down the hall, hands gripping at the fabric of his thin shirt. A small mercy, he wasn't followed to his room. A cruel reality, his hands trembled as he pulled the sweater over his head, knowing he'd have to at least pass back through them to get outside to Stain. Izuku barely had time to breathe, recollect himself as the bar door shut behind him, brace himself before Stain seized the back of his sweater and hauled him upward. The world blurred into streaks as the man scaled building to building, the ground peeling away beneath him, the sky swallowing him whole. And then, he dropped. Izuku hit the rooftop with a stumble, his shoes scuffing against the rough surface, knees staggering at the impact. His balance wavered for a fraction of a second before he forced himself upright, steady, unshaken. Or, at least, trying to appear unshaken. Stain watched him. His sharp, battle-worn assessment stuck on Izuku's face a beat longer than usual. "Are you resting?" Izuku startled at the question. Resting? His bones ached with exhaustion, his muscles bruised and stiff from overuse. His shoulder throbbed beneath its bandages, the pain a constant, gnawing thing. His mind teetered on the edge of fatigue, thoughts running like a candle burned too close to the wick. And in the time he should have finally been allowed solid sleep, a man, a villain, had been staring at him for who knows how long. "Weiss," he lied, voice carefully composed. Stain snorted, unimpressed but unchallenging, and turned toward the ledge of the rooftop. His silhouette, cast against the glow of the city, was jagged, imposing, a warrior molded by the darkness, sharpened by it. Stain was even cooler up close, Izuku thought. "Good," he said gruffly, scanning the streets below. "Need your head on straight tonight." Izuku exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he stepped closer to the edge, peering downward with him. The city was alive beneath them, a restless beast of steel and flickering lights. "So," Izuku ventured, keeping his voice hushed, "who's your target tonight?" A grin cut across Stain's face, wicked and knowing. "A duo," he said, voice brimming with something satisfied. "You wanted to see me fight in a group, right?" Izuku stiffened, breath catching in his throat. "Well," Stain continued, tilting his head to regard him with a gleam in his eye, "you survived long enough to earn that right." A sharp inhale. Izuku's stomach twisted, tight with anticipation, with exhilaration. His hands clenched at his sides, nails pressing into his palms as his heart pounded, something electric buzzing beneath his skin. Stain deliberately did not look at him as the stars reflected in Izuku's wide, shining eyes. When Izuku was brought back to the bar, less blood stains on his sweater than last time, and with his uniform cleanly intact, he was sure he'd escaped Kurogiri's ire. Almost proud of the fact. He was still buzzing from being able to witness Stain fight two pro-heroes at once. He really wished he had his notebook to document it. He was excited and tired all at once, a smile still in place on his cheeks. But then he remembered the people who had been here before. He hoped, quietly screaming in the back of his head, that they weren't new recruits, especially not that guy with the blue eyes. Stain left him in there, turning back with a mutter to rest up. Izuku could hardly murmur something completely incomprehensible, maybe a plea not to leave him here, before the door closed. Izuku turned back to the empty, strangely empty bar. It must be closed tonight, or well, it was more like early morning. He looked around in the dark, thinking he could take a shudder breath, safe. But the bar was empty inside. Unnaturally so. It should have still been open at this hour, half-empty glasses still littered the place. The floor hadn't been swept. Kurogiri must have been called out for something else more important, urgent, and had closed it early tonight, or well morning. Izuku wasn't certain. Time for him had been lost somewhere between alleyways and the blood drying beneath his sleeves. He exhaled, slow and careful, his breath barely disturbing the heavy silence. He crept toward the hallway, shoulders wound tight, heart still half-trapped in his throat. It was fine. It was fine. The bar was empty. He was alone. The door to his room groaned faintly as he pressed against it, fingers curling around the handle. He pushed it open, flicked on the lights, sprawled out lazily, one knee bent, one arm slung over his stomach while the other propped up his head. His coat, long and tattered, shed flakes of ash onto the white sheets, staining them with soot. He hadn't moved since Izuku entered, only his sharp, two bright eyes shifted to watch him. A sharp grin curled across scarred lips. "Hey, doggy." The words slithered into the room, low and slow, dripping with something foul. Izuku stared, hesitated at the threshold, hands tight in his sleeves. Dabi chuckled. The sound was rough, a rasping, crackling thing, like a match being struck against a damp surface. "Don't be shy," he murmured, tapping his fingers against the mattress in slow succession. "Isn't this your room?" His head tilted, voice curling around each word like smoke. "I just want to talk with the League's new pet." He patted the empty space beside him in mock invitation. Izuku didn't move. His stomach churned. "That's him." Dabi's smirk deepened at his silence. "That what you are? Or are you more of a stray?" He tapped a finger idly against his ribs, eyes gleaming like a cat toying with something small and helpless. "Nah, strays have some fight in them. You look more like one of those trembling little things that just lays down and waits to be kicked." Izuku swallowed. He knew better than to rise to it, knew better than to answer, but his hands trembled anyway, his whole body tensed. Dabi shifted, letting his boots scuff against the floor as he turned slightly on his side, watching him closer. "What I don't get is why you're still breathing." Izuku's head snapped up. Dabi grinned. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that. You know, since I saw Stain tell you to put on a FNG sweater like some concerned mom." He let out a short laugh, shaking his head. "The hell is that about? I thought Stain didn't do charity cases. He definitely doesn't waste time with weaklings." Izuku's jaw clenched. "So what the F are you to him?" He had no answer. Dabi watched him, waiting, waiting, then let out a scoff, rolling onto his back, arms tucking behind his head. "Nothing, huh?" "Figures." Izuku hesitated, then took a slow step, then another. Dabi didn't move, didn't stop him. Just chuckled under his breath, like he'd already grown bored. Izuku turned, shuffled quickly toward the bathroom, and ducked inside, the door shutting with a soft click. For a moment, silence. Then from the other side, a bark of laughter, raw and grating. "What, you gonna cry in there?" Dabi called, voice full of dry amusement. "Don't take too long, doggy. I might get lonely." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, breath unsteady. Exhaustion was a strange thing. It came in waves, in slow suffocating drags like an undertow or all at once, a collapse after the height of adrenaline. For Izuku, it was a mix and insidious creeping weight that had been filling the spaces behind his ribs, pressing against his skull, settling into his very bones. And now, finally it hit. The cold water against his face did little to clear the heaviness in his limbs, nor did the sharp mint of the toothpaste wake him as he brushed his teeth with sluggish, absent-minded motions. He braced himself against the sink, staring at his reflection in the cracked mirror above it. His skin looked pallid under the harsh bulb, dark smudges blooming beneath his eyes like bruises. He should sleep. His body ached for it. His mind begged for it. But he couldn't. Not yet. A man was on his bed, taking up the entire small space. Collapsing onto it was not an option. And besides, he still had work he was supposed to do. The bar still had glasses left out, the tables likely needed to be wiped down, things needed to be reset for tomorrow. And if he had to exist in this place for another hour, another day, it was best he stayed useful. The alternative was worse. He exhaled a deep, steadying breath and turned toward the door. Dabi was still out there. He hadn't heard the man move, had not heard so much as a shift of weight against the mattress. Izuku forced himself forward anyway, forced the door open and forced his feet over the threshold and into the too small, too claustrophobic room beyond. Dabi hadn't moved. He was still sprawled across the bed like he owned the demon thing, like he had settled in and found the perfect shape in it. The dim glow of the light bulb cut shadows sharp across his face, making the burnt, stapled flesh look even more grotesque, the grin already pulling at his lips even before Izuku had fully stepped through. "That was fast," Dabi remarked. His eyes caught onto the water dripping off Izuku's hair. "What? Decide to drown yourself instead? Figured it'd save us the trouble? Couldn't do it right?" Izuku didn't flinch, but only just. "Nothing? No comeback?" Dabi hummed. "DMN. You're no fun." Izuku took a slow, shuddering breath. His throat felt dry. His body heavy. He didn't look at Dabi when he spoke. "You can stay there if you want to." The words slipped out low, quiet, barely more than a breath, a strange thing in the heavy stillness between them. Dabi blinked. His grin faltered, only slightly, only for a fraction of a second before it twisted again into something unreadable, something sharper. But Izuku didn't wait to see it. Didn't wait for the inevitable mockery, the sharp laughter, the way Dabi would turn those words into something cruel and humiliating. He simply turned, shuffled out of the room without another glance, without waiting for a response, down the dim hallway and toward the bar. Dabi watched him go. The door swung shut, the space left silent. For a long moment, Dabi just lay there, staring at the ceiling, fingers drumming idly against his ribs. Then he exhaled through his nose, slow, thoughtful. Freak. He shut his eyes. Morning settled over the bar in a hush, the dim glow of light filtering through the newly clean, streakless windows. Kurogyari stepped through the doorway with the confidence of a man who had walked this path 1,000 times before. Though there, slumped over the counter, was Midoriya. The boy had not made it back to his room. His face was pressed against the cool surface of the polished bar, arms curled inward as if seeking warmth. The rise and fall of his shoulders was steady, slow, a deep pull of exhaustion rather than restful sleep. Kurogyari did not wake him. Instead, he observed. The bar, in the quiet of dawn, looked nearly pristine. The tables had been wiped clean, their surfaces free of the usual sticky residue of spilled drinks. Stray cutlery washed and settled in their appropriate places. The floors had been scrubbed to something close to new. Even the walls, where graffiti and debris usually claimed space, was unblemished, wiped bare. All of it done in silence, while the world slept. Last night, he had been summoned by Sensei, and didn't wait in the bar for Midoriya's return. There had been no need. The boy was microchipped, a small, near unnoticeable tracker embedded behind his ear, discreet and precise. If he strayed too far, Kurogyari would know. If he ran, there would be nowhere he could go that Kurogyari could not find him. And yet, the boy had not run. Despite the countless opportunities, despite the freedom of movement he was afforded on Stain's whim, Midoriya always returned. Always dragged himself back through the doors, through the dim corridors, his limbs heavy with exhaustion but his hands never empty of work. Kurogyari had seen it before, in those who had learned that resistance was futile. A dull, automatic obedience. A sense of quiet surrender. But there was something else in Midoriya, something strange, something neither defiant nor truly broken. Whatever it was, it made him work. Tirelessly. The bar had always been neglected in places Kurogyari had no time to attend to. Now they gleamed under the low light. The weight of maintaining it, of running it while also managing the league's affairs, had become lighter with Midoriya around. Perhaps, then a few hours of stolen sleep could be afforded. With that thought, Kurogyari turned, moving toward the back, the faint hum of energy rising in his throat as he stepped into the kitchen. Breakfast first. Then he would wake the boy. After all, a body could only be pushed so far before it crumbled. And Midoriya, young, trembling thing that he was, would last longer if he were properly maintained. Shigaraki, up early for training, stepped inside the bar. He moved with his usual sluggish gait, one hand rubbing idly at his throat, his mind singularly focused on breakfast. Then he stopped. Slumped over the counter like a discarded marionette was Izuku. For a long moment, Shigaraki did nothing but stare. His red-rimmed eyes flickered over the boy's curled form, his face pressed against the wood, the slow, steady rise and fall of his shoulders. Then his nose twitched. His lip curled. With no further preamble, he reached forward, for fingers curling around the collar of Midoriya's sweater, and yanked. The effect was immediate. Midoriya jolted awake with a sharp, terrified gasp, hands scrambling wildly for purchase. His eyes, still fogged with the remnants of sleep, flew open wide, unfocused, darting around in unseen panic. He would have gone sprawling onto the floor if not for Shigaraki's grip. Instead, Shigaraki twisted him mid-motion and shoved. "You're in my seat." Midoriya stumbled backward, heart hammering in his ribs like a frantic bird against a cage. The room tilted beneath him, sleep making his processing heavy, sluggish. From one of the booths, a sharp bark of laughter rang out, dry and rasping like fire eating through paper. Toga followed suit, giggling and cooing as if he were some startled lamb instead of a half-dead thing jolted out of the only sleep he'd managed to steal in days. Midoriya swallowed thickly. He turned away. Get back to work. Working in a bar full of villains was not unlike being thrown into a pit of orcus and expected to keep count of their teeth. They heckled him constantly, in ways that wavered between cruel amusement and genuine malice. He was something between a pet and a pest, sometimes a novelty, sometimes an irritation, but never quite human. It felt all too familiar for Izuku. 2 o'clock crawled around, torturous in how long it took to arrive. Izuku trudged back to his room. He barely managed to pull himself through a shower before collapsing onto his bed. The sheets smelled acrid. Smoke, burnt cloth, and something damp, like old rain clinging to concrete. Izuku exhaled sharply into his pillow. This time he remembered to shut the door. Knocks. Sharp, deliberate. Open up. Izuku shot upright, sleep still popping like foam in his brain. His fingers fumbled with the handle as he swung the door open. Stain stood in the doorway, blocking out all light, his body looming, a dark figure against the hall. His presence caged Midoriya in, made the small room feel even smaller, casting a shadow over him entirely. His eyes, shadowed beneath his brow, flicked over Midoriya once, twice, then lingered. Midoriya blinked, confused, before realizing where Stain's gaze had landed. His hair, a complete mess. Curls tangled, sticking out at odd angles, unkempt and wild like a stray cat that had been dragged backward through a bush. Stain blinked. A rare hesitation, subtle but there. His voice was as gruff as ever, but briefly uncertain. You awake enough for dash? Why yes. Midoriya cut in, nodding hastily. Stain stared. For a moment more, he said nothing. Then he exhaled through his nose, shaking his head faintly, before stepping back into the hall. Then hurry up. The city's veins of neon light pulsed. From their perch on the rooftop, Izuku could hear the distant wail of sirens, the hum of civilization below, oblivious to the bloodshed about to unfold. He sat curled against the rough concrete, knees drawn up, exhaustion pooling in the hollows beneath his eyes. His voice had been steady as he gave his analysis to Stain, practiced and completely thorough as always. He'd known a few of the targets beforehand, could predict their patterns, their weaknesses. It was the one thing he could still offer. Nearby, Stain worked, rewrapping his arms in fresh bandages, hands moving with the seriousness of a man preparing for ritual slaughter. He was an executioner, poised on the precipice of carnage. Izuku tried to follow his movements, tried to keep himself upright, to slaughter the ache pressing against his own skull. Just a second, he thought. Just a moment to rest his eyes. A hand landed on his shoulder. He jerked violently, a breathless whisper tearing from his throat. I'm awake. Stain stared down at him, expression pinched. A beat of silence stretched between them before he exhaled. Don't move from here. I'll be back soon. Izuku nodded hastily, ignoring the way the motion sent a sharp pang through his skull. His fingers twitched where they rested on his knee, rubbing circles into the fabric of his pants, hoping the small motion would keep him alert as he watched Stain vanish into the night. He shouldn't be so tired. He'd had at least 3 hours of sleep just then, and a few more this morning on the countertop, and one maybe 2, the day before that. His mind struggled to recall any further. Just a little more, he thought hazily. Just while Stain is gone. A voice cut through the black void of sleep, pulling him violently back to waking. ID. Kid. Izuku's head snapped up, the cold imprint of concrete still pressed into his cheek. Weiss. Yes dash, his voice cracked as he scrambled upright, hands shaking. Stain stood over him. Blood slicked the edges of his fingers, dried in dark smears along his arms and the corner of his mouth. His scowl was severe, his gaze sharp, cutting into Izuku like a serrated accusation. Izuku's blood went ice cold. He shot to his feet so fast he nearly lost balance. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again, I swear. He could barely hear his own words over the frantic pounding of his own pulse. Stain didn't speak immediately. He only watched, expression dark, before finally, slowly, his scowl faded into something that resembled exhaustion, or maybe disdain. He turned his head, exhaling a sharp breath. That Med League. Izuku flinched when Stain's gaze flicked back to him. There was something in it, not anger, not pity, but something else. Listen, Stain muttered, arms crossing. You're what, 12? Izuku blinked, startled by the abrupt shift. F14, he stammered. Stain made a dismissive noise. Another. Then quieter, gruffer, reluctant. You don't need to apologize for sleeping. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His fingers curled at his sides. His eyebrows twitched. But, I'm supposed to be helping you, he said, voice growing smaller with each word. I have work to do, I have to be useful to you. Stain shifted, gaze trailing out over the city. The wind whistled low between the rooftops, curling through the cracks and spaces between them. Then, without warning, Stain sighed and stepped forward, gripping the back of Izuku's sweater. Before he could protest, the world tilted, and he was hauled up and slung over Stain's shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Izuku let out a quiet yelp, kicking his feet instinctively. W8-. Your brain's gonna turn to mush at this rate, Stain muttered, adjusting his hold as he took off across the rooftops. Izuku, stunned into silence, could only cling onto him as the wind howled around them. Izuku was unceremoniously dumped into one of the booths, the leather seat creaking beneath the force. He barely had time to right himself before Stain was already striding toward Kurogiri. Dread curled in his stomach like a living thing. Izuku twisted in his seat, hands bracing against the booth's cushioned back, wide eyes tracking Stain's approach. Was he going to tell? Was he going to expose him for what he was, useless, weak, incapable? Would Kurogiri hear about his failure, his carelessness, the way he had collapsed like some pathetic, pampered child, and decide he was no longer worth the effort of keeping intact and alive? His heart pounded, breath shallow, fingers clutching at the booth's edge. I need his brain working. Stain's voice was steel, cutting through the low hum of the bar like a blade against whetstone. Izuku stiffened, the room's attention shifted. I need him rested, Stain continued, unmoved by the weight of the gazes now settled upon him. Cut back whatever ridiculous hours you got him slaving for. The air in the room changed. Dabi, slouched, lifted his gaze from beneath heavy lids, flicking it toward Izuku first, then back to Stain. Across the room, Toga and Twice paused in their card game, both turning their heads in eerie synchrony. The atmosphere, once indifferent, now stuffed with something sharp, something taut and expectant. Everyone watching for a show. Kurogiri, ever composed, let a pause settle between them before he spoke. His hours are tailored to his debt. Stain scoffed, shifting his weight, his stance rolling with barely contained agitation. His hours are going to kill him before he ever gets close to paying that ridiculous thing off. He exhaled sharply, tone dipping lower, a promise of finality curling beneath the words. Cut them back or I'm gone. Silence. Heavy, oppressive. Izuku shrank into himself, curling his legs up onto the seat as if he could somehow fold into nothing, make himself disappear. His breath was shallow, trembling, his heart a frantic drumbeat in his chest. He was a fly caught in the home of giants, and any moment now, someone would remember that he was supposed to be swatted. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed. A moment stretched. I will speak to Sensei about it. The words settled like dust on the air, a promise that could be upheld or swatted away at will. Stain lingered only a second longer, then turned, casting Izuku a withering look before disappearing into the night. The tension didn't leave with him. If anything, it grew. The eyes still stayed, still pressed into Izuku. He slid further down into the seat, shoulders curling in, spine pressed against the cool leather in a desperate attempt to disappear completely. Hey! Twice's voice shattered the stillness, jagged and abrupt, splitting between tones as he barked out, What's so special about that guy's brain? It's not even fully formed yet. The tension, like a rubber band pulled taut, snapped. And Izuku, still curled in the booth, let out a slow, shuddering breath. He didn't know whether to slink away, to run, or to stay rooted where he was and hope the shadows swallowed him whole, or someone told him what to do. Soon the choice was made for him. "Midoriya, you may go." Kurojire's voice cut through the tension, smooth and level, void of ire or judgment. Izuku flinched, his breath clogging in his throat. He hesitated, peeking over the back of the booth as if he hadn't heard correctly. His voice was small, uncertain. "Are you sure? I don't need to dash." "Go rest, Midoriya." Kurojire's tone remained cool, unwavering. "You obviously need it." And just like that, Izuku wanted to shrink into nothing all over again. Twice snickered, muffling his laughter behind a gloved hand, while Toga grinned wide enough to bare teeth. Izuku could still feel Dabi's eyes on him, though he wasn't brave enough to face the mockery of his expression. Humiliated enough. Izuku, like a newborn fawn struggling for its first steps, tried to maneuver himself upright. He had barely shifted when the whisper of steel through air. A blade embedded itself into the backboard of the booth, right in front of his face. Izuku's breath seized in his throat. His heart slammed against his ribs like a caged animal. Slowly, so slowly, he turned his head, green eyes darting toward the source of the attack. A figure lurked in the shadows of the bar. One he hadn't noticed before. Green scales shone faintly. The man's muzzle curled into a sneer, his teeth bared. "You." The words slithered from his lips like something venomous, laced with contempt. The man stood with slow, deliberate movements, his boots hitting the floor in a dull, ominous rhythm. Clunk, clunk. The sound echoed through Izuku's bones. "You got Stain's attention, huh?" The words were a growl, rough-edged and accusatory. The slitted eyes bore into Izuku, dissecting him, searching for something he could not name. "How'd you do it? What tricks did you pull?" Izuku opened his mouth. He had no answer, no defense, but no sound came out. The man's hands slammed onto the table before him, claws clicking and digging against the polished wood. Izuku flinched, shrinking further into himself as he loomed. "A weak thing like you," the man spat, voice dripping with scorn. "I doubt you even have enough of a spine to carry the weight of Stain's morals." Izuku could only stare. Serpentine eyes flickered, unblinking, their pupils thin and razor-sharp. Then they blinked sideways. Izuku bit his lip hard. For all his fear, something sparked in the back of his head. He resisted the urge to ask about his quirk, barely. Clinging on to some semblance of self-preservation. It was then that Kurojire spoke. "Spinner. Enough." Spinner's slit-pupiled eyes flicked toward him, displeasure tightening his expression, but he didn't pull away yet. "Now is not the time," Kurojire continued, his golden gaze steady. "And you will not damage the bar any further." There was no outright threat in his words, no shift in tone to suggest a warning, yet something loomed within it, undoubtedly, an expectation of obedience, absolute and unwavering. For a moment, it seemed as though Spinner would ignore him. His jaw clenched, fingers tightening against the wooden tabletop, claws scraping faintly against the surface. Then, with a sharp click of his tongue, he tore his knife from the backboard in one swift motion, a thin sliver of stuffing pulled from the ruined seat. Spinner cast one last glance at Izuku, a sneer twisting his lips before he turned, slinking back toward his seat. It was only then that Izuku allowed himself to breathe. His legs trembled as he shifted forward, his body sluggish, as though moving through water. When he attempted to stand, it was unsteady, weak, his knees nearly buckling beneath him. The villains in the room had lost interest, returning to their games and drinks, but Izuku could still feel eyes on him. He could still hear Twice chuckling to himself, still sense Dabi's sharp, lingering stare like an arrow pressed to the nape of his neck. Somewhere in the background, Toga giggled, voice lilting like a child entertained by a struggling insect caught in a web. Izuku forced his body to move. He stumbled as he willed himself toward the hallway. The door to his room shut with a hollow finality, sealing him within the small, suffocating space. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, heart and lungs constructed by heavy chains. He didn't belong here. He shouldn't be here. He wanted to go home. A sob wrenched itself from his throat, unbidden, muffled into the fabric of his own knees as he curled inward, arms wrapping tight around himself as though to keep from unraveling. His body shook. Everything inside him bubbled up and boiled, and he felt like he was going to drown in it all. And yet, the world outside moved on. Izuku woke slowly, the remnants of exhaustion clinging to him like a thick fog. His eyes burned, raw from tears, and his limbs ached from being locked in place for so long. He shifted, peeling himself from the tangled sheets with sluggish effort. The air in the room felt different, heavy, still. There were no windows to mark the passage of time, no sound beyond his own unsteady breaths. He had no way of knowing how long he had been asleep. It felt like a long time. Too long. A knot twisted in his gut. Shouldn't he have been working by now? Dragging himself upright, he forced his body into motion, each step toward the small bathroom feeling unreal, like trudging through the depths of a dream. The water was lukewarm at best, but he let it wash over him, peeling away the weight of the night before. He scrubbed at his face, at the salt-dried streaks along his cheeks, until his skin felt raw. When he stepped out, dressed in the same worn clothes as before, the air outside his room was just as stifling. The bar was quiet when he entered. The usual background murmur of conversation, the clinking of glasses, the ever-present laughter at his expense, all of it was absent. Instead, there was only Kurogiri, standing behind the counter, methodically restocking bottles with an almost meditative calm. Izuku hesitated before stepping forward. "Did Dash? Sensei wishes to see you today." The word struck like a hammer blow to his chest. Izuku froze. The name was familiar, something he heard spoken in passing, a title that existed on the edges of whispered conversations. He had never asked about it, never thought he would be significant enough to warrant an audience with the one at the heart of this organization. His mind scrambled for fragments of memory. The doctor, in those first hazy days when he had woken up in this place, had mentioned something about a man with a powerful quirk. All in one? No, that wasn't it. One for all? The syllables blurred together, so strangely familiar. All for one. A chill laced its way down his spine. Kurogiri placed the last bottle on the shelf with care before turning to face him fully. "If you have rested enough," he said, voice calm but firm, "I will bring you to him now." Izuku swallowed against the sudden dryness in his throat. His exhaustion, his aches, all of it faded beneath the creeping dread curling in his stomach. He nodded, not trusting his voice. Kurogiri, without another word, lifted his hands. The portal formed instantly, a gaping maw of inky black, swirling like a living void, devouring the light around it. It was enormous, an abyss that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of the room, whispering in a language he could not understand. Izuku hesitated only a fraction of a second before stepping forward. The void enveloped him. A sensation unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as he plunged into Kurogiri's portal. It was cold, so impossibly deathly cold. Like the moment before waking from a nightmare, weightless and paralyzed. His breath caught, strangled in his chest, and the pit of his stomach dropped away as if swallowed by the abyss yawning in front of his eyes. Then, just as suddenly, it ended. The fall ceased in an instant, and solid ground met him with brutal abruptness. His knees nearly buckled, his shoes scuffing against the floor as he struggled to steady himself. The air was thick. Not humid, not stifling, but dense with something oppressive. It pressed against his skin, wormed into his bones. He essayed in a breath, trying to steady his hammering heart. The sterile scent of disinfectant stung his nose. Machinery beeped, rhythmic, a heartbeat in the silence. Slowly, Izuku lifted his head. The room was vast, white tiles gleaming beneath low lights. And at its center, in the eye of it all, sat Sensei. Izuku's throat closed. A chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature ran down his spine. He did not know how, but some part of him, something primal, something buried deep in the marrow of his bones, knew. He was standing in the presence of something far beyond him. This was not a man. The chair in which he sat was grand, but he did not lounge. No, he simply existed, And that alone was enough to fill the space, to take up all the air in the room, to leave no gaps for anything else. His presence was inescapable, slipping through every crack, suffocating, terrifying. All for One regarded him from his seat, still save for the slow, mechanical rise and fall of his chest, the faint hiss of machinery filling the silence between them. It was impossible to tell if the man was amused, assessing, or simply patient. A deep, mechanical breath. A voice. "I have been waiting to meet you, Midoriya Izuku." The sound of his own name, drawn out, perfectly measured, would haunt him for a long while after today. "I must say," the voice continued, "you are quite the curiosity." Izuku's stomach twisted. His knees nearly buckled. He was going to die. That was the thought he couldn't quieten. But he didn't run. He didn't dare run. He didn't even breathe too loudly. He kept his mouth glued shut, hands clenched tight at his sides, because he knew. He knew better than to speak unless directly asked, knew better than to stumble in the presence of something like this. "You see," All for One continued, voice smooth as silk, deliberate in every word, "the good doctor has been kind enough to provide me with some reading material." There was a slow and unhurried movement. A single hand lifted from the arm of his chair, plucking something from the table beside him with an almost idle motion. Izuku's breath hitched. He recognized it instantly. His notebook. His stomach lurched. "How lucky for me," All for One mused, flipping lazily through the pages as if leafing through a novel at his leisure, "to have the author under my roof." Izuku swallowed. He felt exposed, stripped bare. It wasn't just paper, not to him. It was everything. His thoughts, his observations, his analysis, heroes, their habits, their weaknesses, even points of exploitation. And now it was in his hands. "Your attention to detail is impressive," All for One continued, voice perfectly even, utterly unknowable. "Thorough. Meticulous. And all this analysis. Tell me, was this merely a hobby, or did you have a greater purpose?" Izuku's lips parted, but no sound came out. His heart pounded. His fingers curled tighter at his sides, nails biting into his palms. "That it was dash," he swallowed. Forced himself steady. "It didn't work. I was just notes. Things I observed. I just wanted to learn from them, the heroes." A soft hum. "Please." The notebook was set down. The quiet thud of it against the table rang louder than it should have. "I know what Stain wants from you." Izuku stiffened. "I imagine he sees the same potential I do, an informant, a strategist. Someone to load the gun before it shoots." The pause. Then, a breath of amusement. "How fortunate for you that I am willing to invest in your potential as well." Ice coiled through Izuku's veins. It was already too late. He hadn't spoken much, barely said anything at all, and yet, without realizing it, he had already been ensnared. Caught beneath a thumb he hadn't even seen coming for him. A single motion. A lift of the hand. Kurogyri, silent in the shadows, stepped forward. He held out three things. A laptop. A new notebook. And a single sheet of paper, names scrawled in ink. "Consider this an assignment," All for One said smoothly. "You will research the names listed here. Dig into them. Present to me anything of use. You have 1 week to provide a report. No longer than that." Izuku stared. His throat was tight. Words hovered somewhere between protest, plea, and compliance. But he didn't argue. Because this was not a request. Refusal was never an option. "You will, of course, still be working for Kurogyri." All for One continued, unhurried, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "He will update your schedule accordingly. You will have breaks until Stain comes for you. How you use that time is your choice." The beat. "I suggest you don't waste it." A cold exhale. A slow, shaky breath. This wasn't just about paying off a debt anymore. This was something else. Something far more condemning. And the worst part? Izuku hadn't even had to say much of anything at all. He had already demed himself. The second he filled that first notebook. The second he reached for it after Bakugu threw it away. And the second the doctor decided to look through it. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, a new laptop pressing down against his lap, a new notebook pristine in his trembling fingers. The room was quiet, the kind of stillness that pressed in around him, suffocating, stifling like hands around his throat. Kurogiri had barely spoken when he returned him here, only a single glance, a reminder. Be ready for work at 4. Izuku had nodded, silent, shell-shocked, feeling as though he had just brushed against death itself and somehow, been allowed to keep walking. But the feeling hadn't left. It still wrapped tight around his body, settling deep in his stomach like stones in a riverbed. Slowly, almost mechanically, he opened the laptop. The screen flared to life with a soft glow, illuminating the stark lines of his face. The time blinked at him in the corner. The date. He stared. Almost a month. A month he had been here for. Had it really only been that long? It felt like longer. It felt like so much longer. Time inside the bar had twisted in strange ways, becoming just one long, endless haze of work and exhaustion, days and nights bleeding together until he wasn't able to keep track of when one ended or began. But now, for the first time, he had access to something else. The world beyond this suffocating den of villains, glowing on the screen at his fingertips. He set down the notebook. His hands hovered over the keyboard. He could do anything. He could look up news reports. He could search for his mother. He could send something, some message, even if he didn't know where to begin. But he wasn't that stupid. They would know. He had no doubts about that. They wouldn't have given him this if they didn't have a way of monitoring it. If they didn't already know exactly what he could and couldn't do with it. So, instead, Izuku turned his attention to the paper beside him, the names scrawled there in a clean, precise hand. The people he was meant to study. To map out their weaknesses, their blind spots, the places they faltered, the places they could fall. He opened the notebook next, running a hand over the page. Waiting for him to fill them with details. With the information that would most likely lead to these people being hurt. He was providing an execution method to the sentence. His stomach twisted. Why did it feel so much worse? He had done this before, hadn't he? Writing, analyzing, breaking people down to the barest threads of their abilities and habits. He had helped Stain do the very same, had spat out mouthfuls of information about heroes who, in one way or another, had been deemed unworthy. But these names, these heroes, he wasn't sure if they had even done anything wrong. Izuku swallowed hard, staring down at the empty page before him. It felt like a line was being drawn here, thin and fragile, and he was standing with his toes right on the edge of it. The pen felt heavier than it should in his fingers. And yet, after a long, shaking breath, he lowered it to the page. By the time 3 rolled around, Izuku had made shamefully little progress. The notebook sat open, pages sparse, ink barely touching their white expanse. He had written only the barest skeletons of the heroes' profiles, names, ages, quirks, whatever surface-level knowledge he already possessed. But beyond that, he hesitated. Each word he wrote felt more difficult than the last, like pressing the ink to the page was sealing their fate, binding them to something far beyond his control. A week. He had a week to complete this. Izuku forced himself to push it aside. Later. He would finish it later. For now, he had other things he could do. With a slow, steadying breath, he pushed the notebook closed, setting it aside as he rose from the bed. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for the sink, splashing cold water onto his face, letting it drip from his chin as he gripped the edges of the basin. He exhaled through gritted teeth. Focus. You have work, you have no time to sit in indecision. When he lifted his head again, his reflection stared back, hollow-eyed, gaunt, scarred. He turned away before he could think too hard about it. It was as he left his room, the door clicking shut behind him, that the thought occurred, now that he had this source of information, this vast ocean of data at his fingertips, couldn't he do more than just fulfill all for one's orders? He could do more for Stain too. The idea burned through the unease in his chest, a flare of something purpose? Justification? He wasn't sure. But it was something. With the laptop, he could research properly. No more cobbled-together guesswork, no more relying on rumors or old interviews he had watched months ago, even years. He could track hero routes, scandals, gather every sliver of data possible. He could slip into private reports, hospital records, bank statements, all the hidden threads that stitched a person's life together. He had done that before. But this time, it was different. This time, it wasn't just curiosity that drove him to such lengths, it wasn't for selfish reasons. This time, it was to make things better, and helped someone who had given him a chance. Kurogiri was waiting when Izuku arrived at the bar, silent as ever. The man barely acknowledged him beyond a single nod as he passed behind the counter, beginning his usual tasks. Izuku fell into routine easily, mind still occupied with the web of possibilities now open before him. It was only when he turned, a tray balanced in his hands, that he felt it. Izuku's grip on the tray tightened. Spinner, the man from last night, the one with angry eyes that had burned into Izuku like acid. He was watching him. Izuku didn't dare meet his gaze. He forced himself to move, to work, to keep his hands busy even as his pulse pounded in his ears. Focus. Just focus. He had bigger things to worry about than whether or not Spinner wanted to carve him apart. Time dragged. Izuku felt it in every slow tick of the clock, every clink of glass against glass as drinks were poured and pushed across the counter. The night ebbed and flowed, villains drifted in, loitered, left. Some argued, some laughed too loud. But through it all, Stain never came. Izuku knew. He watched. He had counted the minutes, the seconds, as they slipped past him, as they bled into hours. And others noticed, too. Dabi was the first to rub it in. Guess he finally realized your dead weight, huh? His voice was all smirking cruelty. He tipped his chair back, boot hooking around the leg of the table, watching Izuku like one might watch a bug trapped in a jar. Can't blame him. Toga hummed, tilting her head, eyes glinting. Poor Izu. Is he feeling abandoned? She clasped her hands under her chin in mock sympathy, pouting. That's so sad. Twice chuckled, about to say something too, then accidentally knocked over his drink. Izuku swallowed hard. His mouth felt dry. His heart was a lead weight in his chest, sinking, dragging him under. Stain wouldn't just leave him here, right? He still had use for him? He was still needed, still worth something, still worth anything. Spinner said nothing, but he was grinning. A small curl of his lips, barely there, just at the corner of his mouth. A quiet, knowing thing. It made Izuku feel like he had failed. That he had already been abandoned and was the last to know. His fingers curled into his sleeves, nails pressing into his palms. His chest was too tight, his breath too shallow, his eyes stinging. Then the door pushed open. Izuku flinched, his head snapping up, breath caught in his throat. Stain strode in, wrapped in the scent of blood, something bundled beneath one arm. He cast a glance at Izuku, sharp and assessing, then jerked his head toward the door in a silent command. And just like that, the dam broke. Relief surged through Izuku's veins, so sudden and overwhelming he almost stumbled. He shoved himself up from his seat, ignoring the burn of unshed tears, the sting of lingering stares, and followed, his feet moving faster than his thoughts, as if terrified Stain might vanish if he didn't hurry. Outside, the night was cold. The wind bit at his skin, slipping through the thin fabric of his sleeves, chilling the tips of his ears. He shivered. Stain turned to him, and without a word, tossed the bundle into his arms. Izuku fumbled to catch it, fingers tangling in thick, heavy fabric. He blinked, startled, and looked down. A coat. Dark green, thick, with a hood and a high collar that would cover the lower half of his face when zipped. To hide your identity, Stain said, watching him closely. His voice was gruff, rough like stone. It's irresponsible to let you walk around so exposed. Izuku's throat tightened. He clutched the coat, the fabric heavy in his hands. His voice cracked. He bit his lip, swallowed, tried again. Thank you. A sniffle slipped through before he could stop it, and he rubbed at his eye. Fingers trembling. Stain shifted, looking vaguely uncomfortable but didn't comment. Izuku quickly pulled the coat on, the material swallowing him whole. It was warm, solid, shielding in a way he hadn't realized he needed. He tugged the zipper up, hiding his mouth behind the collar. Stain barely gave him a moment before he grabbed him, The movement practiced, familiar, routine. Izuku barely had time to brace himself before they were moving. Rooftop to rooftop, shadows slicing through moonlight, the city sprawling out beneath them. The wind howled, cold and sharp, rushing past his ears. Izuku kept his grip tight, his breathing steady. For a while he said nothing. But his mind churned. Finally, as they landed atop a building, momentarily still, he opened his mouth. I have a laptop now. The words tumbled out before he could second-guess them. He hesitated, then forced himself to continue. I can research heroes in advance. If you want, I can be more accurate, a lot better. I can be more useful for you. Stain turned his head, gaze considering. Izuku held his breath. A grin, sharp and pleased. Stain clapped a hand on his shoulder, a low snicker. And with it, Izuku felt like everything was worth it. Izuku returned to his room, fingers gripping the front of his new coat, warmth blooming in his chest despite the chill of the night air that followed him in. The fabric still carried the faint scent of leather and cold metal, something that Izuku hadn't realized could be so comforting. Stain hadn't abandoned him. He still needed him. Izuku's heart squeezed at the thought, at the weight of what it meant. Stain had given him something, not just the coat. He had given Izuku the authority to dig deeper, to seek out the filth hidden beneath polished hero facades. He had been given a bigger purpose. Entrusted with something important to Stain. Given names, directives, hunches. His mind thrummed with it, reciting each name like a mantra, determined to write them down the moment he could. He couldn't afford to forget. But first, he had a different task to complete. All for One's assignment came first. He needed to finish it, and finish it well. If he did this right, if he exceeded expectations, then he could move on to Stain's task without hesitation, without guilt or doubt. With his life too, he would prove himself. He had to. For days. That was all it took. Not a whole week. 4 days of scouring the internet, combing through public and private records, piecing together interviews, financial reports, court documents, videos, academic history, anything and everything he could get his hands on. He didn't sleep. Not properly, not like he should have. He didn't need to. Not when his mind was alight with purpose, fingers itching with the need to keep going. There was no time to stop. His hands ached from writing, ink staining his fingertips, but it didn't matter. The initial, hesitant notes from his first day had been ripped out. Sloppy. Useless. He had started over, dedicating a fourth of the book to each of the 4 heroes he had been assigned. Their quirks, their schedules, their weaknesses, he knew them now, intimately, as if he had walked in their shoes, as if he had lived their lives. It was done. Izuku snapped the notebook shut, staring at it in his hands. His body felt like it should be trembling from exhaustion, but it wasn't. His heart pounded in his chest, eager, excited. He was still useful. Kurogiri was silent when Izuku approached, notebook in hand, claiming it was finished. At first, he did not speak, merely looked at him, like he was waiting for Izuku to correct himself, to take back his foolish words, to realize his mistake before he was forced to correct him. But Izuku didn't. He swallowed hard, nervous but resolute, and stammered, "I really have. I finished." The notebook flipped open in his hands, pages fanned out, thick with lettering and careful notation. Kurogiri's gaze was hard, raking on the evidence of Izuku's work long enough to make the teen uneasy. Then quietly he spoke. "If you are so confident," he said, mist curling at his fingertips, "then you may present your work yourself." A portal opened before him, and Izuku hesitated only a moment before stepping through. Cold. Beeping. A slow, steady rhythm. Izuku's breath held itself. Seated, his form was larger than Izuku had remembered, a presence that demanded attention, that suffocated the space around him like a living, breathing void. The machinery at his side whirred softly, tubes and wires feeding into his body, keeping him tethered to life. Izuku's fingers clenched the notebook. The man tilted his head slightly, as if acknowledging his presence, then lifted one hand, palm open. "Come closer." Izuku obeyed before he could think otherwise, feet moving of their own accord, bringing him before the looming figure. The hand remained extended, patient. Waiting. Izuku swallowed, then slowly, carefully, placed the notebook into All for One's grasp. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, pages turned. Slowly, deliberately, one after the other, each given its due scrutiny. All for One read, and Izuku waited. His nerves twisted into knots, stomach churning, his heartbeat loud in his ears. He watched the only visible part of the man's face, his mouth, just barely visible beneath the mottled scars that was the rest of his head, twitching into something unreadable. A smile. Cruel? Pitiful? A mask? Or please? Izuku couldn't tell. But he needed to. And then, finally, All for One closed the notebook, his hand resting atop it, fingers drumming lightly against the cover. "This," he murmured, voice smooth, "is quite well done." Izuku's breath caught. The words were simple. Deceptively so. But the weight behind them, the approval, sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. He had done well. He had met expectations. And All for One was pleased. The man's fingers tapped the notebook once, twice. "I knew you were capable," he continued, voice thoughtful, "but I admit, I did not expect this level of dedication." "Very good." Izuku bit the inside of his cheek, barely stopping himself from shifting on his feet. "I just wanted to make sure it was dash," he hesitated, struggling for the right words. "As useful as I could make it. I didn't want to waste your time." All for One's smile widened. "Good," he said, nodding. "That is the proper mindset. Work done swiftly is admirable, but work done well is invaluable. Together." Izuku swallowed again, nerves still dancing along the edges of his mind. All for One leaned back slightly, fingers steepled. "You have potential, Midoriya Izuku," he mused, voice dipping into something almost indulgent. "It would be a shame to waste it as a simple bar hand." Izuku stiffened. "Tell me," the man continued, tilting his head, "would you like another assignment?" He asked it as if he were offering a gift. And in a way he was. An opportunity, a use for Izuku's years of hard work. Izuku's fingers twitched at his sides. He thought of staying. He thought of the names he had yet to write down, the heroes he had yet to research. He needed the laptop, the access. He needed this purpose, and besides, he had a very strong feeling that refusing this chance would not make anything easier for him. Carefully, he lifted his chin, determination settling into his bones. "Yes." His voice was steadier now. "Sure. I would." Kurogyari did not leave immediately. Izuku could feel it even as he stepped through the portal, the disorienting pull of space folding around him before he landed lightly in his room. The mist didn't retract immediately. Turned. Kurogyari stood there in the doorway as his wreath of shadows rescinded, the portal closing. The world felt silent, suddenly quietened as he looked at Izuku. For a moment, Izuku thought he would speak, say something, give some parting instruction. This sort of hesitation was very unusual. But in the end, Kurogyari only lowered his head slightly, his shoulders shifting in something rigid, a barrier, a reset in his presentation. "Don't forget," he uttered, voice low, "you have work tonight." And then, with nothing more, another portal opened around him, the mist curled, the air pulled tight. And he was gone. Izuku stared at the space where he had been, body and mind reeling with questions he couldn't begin to untangle from one another, before exhaustion crashed into him like a falling beam. His limbs melted into the mattress, muscles jelly in the aftermath of standing before All for One. Now, in the safety of his room, with a heavy sigh that seemed to dispel the lingering terror roiling in his stomach, he wanted nothing more than to rest. His heartbeat was still steady, not racing with fear, not pulsing with adrenaline, just thrumming with purpose. He had done well. He had another assignment. He'd be wanted for just a little while longer. His nap was short. When he woke, there was no time to waste. He had work to do. He didn't have the notebook anymore, meaning he had no place to write down everything he found. No paper, no pages to stain with ink. But that was fine, it didn't matter. He had his mind and his memory, and a pen and his skin. And he would make do. It was 2 hours before he had to get to the bar, 2 hours in which he could finally, finally siphon out every last piece of dirt and weakness in the heroes Stain had asked him to. The names he had been given, entrusted with, charged with dissecting and exposing. He couldn't help the guilty excitement that lanced through him. Izuku wouldn't let him down. His fingers danced over the keyboard, pupils dilated as he scoured the depths of the web, burrowing into places he had hesitated to go before all this. And when there were numbers, when there were coordinates or routes or key patterns he could not afford to let slip, he'd write. The ink skirled across the tender stretch of his forearms in small strokes, words running between his fingers, reminders scrawled across the veins at his wrists. And he kept going. He was eager to prove Stain right. Eager to show him that he hadn't wasted his time, hadn't wasted his effort, hadn't wasted his trust in Izuku. That he was worth the trouble it took to keep him alive. When it was time for his shift, he shut the laptop, shoved his chair back, and threw on his uniform. The coat Stain had given him lay folded in his closet, neatly. Izuku hesitated, then pulled it out, smoothing his fingers over the fabric. It was too precious to risk out there with him while he waited. So, he folded it again carefully, precisely, and tucked it into the storeroom before heading out. Tonight, he worked with ease. His movements were lighter, smoother. His hands didn't shake. His mind wasn't clouded with doubt. He worked without hesitation, without distraction, the quiet hum of information still processing at the edges of his mind. For the first time in months, the gnawing, hollow pit in his chest was filled with something solid. Purpose. Direction. And it must have showed on his face. Because when Shigaraki entered, he barely had to glance at Izuku before scoffing at him. He was clawing at his neck, fingers scratching raw, leaving red lines of irritated skin behind. As he passed through, Izuku watched. The handles, the counter disintegration curling at the edges of every surface he touched. That wasn't intentional. Shigaraki was frustrated. His teeth bared, a snarl pulling at his lips, but it wasn't directed at anyone. It was a grimace of frustration, of irritation, and his nails rose to rake at his throat like an itch that wouldn't be reached without chunks of flesh being shoveled out of the way. Without a word, he stalked to the kitchen, grabbed a massive bottle of soda, jammed it under his arm, and left, growling, muttering, shoulders tense. Izuku watched him go, a sliver of unease settling in his stomach. That expression, that kind of frustration from Shigaraki wasn't entirely usual. Even more unusual that he didn't snap at Izuku or throw something. But before he could dwell, the door creaked open. The moment Stain entered, Izuku nearly tripped over himself to fetch his coat. The second the fabric was on his shoulders, he darted after the man without hesitation. Stain barely had time to exhale before Izuku was already rambling, words cascading too quickly, too frantic, his excitement making him impatient. "Their patrol routes, that is, of the heroes you were hoping to get tonight," he gasped. His chest was heaving, his mind racing. His thoughts were spilling over, too fast to contain, tumbling out of his mouth before he could think to stop them. T2 of them operate on separate patrols, but there's an overlap in the Southern District. Valor Strike passes through at midnight every third Thursday. He's ex-military, very good in close combat, but otherwise reckless. He relies too much on brute force. It leaves openings when he overextends. And he has a pretty prominent weak spot. His shoulder was badly injured at some stage during deployment. It's in old combat reports, buried under standard paperwork and accolades. But it's there. Izuku's voice was growing faster, breath hitching. He's also violent. Emotionally unstable. His temper has cost him more fights than his skill has ever won. If you frustrate him, force him into a prolonged engagement, he'll make a lot of mistakes. And in terms of malpractice in the field, it's all their unreported injuries, settlements paid out to civilians, even bank transactions linked to shell accounts, hush money payouts for grievous bodily harm. Shut it for a minute. Izuku snapped his lips shut. And then, before he could react, Stain grabbed him and hauled him up. The motion was effortless, routine, and Izuku barely had time to gasp before the city blurred around them, cold wind slicing against his face, rooftops passing beneath them in rapid succession. Then, solid ground. Izuku barely got his footing before the words started again, spilling out unstoppable. The other one, the one with the photokinetic quirk, Lightbringer. He had to change his patrol route after the highway collapse. Which means he's unfamiliar with the area, unfamiliar with the routes, unfamiliar with other patrol units. More vulnerable. He relies on his quirk, the manipulation of light to create concussive flashbangs, but it drains him if he's indoors or in low-light areas. I found records of his fights, he's strong, but assigning him to a night patrol was a dumb, arrogant move. His energy depletes too quickly. And Izuku shoved up his sleeves, revealing ink-streaked skin, his arms covered in frantic script. He has dozens of false records, Stain. Falsified rescues, battles he was never even present for. The extent of his experience is clearly much more underwhelming than he'd like people to believe. Stain's gaze snapped to his arms, eyeing the detailed scribble closely. Izuku's breath held. This wasn't the first time he had been scrutinized. It wasn't the first time someone had viewed him with assessment, picking apart his worth, his usefulness. But this was different. Stain was looking at him with something sharp, something set, something just shy of approval. Izuku stammered, continuing, suddenly feeling like he hadn't explained well at all. Rambling as per usual. The two of them would be easy for you to take down, and I found a lot of reasons why they deserve to be, too. A slow, deliberate grin curled on Stain's face. Well, Stain murmured. You did dig deep. Izuku swallowed. His pulse pounded against his ribs. I wanted to, he admitted, voice raw with something ugly and needy. I wanted to do something useful for you. The unreadable glint in Stain's eyes sharpened. Then from now on, you'll find my targets, he said simply, tilting his head. Izuku collapsed onto his bed the moment he stepped foot inside his room. The mattress was thin, the sheets stiff and rough, but he sank into it like he was sinking into the very bones of the earth. His body ached, muscles stiff, tendons tight. And yet, despite that, he didn't sleep. He couldn't. His gaze drifted down to his arms. Ink stained his skin, smeared slightly from sweat and movement, but the words remained clear, decisive. Transactions, weaknesses, connections, calculations, locations. Heroes dissected. And Stain had smiled. Stain had actually smiled because of him. Because of what he had done. Because he had been useful. Izuku doesn't even remember the last time he made his mother smile. All for one had been pleased as well. The man had taken his work, had read through his notes with an expression that Izuku still couldn't quite decipher, and approved. He had been given another assignment. More work. More heroes to study, more pieces to place. He was doing villains' work. Helping to kill heroes. The thought should have horrified him. Once he would have fought against it, screamed that this wasn't what a hero did, that this wasn't what he was meant to be. Because Izuku Midoriya had once idolized heroes. He had worshipped them. He had filled entire notebooks with their names, their quirks, their strengths and weaknesses, not to tear them down, but to understand them, to learn from them, to follow in their footsteps. Because heroes are great. Heroes save people. But in reality, there is no such thing as absolutes. All Might himself had said Izuku had no place in the hero world. The very same man he had devoted his life to, the man whose every word, every movement, every ideal he had absorbed into his very being, had looked him in the eyes and crushed every last hope he had left. The pro-heroes had yelled at him for saving a life. He had thrown himself into the fray, had acted when no one else did, had done something to help, only to be punished for it. And Kaken, Bakugo, the one everyone had said would be an amazing hero, the one everyone had praised, the one who stood at the pinnacle of all their expectations, the one that had been lifted onto a pedestal and crowned since they were kids. Bakugo had almost killed him, had watched him bleed, had left him there, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, wounds gaping, blood soaking into his clothes and pooling beneath him. And he hadn't even bothered to get Izuku help. To even stay for a moment. Izuku saw him run away. He let out a slow, shaky breath. Heroes could be amazing, but most of them were not. And the only person who had ever accepted him, who had seen him, who had taken him in, who had given him something, anything, a place to belong, was Stain. His fingers curved around his wrist, tracing the ink marks, feeling the ghosts of every word he had written, every detail he had drawn into his skin. Maybe he couldn't be a hero, but this he could be. Kurogiri handed him a timetable. Work, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. The rest of the time was his. Izuku's fingers tightened around the paper. This was order. Structure. He had a schedule now, a direction. The nights and early mornings belonged to Stain. Then he would sleep, briefly, sparingly, just enough to function, before throwing himself into his next assignment. He would pay off his debt. Not just the one of blood and obligation, but the one that sat heavier than iron in his chest, the moral debt he owed to Stain. For believing in him. For not giving up on him. For giving him a chance. That was all Izuku had ever wanted his entire life. Kurogiri's voice cut through his frantic thoughts. "Do not be late for your responsibilities," the man warned, his tone as even and distant as ever. Izuku nodded hurriedly, clutching the timetable like a lifeline. "Of course. I'll be on time, I promise." Kurogiri gave him one last, long look before disappearing into the hall. And Izuku, buzzing with an energy that left his fingers twitching and his thoughts racing, found himself left alone in the bar with Shigaraki. The leader of the league was slumped on the couch, one leg thrown over the armrest, his red eyes burning under the shadows of his hand. The nails on his other hand scraped against his skin, leaving behind thin, irritated welts that only deepened the longer he raked them over himself. The television droned on in the background, flashing scenes of heroes in pristine costumes, smiling, waving, mocking. Shigaraki listened to it, only growing more agitated, working himself up. The remote was right next to him. He could turn it off if he wanted to. But the man was obviously in a mood. Izuku thought, fleetingly, that if he so much as breathed wrong, he might find his own body collapsing into ash. But then, "Why do you look so effing happy?" The words came in a growl, low and dangerous, but lacking an edge of true malice. Izuku blinked. Shigaraki's red gaze was on him now, piercing, impatient for an answer. Izuku's mouth ran ahead of his brain. "I have a schedule now." Shigaraki stared at him. The silence stretched. A laugh. If that's what the noise could be called. It was sharp, dry, almost disbelieving. "A schedule?" Shigaraki repeated, incredulous. His fingers tapped against his collarbone, restless, twitching. "That's what you're excited about?" Izuku, feeling the weight of that gaze, hesitated. "Why yeah." A long pause. Then, Shigaraki rolled onto his side, burying half his face into the couch cushions. "Stupid NPC," he muttered. But he wasn't murderous. Izuku counted it as another thing great about this day. The sound of glass shattering sliced through the usual low murmur of the bar, sharp and sudden, a discordant note in the lazy afternoon lull. Twice jolted upright, the movement sharp, unrestrained. "Sheet! Idiot!" he hissed, frustration warring with distress as he rushed forward, already reaching for the fractured remains of whatever had broken. His hands hovered, torn between scooping up the shards or cursing the accident further. Before he could decide, Izuku moved. It's okay, I'll do it," he stammered, voice mild, pacifying. His small smile was an attempt to settle the other man, to soothe away his agitation. He crouched quickly, nimble fingers ghosting over the glinting edges, careful but quick. Twice hesitated, blinking at him, before. Another sudden crack of impact. A curse of annoyance. Shigaraki's controller hit the table with a force that rattled the glasses. Izuku flinched, jolted. His breath caught, his muscles tensed, and in that instant of startled movement, the shard between his fingers bit deep, slipping through skin. A sharp, wet sting followed, his other hand instinctively closing around the remnants in his palm. The jagged edges buried into flesh, crunching, sinking. A hot bloom of red surged forward, quick and expanding. Twice panicked immediately. "Oh, that's not good, what the hell, kid dash?" Izuku's own voice wavered, but his expression was light, dismissive. It's not a big deal," he said, shaking his head quickly, as though he could brush it off with words alone. He barely winced, though the way the blood poured, he mentally cursed at himself. I'll just clean it up real quick before I get it everywhere dash. His movements were brisk, careful, but already the blood was slipping, smearing, marking the floor with vivid strokes. And then, oh, Toga had been watching. Now she was closer, her voice light, eyes gleaming. The moment the scent hit the air, sweet and metallic, she perked up, interest spilling across her face in a delighted, feverish grin. Oh, pretty, she hummed, bounding over, her movements all sharp energy and intent. Her fingers caught Izuku's arm, glass still clutched in his bloodied palm, as she leaned in close, eyes drinking in the wet, dripping red. Her voice lowered, conspiratorial. Can I have a taste? A hush seemed to fall, thick and expectant. Even Twice stilled, staring. And then, Izuku just blinked. His mouth opened slightly, then closed. His expression didn't shift, no apprehension, no revulsion, just an odd, quiet consideration. Then softly, almost uncertainly, yeah, that's okay. The pause. See, can I clean this up first, though? Toga's grin cracked, stretching wide, her teeth glinting like small, eager blades. Her cheeks burned red, her fingers twitching against his sleeve. Aren't you just the sweetest, she crooned, breathless, delighted as she let him go. But don't make me wait too long. Izuku exhaled and resumed his work, gathering the shards with careful, blood-slicked fingers. Twice hovered nearby, muttering to himself, half-heartedly trying to help while side-eyeing the young man like he'd just grown a second head. Doesn't that hurt? Twice asked, words tumbling in a tangled mess of emotions, half worry, half exasperation. And another thing. Kid, you know Toga dash. He gestured vaguely toward the girl in question, who had skipped a few paces away, swaying on her feet with all the patience of a cat about to pounce. Dunno if you actually got that, but she just asked to drink your blood. I thought you were supposed to be normal. Izuku only hummed in reply, pressing a rag against his palm, watching the fabric stain dark. He was definitely not normal and probably never had been. Once the mess was cleaned, he straightened. Toga wasted no time. Okay, she chirped, dropping down next to him and practically buzzing as she produced a syringe, twirling it between deft fingers before gripping Izuku's wrist. Now gimme. The needle bit into Izuku's arm with a sharp sting. He winced, breath catching as the rubber tube pulsed, dark red siphoning from his vein into the canister Toga clutched with giddy hands. A deep pull, blood rushing up into the vial, thick and dark, swirling in the clear casing. Toga made a pleased little sound in the back of her throat, watching as the liquid filled the syringe, giggling slightly. A thin trickle of warmth ran down his forearm where she'd somewhat missed the mark, but she didn't seem to care, too fixated on the slow, rhythmic filling of the vial. She was humming, swaying, eyes fixed on the blood swirling within as if watching something mesmerizing. And yet, despite his own blood draining, despite the light-headed pull starting in his skull, Izuku's attention didn't waver. Instead, his head tilted. Slightly. The canister looked to be around 750 milliliters, which is a pretty substantial amount, more than a standard blood donation, more than anyone should probably have taken in a single sitting. Does Toga need the full amount for a transformation, or does that just let her maintain it for longer? If a few milliliters were enough to satisfy her quirk, but larger quantities extended the time limit, then taking so much blood would probably be about convenience rather than necessity. And how much of the DNA in the blood is actually utilized? If a milliliter contains 20 to 40 micrograms of DNA, and a usual full unit of 500 milliliters has 450 micrograms, then 750 milliliters would hold around 675 micrograms of DNA. But how much does her quirk actually process? Would processing more DNA per transformation make the transformation itself more stable? More detailed? Longer lasting? Or is there a threshold where the first few micrograms activate it, and the rest just add more time? So how does it work, exactly? He asked. He was hesitant, but above all, extremely curious to pick her brain about its mechanics. Toga blinked. Your quirk? Izuku murmured. I was wondering, Does it work off a minimal amount of DNA, or is a certain quantity required for transformation? Toga stared at him. Twice, who had been watching from the side, let out an incredulous noise. You're literally getting drained like a juice box and you suddenly want to chat? You never chat with me. I'm just curious, he said, realizing that this is probably the most he's spoken around them. Then, glancing at Toga, he added, if that's okay? Toga blinked again. Then, slowly, her grin returned, bright and split-wide, eyes glittering with something dangerous. Oh, she practically purred, pressing the plungers slightly to watch the blood swirl. You want to know about me? Her fingers flexed, pulling another syrup-thick rush of blood into the chamber. I could drink a little, sure, but then I'd have to keep drinking to keep it going. This way, I don't run out mid-fun. So it is mainly about duration, Izuku murmured, watching as another thick wave of crimson climbed the vial. Is there a limit to the amount of time she can stretch a transformation, no matter how much blood she takes? If there's a cap on duration, then Toga hoarding blood might be pointless beyond a certain point. But if transformations degrade over time due to DNA breakdown metabolism, then constant intake longer transformations might be true? His voice was soft but insistent, measured but eager. And the time limit? Does it wear off with the natural breakdown of blood outside the body? Does fresher blood yield a stronger quality of transformation? His fingers tapped against his knee, a habit, scribbling onto the fabric as a substitute for his notebook. Or is there a different mechanism involved? Some kind of metabolic assimilation? His obsession, his hunger for knowledge, met hers, an insatiable thirst of a different kind. Twice was staring at them both like they were strange. Toga beamed, leaning closer, needle still nestled in his vein pushed slightly deeper. Zuzu, you're so cute when you ramble. But Deno, never noticed. So she hadn't tested the age factor. If DNA degraded, would that make transformations less stable over time? Would the details blur? Would she be able to feel the difference? A shuddering pulse tugged through the tube, his vision swam for a second. His fingers felt a little colder than normal. And is there a cap? I mean, even if you drank a gallon of blood, there has to be a limit to how long you can hold a transformation, right? Or does the longevity magnify? Toga giggled, lifting the now-filled canister, shaking it slightly. Deno, never tried drinking that much. Her grin widened, canines flashing. But now I wanna. Izuku paled. That's not what I meant. A giggle bubbled up from her throat, sharp and delirious, before it spilled into full laughter. Not her usual shrieking, manic laughter, but something quieter, something more startled than crazed. Her cheeks were flushed, her grin splitting her face in the most genuine way it ever had. The needle slid free. Izuku barely noticed aside from the sharp sting, his mind was still racing. He flexed his hand, feeling the slight tremor of lost volume, his body already trying to compensate. Toga held up the canister like a prized jewel, cooing at it before clutching it to her chest. The blood, his blood, sloshed within the glass, a dark and viscous red, and she clutched it close, cradling it with reverence. Thank you, Zuzu. Gonna go play with this now. She scampered off, her delighted giggles trailing behind her like the sound of silver bells on a funeral cart. Izuku pressed his thumb against the blood beading from the injection mark, pulse hammering beneath his fingertips. Well, he had gotten some answers about her quirk, but not as much as he would have liked. Even knowing about the durability factor, it still left a lot of guesswork for his other questions. Izuku exhaled slowly as he pushed himself to stand, the edges of the bar tilting and spinning, more than the usual feeling he got when he stood. The edges of his vision blurred, swaying like candle flames in a draft. His breath came just a little too light, his limbs just a little too slack. From the side, twice twitched forward, a half step of instinct before stopping himself. His hands jerked up, then back down. Izuku saw it anyway, caught the uncertain movement from the corner of his eye. A soft, breathless huff. Something sparked in Izuku's chest at that, the kindness of that gesture. Ah, thank you, Izuku said, genuine and warm. Twice made a noise, a muttered mix of syllables, words fighting over each other in his throat, indistinct but not scorning. Shaking off the lingering fog of dizziness, Izuku turned and walked back to the counter. Twice had knocked over his beer, so it only felt right to get him a new one. He reached behind the bar, grabbing a fresh bottle and turned back, pressing it into Twice's hands with a small, easy, "Here you go," before making his way toward the kitchen, where he could wash out the bloody rag. Twice didn't move for a long moment, fingers curled loosely around the bottle, watching the kid disappear into the back, movements careful but not scampering, shoulders sagged and hands covered in cuts. A strange little thing. Way too polite. He didn't know what to make of him. When Toga pranced back into the bar, it was not in her own skin. Izuku blinked. It was like looking into a mirror, but not quite. She had taken his form, yet the difference was palpable, the energy radiating from her sharper, more alive than he ever felt in his own body. Her head tipped back, a breathy giggle tumbling from his lips, his voice, but richer, tinged with exhilaration, stretched with something that almost seemed pleasure. "Aren't I cute?" she crooned, running his hands over his arms, fingers trailing up and down, pressing against muscle, against bones that had grown to fit him, not her. Her voice was also in almost perfect mimicry, warped only by her own manic delight. Izuku watched, fascinated, as Toga twirled around in his skin, delighting in the transformation. It was strange, uncanny even, to see his own features reflected back at him with such exuberance, his usual expressions replaced by a wide, gleeful grin's backslash. "It's, whoa," he awed, staring at his own face, not relayed like a reflection, not distorted or false, but whole. "It's so seamless. Is there any delay? Any unnatural weight to the form?" Toga grinned, and on his face, it looked wrong, too sharp, too wide. "Ah, you're such a little nerd, Izuku," she purred, tapping against his nose with his finger. Hers. She swayed in place, her entire body alight with something restless. "Isn't this fun? You're so weak, so light." She laughed, bouncing on her heels, stretching her arms above her head with an almost feline grace. "I feel hollow but in a cute way. Like a little doll." Izuku's brows furrowed, thoughtful. His head tilted slightly as he observed her. "Oh, so it's subdermal too. Internal structures, vocal cords, weight and energy. Do you feel different? Or does it still feel like you're in your own body?" Toga hummed, shifting from foot to foot, as if testing something. Feels kinda the same? But also, like, not the same." She giggled. "It's like, I know I'm still me, but my body moves different, and, oh." She flexed her fingers. "Your hands feel weird. I like them. Small and soft and dash." Izuku cut in, not intentionally, but because the hands she extended didn't have a cut on them, not like his own covered in gauze and freshly cleaned gashes. "So the injuries I have don't transfer to you?" He caught himself. "I guess they wouldn't, if your quirk relies on the DNA factor rather than a full replication of physical state." She pouted. "Nope. Your little scrapes and bruises? All gone. I get a fresh, shiny, perfect you." That confirmed one theory. Izuku tapped a thoughtful finger against his chin. "What about internal conditions? Like, if I had a fever, would your body replicate that? Or how about a genetic disease? Cancers or tumors?" Toga blinked, considering. I don't think so. I dunno." Interesting. So the transformation was a near-perfect replication of an individual structure, but it didn't copy active biological conditions. Where's the line drawn? That raised another question. "What about your brain?" Izuku asked, eyes sparking with intrigue. "Does your quirk alter neural pathways? Chemical messaging? Do your thought patterns shift to match mine, or do you think the same way you always do?" Toga grinned, rocking on her heels. "I still feel like me. But it's funny, sometimes if I really like someone, it's easier to be them. Like I already know how they move, how they smile, how they act. That makes it more fun." So familiarity played a role in the effectiveness of her transformations. The more she knew someone, the more naturally she could embody them. It was a fascinating quirk, far more complex than simple mimicry. Izuku adjusted and tugged on his bandages, still watching her with rapt attention. What about muscle memory? If I were a trained fighter, would you instinctively know how to fight like me, or would you still have to rely on your own combat skills? Toga clapped her hands together, bouncing. Oh, good question, good question. So, I think it's a little of both. I can move like them, yeah, but if I don't know how to use their body, I gotta figure it out myself. Like Dash, she grabbed a knife from her belt and twirled it between her fingers, effortlessly smooth. If I turned into someone who was, like, crazy good with a sword, I might feel like I could swing it right, but I wouldn't know how to actually fight unless I practiced. That made sense. She wasn't just copying a person, she was becoming a version of them that still carried her instincts, her own baseline skills. Then, he murmured, half to himself, if you transformed into someone with enhanced strength but no actual combat experience, you'd still have their physical power, but you wouldn't suddenly know how to apply it effectively? Toga gasped, eyes gleaming. Oh, you got it. Izuku barely registered her excitement, too lost in thought. This quirk, it had so much potential. He needed more data, more details. Toga, however, seemed entirely thrilled by the attention. No one had ever asked her about her quirk like this before, no one had looked at her with anything but fear or disgust or horror. But Izuku? He was staring at her like she was a wonder to be unraveled. And oh, she liked that. She took a step closer, pressing a cold palm against his chest, curling her fingers there, feeling his heartbeat, her own mirroring it in borrowed veins. Our pulses are in sync too, Izuku, see. Wow, so it's even to that level. He gasped, mind was alight with analysis, wonderment. The beats of their heart, thumping at the same time as each other, same pace, same everything. Their blood flowed at the exact same rate. She cackled, hopping in place. You're so cute, she sang, grabbing his wrists and twirling him in a circle with her. Izuku barely stumbled, already thinking through possible tests. Twice, sitting at the counter, chugged his new beer. Zuzu, I'm bored, can I have more blood? Toga's voice was a sing-song lilt, syrupy sweet with an edge of impatience, the way a child might whine for a treat. She leaned over the counter, elbows propped against the scarred wood, watching Izuku with bright, expectant eyes. Izuku blinked at her. His fingers twitched where they polished a glass, mid-movement. He tilted his head slightly, a gesture so small, so naive, it made Dabi huff a quiet, incredulous breath through his nose from where he perched at the counter. Didn't you take a full canister just yesterday? Izuku asked, blinking, genuinely puzzled. Did you use it all for the one transformation? Silence fell, heavy and immediate. Dabi flicked his gaze toward Toga. Twice coughed sharply. Because they all knew. She did not need a full canister for a single transformation. That would have lasted her a week or more, even if she used it every day. So what, exactly, had she done with the rest of it? Toga pouted, swinging her legs under her stool. I needed a lot for your transformation, Zuzu, that's why it turned out so well. Weren't you impressed? She insisted, her lower lip jutted out, golden eyes wide, pleading. And Izuku, of course, nodded along, accepting her words without question. He placed down the glass, hands wringing the cloth. So both duration and quality is dependent on DNA quantity. If stability and detail also depend on DNA quality and amount, then more blood, a more accurate transformation with fewer discrepancies. Less blood, shorter, maybe unstable transformations with blurred details. Dabi exhaled through his teeth, slow, deliberate, looking up, just to make sure gullible wasn't written on the ceiling too. But before Izuku could question it further, the air in the room shifted, folding in on itself in a ripple of darkness. A portal yawned open in the dim-lit space, curling through the bar. Kurogyari emerged first, fluid and composed, the golden glow of his eyes fixed on Izuku before he even had the chance to react. Midoriya, he intoned. Izuku startled, his hands jerking into motion as if realizing too late that he had paused, that he had been caught in stillness. Weiss? Sorry, he stammered, hurried, feeling like he had already done something wrong. Kurogyari looked poised to speak, but before a single word could pass through the mist, Shigaraki moved. Faster than thought, his hands snapped out, catching Izuku by the throat in a grip that was tight, dangerously tight. Shigaraki's grip, 4 fingers pressed to his throat, his pinky deliberately hovering just off his skin. One more touch and his body would crumble into dust. A threat Shigaraki looked like he was barely restraining himself from carrying out. Toga shifted in the corner of his eye, hopping off her stool. Izuku barely had time to gasp before he was yanked forward, his body dragged off balance, stumbling into the hall as Shigaraki's grip curled like a noose, dragging him along with the same casual force one might use to toss out the trash. Izuku didn't fight back. What would be the point? He dangled in Shigaraki's grasp like a rag doll, feet barely scraping the floor as he was hauled through the League's hideout, dragged down flights of metal stairs that rattled under their weight. The air grew colder the deeper they went, thick with damp and something else, something both disgusting and sterile. Shigaraki was muttering, his voice low and venomous, speaking more to himself than to Izuku. Why would Sensei want trash like you to be here for this? His nails dug into Izuku's skin. What could you do that I can't? What makes you so effing important? Izuku didn't answer. He didn't think he could. His throat was tight, ears filled with the rapid thump-thump-thump of his own pulse. Then, suddenly, Shigaraki shoved open a heavy door, and Izuku was yanked inside before being unceremoniously dropped onto the cold tile. He gasped, coughing, hand flying to his neck as he scrambled upright. The room was bright. Blindingly so. Harsh white light flooded the space, bouncing off the pristine silver counters and metallic walls. But the cleanliness, the clinical sterility of it all only made the thing in the corner more grotesque. Izuku froze. A mass of gray, yellowing flesh sat hunched in the farthest part of the room, twitching like a dying insect, the thick corded muscle twisted unnaturally beneath its skin, shifting in places that shouldn't move. Its brain was exposed. Pulsing, raw, lined with black veins that ran down the nape of its too thick neck. Instead of a mouth, it had a metal beak, bolted where lips should have been, and its bulbous, milky eyes bulged too far from its skull, as if squeezed into ill-fitting sockets. Wings, leathery, torn, stitched together with patches of varying skin, were curled awkwardly at its sides, trembling. Clawed hands twitched and flexed against the floor. It wasn't moving. Not really. It was waiting. Paused, huffing and wheezing. Izuku's breath hitched, stomach twisting violently. The air in the room felt very wrong. Someone was watching. A man sat at the console nearby, smiling. The doctor. The one who had stitched Izuku up. His glasses reflected the light, obscuring his eyes, but his grin was wide, unsettlingly patient. He adjusted his gloves, fingers tapping methodically at a tablet. "Ah, you're just in time, Shigaraki," he mused, voice dripping with an almost fatherly amusement. "Shall we begin?" Shigaraki crossed his arms, gaze flicking between Izuku and the creature in the corner. "Yeah, do it." The doctor hummed, pressing something on his screen. Then electricity burst. It crackled through the air, violent, sparking off the exposed metal bolts in the creature's arms. The creature screamed. A horrible, inhuman wail tore through the room, rattling Izuku's bones and churning his blood. The thing convulsed, body slamming into the walls, wings unfurling and thrashing so violently that the lights flickered. It was trying to get away. It was trying to escape the pain. Izuku's body reacted before his brain could catch up. His hands shot up, his voice broke. "Stop. You're hurting it." Shigaraki's expression twisted into something strange as he regarded Izuku. A mixture of disgust and confusion. Like Izuku had interrupted his toy, like he was the weird one for being freaked out. Like this was anything like acceptable. Izuku's stomach turned. The doctor, however, simply chuckled. "Oh, how sentimental." The electricity cut out. The Nomu slumped forward, its large, heaving chest rising and falling in heavy, shuddering breaths. The scent of burnt flesh stung the air. Smoke curled from its body, drifting toward the ceiling. Izuku swallowed down the bile clawing up his throat. This was wrong. So wrong. Hot tears were already staining his cheeks. "You're upset," Garaki noted, adjusting his glasses. "Why?" Izuku's mouth opened, but no words came out. His throat clenched, chest taut, heart roiling. Garaki tilted his head, looking at him as though he were a curiosity under a microscope. He gestured toward the Nomu, smiling. This is a masterpiece of modern science. My work, Sensei's vision, and Shigaraki's army. You should be honored to witness such an achievement. Army. His head whipped toward Shigaraki, whose gaze was locked on the trembling Nomu with something almost like glee, excitement to put his new gadget to use. Izuku's breath came out shaky. You're making more of these? Shigaraki smirked, tipping his head. What do you think? That this was the most horrible thing he has ever seen. He was all too suddenly reminded of the exact type of place this was. His gaze darted back to the Nomu. The scars, the patchwork muscle, the way its limbs didn't match. Its fingers, each one belonged to someone else. Someone else. Someone who used to be. His eyes widened. Garaki noticed the shift. Ah, he said, voice almost gleeful. So you figured it out. Izuku couldn't breathe. The Nomu, it was made of people. Mangled together, shoved and stitched into something that wasn't human anymore. Something that could only gurgle and writhe in pain, but not have the autonomy to run. Izuku's knees wobbled. His nails dug into his palms. Why am I here? His voice came out hoarse, wavering. Why did Sensei want me to see this? Garaki smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Because, he said, you're supposed to learn from it. This wasn't learning. This wasn't science. This was torture. This was beyond. Shigaraki turned, watching Izuku carefully, something simmering in his eyes. Why are you buffering? He drawled, fingers twitching at his sides, spindly like spider legs. You're all about analyzing quirks, right? Dismantling them? Shigaraki gestured sharply to the Nomu, pointing at it while a wheeze and slow curl cracked his lips. That's what this is. Optimization. Stripping down junk data and repurposing it. Bad code stitched together into something marginally less pathetic than before. The Nomu let out a low, garbled whimper. Its malformed body twitched, curling in on itself. Izuku stared at it, his hands trembling at his sides. Shigaraki's bloodshot eyes widened, smile dropping for a split second. Oh, I think I get it now, why Sensei wanted you to understand this. Then, that grin stretched wide, into something horrifyingly giddy, manic. Go on, take a good look, this could be your next update. Izuku could feel it, something inside him fracturing. He thought he understood. But that feeling frayed beneath his fingers, splintering apart even as he tried to fathom it at all. Oh God. If he faltered, if he disappointed Sensei, if he made even the smallest mistake, this would be his fate. A wretched amalgamation of muscle and decay. An existence robbed of name, of memory, of self. His throat was bubbling with a sob, a beg for clarification, but no words came out. His mind screamed, clawing for some kind of reprieve, but his body, his traitorous, trembling body, refused to move. He simply froze up, suffocating within himself. Nomu, get up! Shigaraki twisted away from Izuku, going on to something more entertaining than watching him lag and huff in terror. The thing before him writhed in compliance, shaking and rolling in agony, limbs spasming before, somehow, it found the strength to push itself upright. The floor was slick beneath its hands, wet with its own fluids, but it did not falter. It obeyed. Shigaraki's lips curled, his glee as sharp as broken glass. A whisper of a giggle, childlike in its amusement. Now stand still. Shigaraki reached out. Flesh cracked, blackened, turned to dust. A piece of the Nomu's arm crumbled beneath his touch, muscle peeling away to reveal the glint of exposed bone. But the creature did not recoil, did not flinch, it simply stood there, shoulders hunched, unseen eyes staring into nothing. Shigaraki laughed. Just an empty shell with a power-up. This one doesn't even run, doctor. The doctor, however, was not watching the Nomu. He was watching Izuku. The assessment in his gaze was heavy, cloying in its knowing amusement. He had the look of a man who had already come to a conclusion, one he found fascinating. Izuku's breath stuttered. His muscles coiled tight, instinct whispering something wrong, wrong, wrong. His voice shuddered to life for only a second. To move. Faster than breath. The Nomu lunged. Izuku barely had time to gasp before claws ripped through his sweater, through his pants, raking deep into flesh. He was yanked forward, arms wrenched against his sides as he was crushed into a mass of wet, fevered muscle and trembling limbs. A terrible, hollow sound tore from the creature's throat, not a scream, not a growl. Something agonized, something desperate. Shigaraki snarled. "What the F? Do you think you're doing? You're supposed to follow commands, not glitch out on me." The Noma did not respond. It only curled tighter around Izuku, the sickly scent of scorched flesh and old blood clinging to its skin. Izuku's mouth fell open, a silent gasp caught in his throat. It wasn't letting go. He was trapped, legs bent awkwardly, crushed against its trembling form, its claws pressing deeper, puncturing through fabric into flesh. He should be afraid. He should be terrified. And yet, as the Nomu stared at him, breath wheezing through its metal-plated maw, Izuku could not look away. Because those eyes, those horribly human eyes, weren't filled with rage, weren't gleaming with bloodlust. They were pleading. Izuku's heart stopped. A sharp crack of bone, Shigaraki kicked the Nomu in the spine. "Let him go, you piece of trash." No response. Shigaraki's hand shot out, fingertips grazing the Nomu's side. Flesh crumbled. Muscle shriveled into dust. Izuku choked as the Nomu convulsed. But still it did not let go. Shigaraki's lips peeled back. "Defective trash dash." A chuckle. Low, rich, amused. The doctor was watching this unfold with a deep, sinking satisfaction, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Izuku's pulse pounded. W dash. He didn't get to finish before a crackle ripped through the air. The room exploded in white-hot agony. A scream, his own or the Nomu's, he couldn't tell. His spine arched, limbs seizing as the voltage surged through him. The Nomu convulsed against him, its claws tightening, digging deeper. The pain was indescribable, a fire beneath his skin, burning him from the inside out. And then, nothing. His body slumped, head lolling, the horrible scent of scorched fabric and flesh filling his lungs. Then it all went dark. Izuku awoke to agony. It wasn't the sharp kind that came suddenly, it was deeper, marrow-deep, a dull, throbbing ache that bled through his bones. His nerves were frayed, every inch of him trembling, and it took a moment before he realized where he was. His room. The same dim walls, the same too-thin mattress beneath him, the same cold air biting at his skin. He had been dumped here, unceremoniously, left sprawled across the sheets like a discarded ragdoll. For a long moment, he couldn't move. His mind was still catching up, clawing at the memories just beyond his current understanding, sluggishly piecing together the remnants of something wretched. His fingers flexed against the ruined fabric of his shirt, feeling the stiff crust of dried blood. His body ached, his skin raw where claws had punctured, where the current had punished through muscle and bone. Then wings. The grotesque unfurling of them, slapping against metal walls. The smell of charred flesh. Terrified, bulging eyes, staring, pleading, seeking something it no longer had words for. Izuku forced himself up, every movement dragging, the very air around him pressing and suffocating. He reached blindly for his laptop, fingers shaking as they traced over the keys before he checked the time. Work was soon. His schedule had not changed. The world had not stopped. He exhaled, slow, shuddering. He moved in a haze. His feet carried him to the bathroom, the floor icy beneath his bare soles, his reflection a pale, ragged thing in the mirror, hollow-eyed, lips cracked, skin littered with claw marks and bruises like the aftermath of some great beast's mauling. The fluorescent light flickered, buzzing dully. He turned away. The water hit his skin like needles. He had expected the water to soothe, but it only made everything worse, his wounds blooming into fresh stings, sharp and burning, reopening under the spray. His legs folded beneath him before he even registered it, and suddenly he was curled in on himself, arms wrapped around his knees, water streaming down in rivulets. It hurt. But it was nothing compared to the pain he had seen. That thing? No, not a thing. The gnome. The creature that had clawed at him, not in hunger, not in mindless aggression, but in something close to desperation. It had wrapped itself around him, trembling, seeking something in the hell of its existence. And he had felt it, in the way it clung to him, in the way its pained vocalizations had rattled against his skull. It was afraid. It had once been human. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his forehead to his knees. That would be him. If he failed, if he slipped up, if he was deemed more useful as something else, this would be his fate. He swallowed, throat tight, and forced himself to move. He scrubbed at his aching skin until it burned, trying to erase the memory, the lingering feeling of claws crushing and electric volts. When he emerged from the shower, his fingers were pale and pruned. And despite his efforts, the sensation of being unclean remained. His clothes hung loose on him. His pants were still torn, the fabric shredded at the thighs where claws had ripped through. But it would have to be fine. He had no others. He had work to do. Stain waited outside for him this time, where the flickering glow of a dying street lamp made the world feel grimmer, harsher. The hour was late, the city silent save for the distant hum of traffic, and yet, the moment Izuku turned the corner, Stain knew something was different. The boy moved mechanically, steps too measured, too careful, like something wounded forcing itself forward. His gaze was distant, unfocused, hollowed out. Stain's sharp eyes flickered to the papers held tightly in Izuku's hands, the careful penmanship stark against the pages, the ink betraying no hesitation, no wavering strokes. Yet the fingers that clutched them trembled. Stain said nothing. His gaze dipped lower. The tattered pants, the fabric ripped along the thighs, revealing pale flesh marred by scratches and deeper wounds, barely scabbed over and bruising. The thick coat he gifted covered everything else, shielding whatever injuries lurked beneath. He could smell some sort of antiseptic, but beneath it, there was the unmistakable iron tang of blood. Still, he did not comment. Izuku handed over the pages, his shoulders remaining tense, his breathing shallow. His eyes flickered up to meet Stain's for only a moment, green, dulled and unsure, before looking away. J. Jumpstart will be patrolling the eastern ward, near the Hirozen overpass. He sticks close to the old freight district. It's easier for him to maneuver, compact buildings and all. Midnight routes, mostly, though he doesn't stick to a strict schedule. Why, you'll catch him between 1 and 3 a.m. That's when he gets comfortable. Izuku adjusted his stance, shifting off one ankle like any prolonged weight on it was unbearable. His quirk kinetic drive enhances his limbs. He's fast, nimble, can scale walls, kick off ledges, redirect momentum midair. But he doesn't think ahead. A shuddering breath. I've watched surveillance footage of him fumbling landings, overextend jumps. He throws himself into fights expecting instinct to carry him through. No precision. No strategy. He leaves obvious openings. He finally glanced up at Stain. And doesn't vet his calls. He shows up to anything that sounds like trouble. If you bait him, he'll come running. He's reckless. He's also been caught gambling illegal tables more than once. Stain grunted, prompting him to continue. Izuku nodded, the motion shallow and quick. There's documentation, unfiled reports, missing hours, last-minute reschedules. He's left entire districts unattended because he was too busy wasting money in some backroom. And every time, his agency scrambles to clean it up. Izuku looked away. Any other hero would have been fired, should have been, stripped of their license, and blacklisted from the field. But Jumpstart's uncle is the chairman. A parasite, then. Stain took the papers without a word, folding them into the inner lining of his coat. He turned, glancing over his shoulder once as Izuku followed. Good work. Stain descended, the rust red of his tattered scarf trailing behind him like a specter's veil. The hero startled. He hadn't expected or anticipated an attack. Izuku watched from his perch, half hidden on the rooftop's ledge, fingers curled tight around his personal notebook. He had seen Stain fight before, watched from afar, piecing together his movements, his tactics, the careful efficiency with which he culled the unworthy. But this hero, Jumpstart, wasn't careful. Not in the field, and not in his personal life. And carelessness led to death. The hero twisted, desperate, his wide, panicked eyes darting up the alley's walls. He sought escape, not battle when he realized who had him cornered. He fled. He launched himself onto the drift. Izuku barely had time to react before Jumpstart's body slammed into him, an unintentional collision of flesh and force. The breath was driven from his lungs as he hit the rooftop hard, his notebook slipping from his grasp, pages fanning open in an unceremonious sprawl. The hero sprung upright, then froze. His gaze flicked down. He saw the notebook. The careful scrawl of notes, detailed, deliberate. He saw the way Izuku's face was half hidden, the way he had been there, poised at the perfect vantage as Stain attacked below. The hero's expression twisted. You dash. Izuku barely had time to move before Jumpstart lunged, his knee driving into his stomach, fist to his nose, and a hand twisting into his collar. You little BS, you're with him, aren't you? Izuku choked, gasping around the blood pooling down his face and dripping down his throat, twisting, but Jumpstart was stronger, his enhanced grip like steel as he wrenched Izuku forward before slamming him down, the rough gravel of the rooftop scraping against his skin. Izuku panicked. Not because of the pain, though the pressure against his injuries and ribs made his breath shallow, his head light, but because he had gotten in the way. He had made himself a liability. He hoped Stain wouldn't be angry. Jumpstart's grip was bruising. He snarled something, but Izuku wasn't listening, too focused on the tightening grip, the threat, the calculation of every possible move left to him. Izuku twisted, small and quick, dislodging the hold on him only a bit, slipping through the narrow spaces between strength and opportunity. His knee came up, hard, knocking against the hero's wrist, and as the grip loosened, just slightly, he surged, kicking him square in the mouth. Jumpstart recoiled with a grunt, but Izuku didn't wait to see if it had done damage. He scrambled back, his breath coming sharp and uneven, chest rising and falling like a trapped thing. A shadow fell across them both. Jumpstart barely had time to turn before Stain was there, descending upon him like some eldritch judgment. The hero stumbled, hand reaching, but Stain was faster. There was no fanfare to his movements, no wasted theatrics, no hesitation. Only a blade, only the swift, inevitable arc of steel. A wet, gurgling gasp. Izuku sat frozen, his legs curled on either side of him, his hands pressed against the rooftop's cold surface. His own breath was ragged, but it paled in comparison to the wretched sound that tore from Jumpstart's throat as he collapsed, body spasming, fingers twitching. Blood painted the rooftop in thick, slow-spreading rivulets. Stain exhaled. His shoulders rose and fell with emotion, his sneer barely visible beneath his scarf as he watched the body at his feet. Pathetic, he muttered, kicking the corpse onto its back. His eyes flicked up, sharp as razors, settling on Izuku. For a moment, there was silence. Izuku exhaled, shoulders shrinking in an instinctual cower, apology. You got in the way. Izuku flinched. His fingers curled against his palms, nails biting deep into his skin. He bowed his head, pressing his lips together, swallowing past the tightness in his throat. Did I know? I'm sorry. The pause. Then a huff. Not quite annoyance. Not quite anger. Izuku struggled to understand what it meant. Before he could, Stain turned away. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Izuku shuddered. His hands trembled as he reached for his notebook, for the pages now stained with flecks of red. Izuku spent the walk back to the bar, pain shuffle more like, cupping his bleeding nose, trying to lessen the mess on the front of his coat and sleeves. He desperately hoped it would wash out, he'd fix it up as soon as possible. Please don't let Stain's gift to him be ruined. Toga's golden eyes snapped toward him instantly when he stepped in, feline and gleaming, her expression alight with curiosity and something sharper. She pushed up from where she had been lounging against the counter, a pleased hum curling from her lips as she approached, her gait light, almost playful. Oh, Izuku, she cooed, her smile stretching wider. You smell all coppery tonight. So pretty. It makes me hungry. Can I have some more blood? Izuku startled, his shoulders stiffening under his coat. He wasn't sure what to say, what the right response even was. But Toga was staring at him expectantly, her head tilted, eyes bright with anticipation. Hesitantly, quietly he nodded. Okay. Thanks, Izu. You're so sweet. She breathed, voice high and sweet, like a girl receiving a confession. Her fingers twitched, eager, already reaching for the syringes at her belt. A firm hand seized the back of Izuku's collar, yanking him forwards before Toga could lunge. Izuku made a small, startled noise as he was hauled away, his feet stumbling against the floorboards. Stain barely spared Toga a glance, his grip unwavering as he dragged Izuku out of the bar without ceremony. Not tonight, he muttered, his tone edged with irritation, with something almost protective. Toga only pouted, her lips pushing out in an exaggerated show of disappointment. Boo, she huffed, hands falling away from her equipment. You're no fun. But Stain was already gone, the kid in tow. Izuku didn't protest as he was marched down the hall, his mind still caught in the haze of the night, in the phantom ache of hands grabbing at him, of his back hitting concrete, of blood pooling in the grooves of the rooftop. When they reached his room, Stain shoved the door open and all but dumped him onto the bed. Izuku barely had the energy to move, sinking into the mattress, his fingers pressing lightly to his ribs where they throbbed beneath the fabric of his coat. His body was a map of fresh wounds and dull aches, and now that the adrenaline was fading, they were beginning to make themselves known. Stain didn't speak as he rummaged through the pockets of his pants, finally pulling out a rag and an instant cold pack. The cold pack crunched under his grip, the chemical reaction activating, and then Izuku wrinkled his nose as the rag, damp with the scent of stale iron and rust, was pressed against his face. The fabric was rough against his skin, scraping against the dried blood crusted beneath his nose. Izuku flinched slightly, but didn't pull away. Take off your coat, Stain ordered, his tone gruff, leaving no room for argument. Izuku hesitated. He thought about resisting, about telling Stain that he could do this himself, that he was fine, that it was okay. But the man was staring at him, eyes sharp and expectant, and Izuku had learned very quick that Stain wasn't someone to be ignored. So, reluctantly, he shrugged the coat off his shoulders. The moment the fabric peeled away, Stain's expression darkened. The white sleeves of Izuku's work uniform were soaked in places, red blooming through the fabric like ink spilling across parchment. The wounds were hidden beneath the layers, but the fact of their existence was undeniable. These injuries weren't from tonight. Stain exhaled slowly through his nose. Where did you get these? Izuku swallowed, fingers curling against his knee. He hesitated for only a second before shaking his head. It's nothing, he murmured, his voice small, exhausted. Stain's eyes narrowed. You're bleeding through your clothes. Izuku gave a small, strained laugh, as if that was something funny. Yeah, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. I'll clean it up. Really, it's okay. Who did this? Stain interrupted, his voice quiet but firm. Izuku froze. There was something in the way Stain asked, something tense, something pressing. Izuku swallowed again, dropping his gaze. It's nothing, he repeated, voice softer this time, like an old, frayed thread pulling. Stain watched him for a long moment. Then, without another word, he tore off a strip of the rag and tossed it to Izuku. Izuku caught it instinctively, his hands moving on fumbling autopilot. Stain said nothing else. He stood, turning toward the door, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he lingered just there. Izuku exhaled, offering a small, tired smile. Thank you, he said, for saving me again tonight. Stain didn't respond. He only watched for a second longer before stepping out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind him. Izuku sat in silence, pressing the rag to his nose, the scent of blood thick all over him, surrounding him. He was tired. Izuku stepped inside the bar quietly. He did most things quietly these days. Still, Kurogiri turned at his entrance, a brief pause in his ever-fluid movements. The golden glow of his eyes flickered down once, twice, assessing. Your attire, he finally said, voice smooth as running water, is in quite the state. Izuku exhaled, soft, weakly. I know. The words were neither defensive nor apologetic, merely a statement of fact, defeated. He didn't expect there would be anything done about it, only to see Kurojire's disappointment in him. Kurojire did not sigh. He never did. But the very air around him seemed to shift in a way that suggested the inclination was there, as if he would have tisked if he were the sort of man to make such noises. Instead, without another word, he lifted a hand, and the space beside Izuku folded. It wasn't a consuming, erratic thing, not the way it was when others were swallowed by his mist. No, this was careful, a simple displacement of reality itself. In the time it took for Izuku to blink, a new set of clothing lay waiting on the worn countertop. Kurojire approached and rolled up the teen's sleeves before Izuku could reach for the items, fingers precise as he retrieved the ever-present first aid kit from beneath the bar. His touch was particular as he unwound the gauze. Izuku's eyes widened, startled a bit. "You should be more careful," Kurojire murmured, binding the bandages neatly, ensuring they lay flat against Izuku's skin. "You are not yet accustomed to this life." Izuku flexed his fingers, testing the tightness, awed a bit. "I'm trying." The pause. Then, in a voice quieter than before, almost distant, "Yes. I suppose you are." The bandaging complete, Kurojire did not step away immediately. Instead, with that same unhurried grace, he reached for something in midair. The mist curled, and then an ice pack. Small, wrapped in a fresh towel. "For the swelling," he said, pressing it gently to the bridge of Izuku's nose. Izuku accepted it with a soft huff of breath, startled, gracious. "Thank you." Kurojire only inclined his head, a motion so slight it was nearly imperceptible. He didn't coddle. He didn't fuss. But he was the only one in this place who treated Izuku with something bordering on consideration. "Change." Kurojire turned back to his tasks and instructed, in the way that left no room for argument. Izuku obeyed, gathering the items and ducking into the storage closet. He peeled away the ruined fabric, quickly tugging on the new shirt and pants. Crisp, fresh, unbloodied. In the place that this is, Kurojire wasn't quite a shepherd, maybe something more similar, the steady fog that lingered between the trees, watching. Ensuring that, for now, the smallest of them wasn't wholly devoured. "'Cause, nice." Izuku's chest felt light, a little less burdened than before as he smoothed his clothes in place. The door creaked open, and the acetic scent of burnt flesh and scorched concrete rolled in. Smoke clung to Dabi, like an afterthought trailing behind him in sluggish, curling wisps. He stepped inside the bar with the slow, deliberate gait of someone who'd spent too long on their feet, every motion strained, shoulders heavy beneath the weight of exhaustion. His coat was scuffed, edges burnt where fire had liked too close, his boots tracking in the remnants of soot. Izuku glanced up from where he was restocking bottles. Dabi barely acknowledged the room, didn't glance toward Kurojire or the others lounging. He simply made his way to an empty booth, exhaling hard as he slumped back against the worn leather seat. The sound that left him was guttural, less a sigh, more a harsh expulsion of breath, like it hurt to inhale. His hands, trembling at his sides, pressed against the edge of the table. Bright blue licked at his lips as he exhaled, small flickering tongues of flame dancing over split skin before dissipating into the air. It was automatic, an after effect, like his body didn't know how to turn off the heat entirely. But Izuku's eyes caught something in it. The flame wasn't uniform. Amid the electric blue, there were hints of something dimmer. The tiniest flickers of dull red near the edges, brief, fleeting, as though his fire was struggling to sustain itself. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. A red flame meant a problem with combustion. Incomplete burning. Lack of oxygen. Lower temperature. A weaker flame. Dabi's fire didn't do that. It wasn't supposed to, as far as Izuku knew. It had only always been that incredible blue. His mind spiraled through possibilities, concerns and curiosities cropping up quick. Oxygen depletion? Pulmonary strain? Was his body literally struggling to keep up with his own? Had he overexerted, pushed too hard, burned too much? How long had he been using his fire tonight? Dabi let his head tip back against the booth, blinking sluggishly at the ceiling. His breath was slow and intentional, but Izuku could hear the faint rasp beneath it. Heat damage to his throat? Overexposure to his own superheated air? Was he suffocating and not even realizing it? A sound broke through his spiraling thoughts. The ever-present hum of the television was turned louder. Spinner held the remote, eyes intense as Stain's picture was shown on screen. And in other news Izuku turned his head sharply. Another tragedy strikes the hero community as authorities confirm the death of yet another pro-hero at the hands of the infamous hero killer, Stain. The screen flickered, displaying grainy footage of police tape fluttering under streetlights, cordoning off the entrance of a darkened alley. Sirens pulsed in the distance, casting blue and red glows against damp pavement. Last night, the body of Jumpstart, an up-and-coming hero, was discovered in eastern Hirozen. Officials have yet to release full details, but sources suggest his death follows the same brutal pattern as Stain's previous victims. Jumpstart is only the latest name in a string of hero fatalities, a grim and increasingly common occurrence that has sent ripples of fear throughout the nation. The anchor adjusted their notes, eyes sharp as the footage on screen changed. However, reports compiled over the past month suggest that Stain may no longer be working alone. A new image, blurry, grainy, barely more than a smear of motion. A figure being tugged through the periphery of a streetlight's glow. A coat drawn tight, a hood shadowing most of their face. Green fabric caught mid-motion. Authorities have begun noticing a pattern, a second figure, seen whenever Stain appears. Yet another eyewitness has stepped forward, describing an encounter with this unknown presence. The screen cut to a man, hunched and fidgeting beneath the flickering neon of a convenience store sign. He looked at the camera, his eyes, enlarged like magnifying glasses, shifting restlessly, the nerves in his voice evident. I saw through it. Wasn't like Stain. He was bouncing on his heels, all jittery, like he couldn't stay still. Kept low, real low, close to the hero killer. And his eyes, man, big eyes, like he was seeing everything at once. Like a DMN rabbit. The footage faded back to the newsroom, the anchor's voice cool, professional, but laced with something else, interest, intrigue. On online forums, speculation is already running rampant. Discussions, theories, and frantic debates have led to the emergence of a name for this mysterious figure. The screen displayed a scrolling forum post, white text against a dark background, messages flying past in rapid succession. Words highlighted, bolded. Usawagi. The rumor rabbit. A pause, the weight of the words settling. A specter at the hero killer's side. What their true intentions are, whether they are a disciple, an ally, or something else entirely, remains to be seen. Authorities urge caution. If you see anything suspicious, report it immediately. The news segment ended, cutting to the next story. The bar was silent. Izuku stared, frozen stiller than a marble statue. Baby's first news report. Toga's delighted coo shattered the tension, her grin wide and sharp. She clapped her hands together as if she'd just watched an infant take its first steps. Izuku barely heard her. His heart was stammering in his chest, too loud in his ears. He was on the news. He had been seen, spotted. People had given him a name. Usawagi. His lips parted slightly, stunned, disbelieving. It felt surreal. Dabi let out a short laugh, gurgling, crackling like his own throat was scorched. Rumor rabbit? Guess I can't call you doggy anymore, huh bunny? Spinner pushed himself to stand, slamming the remote down, kicking the booth he was sitting at, then storming out of the bar. Izuku's mind swam. A vigilante name. A sight quirk had caught him, had pinned his fidgeting, and twisted it into a signature. A bunny. It was absurd. It was actually humiliating. More importantly, what would Stain think? The door slammed open with the grace of a hammer upon a skull. A sharp, jarring crack against its hinges, like the very wood winced beneath the impact. The sound of it, the brutal finality of a gavel sentencing the condemned. Conversations died mid-sentence. Laughter shriveled into silence. The bar, loud and seedy and thick with the reek of alcohol, was somehow composed enough to still. Stain entered like a harbinger. He was in civilian clothes, unrecognizable without his usual gear, and he didn't even glance at the faces now turned toward him with annoyed or curious eyes. Instead, he crossed the room with that slow, deliberate stride that made men uneasy without knowing why. Something in their marrow recognized him. A creeping unease slithered through the bar, a pulse of something primal whispering danger, danger, danger. He didn't look at them, didn't acknowledge their wary glances, their aborted movements. He crossed the room in measured strides, and the air seemed to tighten with each one. Izuku had been at the counter, a glass in one hand, a cloth in the other, half polishing away smudges. When the door slammed open, he had frozen mid-motion. A newspaper slammed against the bar. Bottles rattled from the impact. Ink caught the dim light, the words glaring, stark and so completely undeniable. Rumor rabbit. A new player enters the hero killer's war? Izuku's stomach turned to lead. His throat closed. His breath locked somewhere in his ribs. His grip failed, the half-cleaned glass slipping from his fingers. It struck the counter, dull and solid. A quiet sound, nearly swallowed by the silence, but it might as well have been a gunshot. Stain's eyes, burning and unwavering, found his. It pinned him like a needle to a moth wing. For a long, suffocating moment, nothing moved. The world shrank, narrowed to that gaze alone, to the pressure pewing into his chest. His pulse thrummed in his throat, hot and quick, hammering beneath his skin like it wanted out. Step outside. A growl, guttural and final. The sentence, not a request. Izuku stiffened, his breath shuddering in his chest. His shoulders hunched, mind clawing for something to say, something that might explain, might excuse, might make that unbearable weight lift. His entire body curled inward, small, small, small. A child awaiting punishment. He hadn't meant to be seen. He hadn't meant to get in the way. But none of that mattered now. Don't bother with your coat. The second Izuku managed to round the counter, a rough hand grabbed his wrist, firm, iron clasp. A sharp pull, his feet barely scrambled to keep up as he was yanked forward, past tables of villains now keenly pretending not to watch, past Kurogiri who said nothing as usual. Then the door, the cold night, the yawning dark. And then only Stain. Stain didn't say a word as he led him through alleys, across streets slick with old rain. Izuku's mind reeled. Stain was angry, he must be. Izuku had made him angry. This was it. He had become a liability. He hadn't been caught, hadn't been identified, his face was never photographed, just a hooded figure, a blur in the dark. But it had been enough. Enough for people to talk. Enough for them to name him. Was that enough for Stain to decide he was too much trouble? Izuku's pulse hammered, eyes stinging. Would he kill him? Would it be quick? Would it hurt? Would he leave his body somewhere, or would he make sure no one would ever find it? They reached a warehouse, an old, abandoned structure, skeletal and forgotten at the city's edges. Rust ate at the beams, moonlight filtering through the shattered remains of a skylight above. Stain released him with a shove. Izuku stumbled, catching himself on the cracked concrete. He turned, breath shallow, waiting, bracing. Stain pulled a knife. Izuku's chest lurched. A flash of steel, bright even in the dim light. A flick of the wrist. The blade flew. Izuku barely had time to think, instinct alone yanked his body sideways, the knife whistling past his cheek, a breath's width from cutting skin. It struck the wall behind him with a solid, metallic thunk. His breath caught, his eyes darting back to Stain, stomach clenching. Another knife was already in his hand. You got seen. Stain's voice was low, even. He tilted his head, gaze set. That means things are only going to get more dangerous from here. Another throw. Another knife. Izuku barely dodged in time, the blade skimming past the edge of his sleeve, fabric parting with a whisper. So you better learn how to fight. A third knife. Izuku ducked, heart pounding. Stain smiled. Now move, Usawagi. Dabi was in a foul mood. The kind that simmered low and slow, forming like a smoke cloud in his temples, thick and stubborn, refusing to dissipate no matter how deep he dragged in a breath. Recently, his missions had been draining him, bleeding out the worst of his temper, but not enough, not nearly enough, to leave him anything but raw and restless. That was the same for today's errand too. His fingers ached, the grafted skin at his jaw pulled taut with every shift, and even as he flexed his hands, he swore he could still feel the residual heat clinging to his bones. He was slumped in a cracked leather booth at the bar, nursing a whiskey that barely burned anymore, fingers curled loosely around the glass, his free hand flexing absently against the table. Another night. Another pile of bodies reduced to scorched husks. The monotony of it all gnawed insultingly at him. He exhaled sharply, residual smoke slipping through his lips, rolling the glass between his fingers. The bar was loud, a low, ugly buzz of voices, the scrape of chairs, the occasional violent laughter that tipped too close to a fight. He barely heard it, or cared to listen. And yet, something had made him laugh last night, sharp and unkind, splitting his frustration into something new. A headline. A news report of all things. Usawagi. A rabbit. Dobby had choked on his own amusement at the irony of it. That scrawny little creature, hunched at Stain's heels, finally getting a name. The press was running with it, spinning their usual bullshit, but it was the sheer audacity of it that got him. Some pathetic, skittish scrap of a thing, drowning in someone else's ideology, and now the city whispered about him like he was some specter in the dark. A shadow of a shadow, and still, they spun myths. And all it had taken was for him to be seen. Brat didn't even have to get his hands dirty. He exhaled through his nose, the hint of a grin curling his scarred lips. Then the door swung open, and Stain entered with all the subtlety of a rock through a FNG window. The bar, for all its lawless grit, had an instinct for danger. Conversations dipped, laughter stifled, eyes flicked over only to be wrenched away just as fast. Stain didn't belong here, never did, never would. Dobby didn't move, didn't react beyond the lazy flick of his gaze, watching through the haze of smoke curling at his lips as Stain strode straight for the counter. And the kid, tucked behind the counter, drying glasses like he was supposed to. Like it was a simple job. Like he was normal. Like he hadn't ended up in the league with a ridiculous debt on his shoulders and barely anything left in his eyes. He went frozen still, stammering and wide-eyed. He had barely stepped out into the open floor before Stain's hand snatched his wrist, fast as a snake striking. Then the door swung shut, and Stain was gone, dragging the kid out him. The bar exhaled. The tension snapped, voices creeping back in, the usual chaos resuming. Dobby took a slow sip of whiskey, barely reacting, but his grin was sharp. By the look of it, this might be the kid's last night breathing. He watched the door for a beat longer, letting the weight of that thought settle before finally tipping his drink back, swallowing down the last of the burn. It was still early, too early maybe, but he was tired, his body dragging, and the thought of going all the way back to his own room felt like a chore. So he didn't. The kid's room was closer. He kicked open the door without hesitation. His boot left a profound scuff mark on the surface. He didn't care. Couldn't care less actually. The inside was pathetic, really. Sparse. Nothing any more interesting than the last time he had been in here. A barely lived-in little den, more of a storage closet than a bedroom. The bed was neatly made, the floor swept. No clutter. No evidence of a person who had made a place his own. Dobby slumped forward, shedding pieces of scorched fabric as he moved, shaking soot from his cuffs, smearing grime wherever he pleased. Let the kid clean it up later. That's what he was kept around here for, wasn't it? He almost collapsed onto the bed right then and there. Almost. But something stopped him. Curiosity was a nasty little thing, a slow-burning ember caught in dry grass. Creeping in before you even realized it had set the whole field alight. And Dobby had always been one for making a mess. He prowled through the room with lazy, careless fingers, raking them through drawers and cabinets with no real expectation of finding anything worth his time. The closet? Empty. Or near enough. Nothing but scraps of fabric, shredded remnants of what might have been clothes, long since torn into blood-soaked ruin. The bathroom? Boring. The bare minimum. A toothbrush. Toothpaste. So, it was all so FNG dull. A huff. Dabi ran a hand through his hair, scratching idly at the roots. Boring. More than tired, he was bored. Then, on impulse, he flipped up the mattress. And there it was. A laptop. And a notebook. His lips curled, slow and sharp, something amused and wicked tugging at the edges. The laptop could wait, too much effort to crack it open now. But the notebook? Personal diary? That was interesting. That was NTMT. That was the kind of thing that told you exactly what kind of freak someone was when they thought no one was looking. Dabi flopped onto the bed, boots smearing filth along the sheets without a second thought, flipping the notebook open with a lazy flick of his fingers. He expected something pathetic. Some miserable, self-pitying drivel. Some half-butted sob story about how unfair life is, how everyone is so mean to him, how he wants to go back his old life. Maybe even a few tear-stained pages about missing his mommy. Dabi was ready to laugh. But instead, his smirk wavered. His fingers pressed against a completely ink-covered page. It was full. Packed with words, squeezed together in small, meticulous, almost feverish handwriting. No wasted space. No random jotted thoughts or ideas. Notes. Horrifyingly thought out. He flipped the page. Then another. Then another. It wasn't just notes. It was research. A dissection. A careful, surgical breakdown of quirks, of people. Dabi recognized a few of the names. Heroes Stain had dismantled in a darkened corner, some regulars at the bar. And then, at the top of the next page, underlined with heavy strokes. Toga. His thumb pressed into the crease of the page, dragging down as his eyes flicked over the words. If transformation is triggered solely by the ingestion of DNA, could it be altered at a cellular level? The human genome contains approximately 3 billion base pairs of DNA, stored within each of the trillions of cells that make up a body. If Toga's quirk functioned by assimilating this genetic data, then the question becomes, how much information did she actually process? If she only requires a fraction of a person's genetic material to transform, then her quirk is working with a minimal extraction principle, essentially reverse engineering the body's existing blueprint from an incredibly small data set. This would explain why she doesn't need an entire liter of blood for a full transformation. But if volume determines duration, then perhaps more DNA a more stable, accurate transformation. Could the extra genetic material function as reserve data, reinforcing the transformation's structure over time? What if she mixed two people's blood? If Toga's quirk works by reconstructing an individual's body based on DNA, what would happen if she combined two separate sources of genetic material? Would she become a composite hybrid, taking traits from both individuals? Or would the transformation default to the most genetically dominant sample? Would she shift between two forms, glitching as her quirk tried to reconcile the conflicting data? If she combined, say, Spinner's blood with Twice, would she have a fusion of their physical attributes? Would she inherit a mixture of quirks? Could her body even sustain that? Or would she become a completely new product, someone who had never biologically existed before? Potential genetic manipulation. If quirks are biological in nature, then combining DNA might allow dual quirk expression. Like if Toga ingests blood from both a fire user and a water user, could she wield both elements simultaneously? Or would the dominant quirk suppress the recessive one? Like heterozygous gene expression? If DNA dictates quirk potency, would higher quality blood yield stronger abilities? Could she selectively ingest only from the strongest quirkers to maximize her effectiveness? If she took blood from multiple people, could she rotate through disguises at will, shifting identities based on necessity or taking parts of their physical expressions? What if she used the quirk for utility purposes rather than deception? A healer's blood could let her take on their rapid regeneration. A speed quirk user's blood could give her enhanced musculature for high-velocity movement. Could she stack these enhancements? Long-term genetic instability. If Toga's body constantly shifts genetic markers, could that lead to mutation risks over time? Would excessive transformations cause cellular degradation, like telomere shortening from excessive replication? Could prolonged use result in a permanent amalgamation, where her original DNA erodes under the constant influx of foreign genetic material? What if, with enough exposure, enough repetition, she could permanently integrate parts of someone else? What if she could alter her own base DNA, absorbing the best features of her targets like some kind of biological patchwork? Would she even remain Toga Himiko at that point? Would she be a collection of borrowed identities, a walking amalgamation of everyone she had ever been? Dabi exhaled. That wasn't even all of it. He turned the page, then the next. The ember of irritation in his ribs had been smothered out. In its place, something else had settled, hotter and far more exciting. He skipped forward. There were pages on Shigaraki. Comparisons to decay in data corruption, theories on neural degradation, relations to his physical condition, as if his body wasn't made for the output of his quirk. They weren't filled out, just barebone questions with space left blank for further speculation. But there was a page on Dabi. More than a page, even. Again, less applied than Toga's, just ramblings of facts and wondrances. DBI. Blue flames typically range from 2,500 degrees Celsius to 3,000 degrees Celsius. That's beyond metal melting levels, beyond what most structures can endure. At its highest potential, his fire can vaporize flesh, char bones, and warp steel within seconds. There wouldn't even be the luxury of third-degree burns. Dabi's flames can strip a person to carbon in the blink of an eye. Minus 700 degrees Celsius melts human skin. That is less than a third of Dabi's highest potential temperature. Meaning even if he holds back, if he intentionally weakens his flames, he would still be burning at temperatures that reduced flesh to liquid. Minus 160 degrees Celsius is enough to cause fatal lung damage. Dabi's presence in a confined space is potentially lethal. His body heat alone could raise the surrounding temperature to unsafe levels, but if he exhaled sharply after a blast, his breath likely carrying residual heat, it's possible he could unintentionally burn the inside of his own throat. Worse, anyone nearby would be breathing in superheated air, leading to suffocation and internal burns before flames even touched them. If he burned all the oxygen in an enclosed area, he could asphyxiate enemies without even touching them. Fire feeds on oxygen, and at the temperatures Dabi operated at, he could consume breathable air in seconds. Superheated air doesn't just damage lungs, it expands violently, creating shockwaves. If Dabi could superheat the air in a closed space and then rapidly extinguish his flames, the pressure drop alone could rupture eardrums and knock people unconscious. His body doesn't seem to be designed to handle his flames, or the continuous output of them. Every prolonged use of his quirk results in burning himself. He needs his skin grafts replaced often after returning from a job or errand of some sort, signifying that his body cannot sustain his quirk's temperature. His lungs sound at risk. Breathing in superheated air long-term would scar his respiratory system, leading to chronic damage or eventual failure. Most flames produce soot and particulate matter due to incomplete combustion. But blue flames aren't supposed to. That means Dabi's fire might not just be hotter, but cleaner. Residual ash seems to be from outer sources, bodies, clothing, etc. Casualties. We'll need confirmation on that carrot. Flame color and temperature also seem to be dictated by energy output. The more oxygen available, the higher the energy level, the bluer the flame. If Dabi is weakened or deliberately suppressing his fire, the temperature might drop and the color might shift to white, yellow, or even red. Dabi's weakness is visible in this sense. When his flames start reddening, it signifies he's struggling, overheating, or running out of energy. Confirmed essentially carrot. Dabi's pulse slowed. Not out of fear, no, he wasn't someone who got scared. But there was something about reading about yourself in someone else's words. Something about being picked apart like a specimen. He didn't even FNG notice his flames did that. And he didn't realize the kid picked up on it, had observed it, had deducted it. Dabi cackled. Low and rough and rattling through his chest, the sound grating through his ruined throat like gravel. "Oh no," he murmured, still grinning as he ran his thumb over the ink-stained page. "You are one effed-up little rabbit, aren't you?" Izuku's grip on the knife was unsteady, trembling, unsure. As Stain had said to him, it wasn't just a blade, it was an extension of his hand, of his intent. But if he couldn't even hold it properly, How could he expect to wield it? Your grip's wrong. Stain's voice cut through the quiet. He stepped forward, closing the distance without a sound, and reached for Izuku's hands. Izuku stiffened. He didn't flinch, but Stain could see it, the tight coil of tension beneath his skin. A momentary hesitation. His body preparing for impact, for something harsh. It never came. Stain grabbed his wrist, not roughly, not gently, but with purpose. He pried Izuku's fingers apart and adjusted their position with practiced ease, guiding them into something stable. Efficient. You're not choking it to death, Stain muttered. Hold it like you mean it. Izuku swallowed, nodded quickly. Stain let go and stepped back, watching. His posture was deceptively loose, but Izuku had seen enough to know better. It was the stillness of a predator before the lunge. Show me, Stain said simply. Izuku steadied himself. His ribs still throbbed from Jumpstart's attack, deep bruises layered over older, half-healed wounds. The ache was a constant phantom of failure. He had gotten in the way. But Stain hadn't abandoned him for it. Hadn't dismissed him as weak, as useless. Instead, he had brought him here. Izuku inhaled, readjusting his stance. Then Stain moved. It was quick, quicker than Izuku was prepared for. A sweep of a foot, a shift in weight, and then the dull edge of a blade was pressed just beneath his ribs. Izuku froze, barely processing what had happened before Stain pulled away, stepping back into his usual predatory ease. Dead, he murmured. Izuku clenched his jaw, gripping the knife tighter. Again. He didn't complain. He didn't make excuses. He just moved. They went again and again and again. Again. Izuku's breath hitched. His back was already against the warehouse floor, the cold seeping through his clothes, red bruises blooming across his skin like particularly muddled watercolor. But he scrambled up anyway, legs unsteady beneath him, fingers sore around the hilt of the knife in his grip. Stain was watching. Not with anger. Not with disappointment. With something worse. Expectation. Izuku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to steady his grip. The blade in his hand felt wrong. Heavy. Too permanent. Stain moved. Izuku barely had time to react before the man was there, a blur of tattered cloth and muscle, lunging forward without hesitation, the glint of his own blade catching in the dim light. Izuku ducked, twisted in reflex. But instincts could only take him so far. Because dodging wasn't winning. Avoidance wasn't victory. And Stain made sure he knew it. A sharp pain cracked through his ribs as a boot connected, knocking the air clean from his lungs. Izuku hit the ground hard, his knife skidding across the concrete, his body folding in on itself like a wounded animal. Stain loomed over him. Not even a drop of sweat. Again. Izuku dragged himself up. It hurt. His lungs burned, his limbs shook, but none of that mattered. He snatched the knife off the ground, adjusted his stance, forced himself to meet Stain's gaze head-on. This time, he didn't wait. He ran forward. Stain parried effortlessly. Izuku barely dodged the counterstrike, twisting and slipping out of the way at the last second. He was good at that much, at least. Stain's grip locked around his wrist. A yank. A shift of weight. Izuku hit the ground again. The knife tumbled from his hand. Cold steel kissed his throat before he could move, the edge of Stain's blade resting just above his pulse. He stilled. For a long, weighted moment, neither of them moved. Stain exhaled through his nose, slow, measured. Not out of frustration. Not even out of exertion. You need to stop hesitating. Don't flinch, don't cower, he said simply. The blade lifted. Stain stood, stepping back. Izuku swallowed, still catching his breath, still feeling the phantom weight of the blade against his throat. Be more certain that you can win, Stain continued. You're faster than most. Quicker. You can dodge, slip through gaps, use your size to your advantage. You can run. The word was a warning. Izuku clenched his fists. But that's not enough. It won't be enough. Izuku's chest heaved. He looked down at the knife at his side. Picked it up. He knew Stain was right. Dodging could only keep you alive for so long. Eventually, you had to turn around and strike back. Again. Izuku obeyed. His legs ached, breath ragged, but he lunged forward without hesitation. This time, he didn't duck. Stain moved fast, lethal, but Izuku met him. Blade to blade, arm to arm, as much as he could manage. His bones screamed. His wrists burned from the force of the impact. Izuku clenched his teeth. The knife in his grip was foreign, heavy in the wrong way. It wasn't something he had ever thought to hurt someone with, to personally use. Heroes didn't use knives, didn't aim to kill. He couldn't do it. How could he truly try to stab Stain, even like this? He couldn't bring himself to. So, he'd try something else. Stain expected another slash, another move of the knife, and Izuku made sure to let him believe it. He held the blade high, his grip poised for a strike, making sure Stain's sharp eyes stayed locked on it. Watching. Tracking the weapon, not the hand holding it. The moment Stain moved to counter, Izuku dropped the knife. It clattered against the concrete, and in that single breath of confusion, Izuku moved. A duck, a sidestep, a blink, and he was no longer where Stain expected him to be. An arm around Stain's throat. A vice of skin and bone, pressing, cutting. Izuku felt the way Stain's muscles tensed, shifting to retaliate, to break free, but he had already accounted for that. His grip tightened, body curling close, using his smaller size to latch on like a leech, like something that would not let go until it had drawn blood. Stain's breath left him in a sharp, pleased exhale. Ah! Izuku waited. Expected retaliation. A throw. A counter. A cut into him. Something. Instead, Stain chuckled. A low, quiet thing, but unmistakably approving. That's more like it. Izuku's breath shuddered. He could feel his own heartbeat, pounding wild. That was good, Stain said, the whisper of a whetstone against a blade with Izuku's forearm still pressed to his throat. Unexpected. Precise. You saw an opening and you followed through. Izuku swallowed. Good? You did good? The knife still lay on the ground beside them. And used. You are not bound by your weapon, Stain mused. Good. His hands moved then, quick, breaking Izuku's hold with ease. In a second, the world twisted, flipped. Izuku hit the ground with a harsh thud, but he barely felt it. His mind was still racing, whirling, playing back the moment again and again. He did good. He looked up, and Stain was looking down at him, calculating, appraising, as though he had found something worth sharpening, worth honing into something deadly. Again, Stain said. And Izuku stood. The first whispers of dawn began to filter in. Izuku stood again and Stain watched. The boy was trembling, but not from fear. His limbs quaked from exertion, from exhaustion, each bruise, each scrape, each aching muscle, all evidence of the work he had put in. To the pain he had endured without complaint. He was learning, adapting, growing sharper beneath the grindstone of DSP. But he was still breakable. Stain could see it. Izuku had become more stringent with his movements. Favoring his ribs when he turned, shoulders set stiffly, the way his breath hitched and shuddered like a candle guttering in the wind. The boy was hurting. Some of it was from tonight, from the bruises blooming beneath his skin in shadowy violets and muted reds. But not all of it. Some of it was older. And Stain did not trust where it had come from. Izuku exhaled, swaying faintly on his feet, and Stain knew that if he didn't step in, the boy would let himself collapse. He would push and push until his body finally caved beneath the weight of his own, and what he thought were Stain's expectations. Foolish. Sit, Stain ordered. Izuku blinked at him, as if only just realizing that there was an option other than again. Sit, Stain repeated, sharper this time. Izuku obeyed. Not because he wanted to, but because his body immediately betrayed him, his knees buckling as he all but folded to the ground, arms bracing against the cold warehouse floor. Stain crouched before him, impassive, already retrieving what little he had for first aid. He had no patience for wasted words. No room for useless coddling. But this was necessary. You can't fight if you're falling apart, Stain muttered, reaching for Izuku's arm. The boy flinched, so minuscule it might have been missed, but Stain saw it. He scowled, grip tightening. Hold still. Izuku did. Not relaxed, not trusting, but still. Stain worked methodically, with the same efficiency he applied to all things. Cleaning, wrapping, pressing gauze to shallow slices and sealing over the worst of the bruising with tight, firm bindings. It was crude but effective. Izuku was unnervingly quiet throughout. Not a whimper. Not a sound. Only the occasional shuddered breath, barely restrained. The kind of silence Stain recognized. The kind that came from habit. He did not ask. He did not voice the thought aloud. But as his hands brushed over half-healed wounds, over bruises he hadn't earned under Stain's watch, his expression darkened. The League was overextending him. He had known that from the start. They saw his mind, his potential, and latched on. But now, Stain was beginning to suspect they saw something else, too. Something inconsequentially expendable. Anger curled in his gut. If they thought this boy was nothing but a tool to break, to use and discard, they were mistaken. That is not what Stain saved him for. Stain's hand stilled over a fresh gash along Izuku's bicep, the wound deep but short. Too purposeful to be an accident. His jaw tightened. He pulled away. Without a word, reached into his coat, rummaging for a moment before pulling something free. Unassuming. A pocket blade. He held it out. Izuku stared at it, uncomprehending. "Take it," Stain ordered. Hesitation flickered behind those wide, green eyes. "Stain, Take it," he repeated, voice edged with something sharper than steel. Izuku swallowed. Then slowly he reached out. His fingers curled around the handle, unsure, unfamiliar, but solid. "Don't hesitate to use it," Stain murmured, his gaze boring into Izuku's own, as if daring him to look away. "You hesitate, you die. You wait, and someone takes advantage of it. If you need to fight, fight. If you need to run, run. But if someone puts you in a place where you can't dash." His hand closed over Izuku's, pressing the knife firmly into his grip. "You cut your way out." The words settled between them, heavy, final. Izuku stared at the blade in his hand. At the way it gleamed dully in the dim light. At the weight and meaning of it, more than the knife he had held earlier, because this one was his. His fingers flexed. He nodded. Stain exhaled, slow. That was enough. He stood, turning away. Every time he left the boy in that med bar, it felt like leaving a dying ember to a cold wind. A flame, guttering, flickering. He was going to get snuffed out. And Stain wasn't sure he could stomach watching it happen. Dr. Garaki sat before the tall row of the monitors, his gloved fingers tapping against the polished steel of his workstation. The laboratory was hushed, punctuated only by the quiet hum of machinery, the slow drip of fluids coursing through tubes, and the faint, wheezing rasp of a restrained specimen in the corner. "Garaki, I trust everything is proceeding smoothly." All for one's voice crackled through the speakers. The doctor did not keep him waiting. "The most recent crop of specimens have been successfully processed," he began, his voice smooth and devoid of hesitation. "The viability of harvested organs remains the same. 93% of extracted materials were deemed usable, with 7% presenting damage beyond acceptable thresholds. A minor loss. Given the increased intake of fresh samples, I anticipate the next batch will yield even stronger results." A slow exhale. Approval. Garaki continued. "Our work refining quark amalgamation has shown promising returns. The latest generation of Nomu possesses improved cognitive response times, averaging a 31% increase in command recognition when compared to prior iterations. Additionally, stability has increased in select specimens. The new adjustments to brain matter preservation are yielding notable results." He turned slightly, adjusting his glasses as he brought up a visual display for his own reference. A series of charts, anatomical cross-sections, a silent recording of a thrashing, shrieking Nomu in the throes of experimentation. Once the neural decay issue is fully addressed, we can begin further enhancements. Full memory erasure remains imperfect, but I have devised a new method of suppressing prior recognition patterns. With continued testing, we will achieve complete obedience without the need for recurring reinforcement. All for one regarded the information in silence, the depths and works of his mind unknowable. Then, at last, a single, deliberate question. And the boy? Garaki paused. A moment of recalibration. The variables changed. His fingers flicked over the control panel, pulling up a different set of data. Midoriya Izuku's recent excursion to the lower chambers had an unexpected result, he admitted. His reaction to the environment was largely predictable. Fear response, heightened stress indicators, physiological distress. However, he tapped the screen, magnifying a frozen frame of the encounter, a grainy still of the moment the Nomu had lunged, wrapping its malformed limbs around the boy's trembling form. The Nomu's response was anomalous. He adjusted his gloves again, the smooth LTX snapping into place. Would you believe, Sensei, that one of our Nomu recognized him? Correctly identified him as non-hostile? A beat of silence. Explain. Garaki's lips curled at the edges, intrigued even now, even after decades of carving, stitching, refining, breaking. Fascinating, truly, he went on, a deeper recognition. Basal. Beyond command structures, beyond conscious function. The subject displayed a lingering, primitive attachment to the boy, an identification not of an enemy, nor of a stand-derby, but of something familiar. The screen flickered, shifting to neural scans, an erratic jumble of firing synapses, a storm of activity buried beneath the mutilated flesh of the Nomu's skull. The specimen in question was derived from a predominant source. My grandchild, once. Tsubasa, a boy with a wing quirk. He was acquainted with Midoriya Izuku during his early developmental years. He tapped the image once, the grainy footage shifting back to the Nomu's twitching frame, its tremulous grip on the boy, the vacant, pleading look in its grotesque too human eyes. Despite extensive modification, erasure, and reprogramming, something has obviously remained. Garaki exhaled slowly, savoring the thought. It is a useful result. Memory dissolution has proven inconsistent in select cases. Now, we have an opportunity to test more precise methods of suppression. If we can isolate the strands of recognition that persist, we may perfect the process of total cognitive reconstruction. The pause. Then a quiet chuckle. Even a Nomu possesses more sentimentality than you do, Doctor. The doctor grinned at that, his fingers drummed idly against the armrest of his chair, a slow, measured rhythm, the sound barely perceptible beneath the labored, wheezing breath of the Nomu across the room. I assume the boy is intact? Garaki waved a hand dismissively. Minor injuries. Superficial lacerations from the specimen's claws. Electrocution resulted in brief neural disruption, but no permanent damage. His pulse was erratic when we retrieved him, but nothing irreparable. Silence. All for One's head tilted. His voice, when it came, was slow. Good. All for One continued, I would like to keep the boy functional for a while longer. A shift his tone, something almost nostalgic. He has such familiar eyes. Garaki said nothing about that, only smiled. As you wish, Sensei. The weight in Izuku's pocket was something like reassuring. The bandages across his arms and knuckles ached in a dull, distant way, but he didn't mind. Stain had wrapped them himself. Acknowledgement. Proof that he was being taught. That he mattered. The feeling swelled in his chest, something fragile, something warm, until he opened the door. And saw him. The embers of that feeling, that precious warmth, withered into blackened ash. Dabi sat on Izuku's bed, one foot propped lazily on the sheets. He was slouched, at ease, like he'd always belonged there. And in his hands, Izuku's notebook. The one. His notebook. The private one. The one where he had written about the League, about their abilities, about regulars, about anyone he could observe, patterns, weaknesses, theories, stray thoughts stitched together, half-formed and unfinished. The book where he had thought just for himself. And the look on Dabi's face. Oh, he wasn't going to make this easy. Izuku's stomach dropped, a sickening lurch that spread through his limbs like ice, like fever. His pulse climbed into his throat. You know, Dabi drawled, voice low and rough as though he were bored, I was gonna mess with you, maybe hold this for ransom or something. Have you grovel a little? But then he flipped another page, lazily tapping a finger against the jagged scrawl of Izuku's handwriting. "I actually read this sheet." His mouth twisted into something that wasn't quite a smirk. Izuku felt the world around him contract, a great, suffocating pull, like all the air had been siphoned from the room. His stomach churned with sick recognition. No, not again. A flicker of déjà vu, of something that stank of burned paper, and a cruel, sneering grin, of a humiliation that continued to sting. Red eyes, sharp teeth, an explosion, pages fluttering like dying birds through the air as its smoldering remains were thrown out a window. "Please don't burn it." The words were weak, pathetic, slipping from his lips before he could catch them. Dabi's gaze flicked up, slow and deliberate, like he was deciding whether or not to be amused. The pale blue of his eyes, washed out, rimmed in graft skin and staples, pinned Izuku in place. Then, after a quiet, stretching pause, he grinned. "Well, why would I do that?" His voice was smooth, easy, mocking. Izuku felt something cold settle in his lungs. Dabi closed the notebook with a sharp snap, tapping the spine against his knee, never taking his eyes off him. His eyes were sharp, gleaming like ice catching fire. His fingers drummed against the cover. Tigimpi, tigimpi, tichimpi. The ticking of a slow, deliberate countdown. Izuku swallowed hard. His hands curled at his sides, nails biting into his palms. Dabi wouldn't understand. Dabi liked his teeth, tilting his head. "It's funny," he mused, "you're what, 12? And you've got pages of this sheet. All written out, neat little theories." He let the book drop onto his lap, one finger still hooked over a page. "And me?" Dabi's grin sharpened, too many teeth showing. "Didn't know you had such a personal interest, little rat. Wrote a whole lot about me." He tapped the page, and Izuku knew exactly what it was. Dabi's hand curled, pressing into the paper. Izuku had seen him, had picked him apart with nothing but a sharp eye and a pen, had dissected him without permission. And he was not a big fan of that. A slow, creeping thing unfurled in Dabi's gut, something sharp-edged and familiar, something that burned. Izuku was small, brittle-boned, weak. A scrawny little thing with big eyes, shaking hands, too much fear stitched into his skin. And yet, beneath all that trembling, he'd dared to try and understand something about Dabi that no one else had. That couldn't stand. Dabi couldn't allow it. The familiar, automatic defensiveness rose in his throat. If Izuku could see this much about him, if the little bastard could piece him together like some kind of FNG equation, then it could be used against him. And Dabi wasn't about to let that happen. He leaned forward, his voice dipping to something colder. "You know, Izuku, was it?" he murmured. "It's not very nice to talk about people without even asking." Izuku went all tense, but his eyes, green, unsure, desperate, didn't break away. Dabi huffed a quiet laugh. "Idiot." That just meant Dabi would have to put him back in his place. Because this kid, this little rat, was smart. Too smart. Smarter than he had any right to be. And Dabi? He knew how to deal with people like that. Normally, it began with suffering and ended with death. But this one he couldn't kill. So, he had to use a different set of tactics. Keep him underfoot. Put him in a cage. Give him a leash, collar and all, and make sure they never thought to bite back. He flicked the notebook closed, rising to his feet. This would be easy. The kid obviously, desperately didn't want the book to be destroyed. He stepped closer, towering, and held it aloft, just high enough to be out of reach. A lazy, taunting smirk tugged at his lips, daring Izuku to try. "Come on," he drawled, shaking the book slightly, just enough to make the pages rustle. "Hop hop, bunny. Take it." Izuku's shoulders tensed. A cruel game. A familiar game. The same one played in schoolyards, the same one that had haunted him all his life. The prized possession dangled above him, just beyond his fingertips, a sneering face watching, waiting for the inevitable. But Dabi wasn't Bakugo. The way he watched Izuku wasn't with blind cruelty, not with the heat of old hatred, but with something sharper, something assessing. He was testing him. Izuku would have bit, if it wasn't so obvious Dabi had no intention of letting him have it so easy. A small attempt, a slow reach up for it, Dabi's eyes kept his. Too slow, barely an effort. Dabi yanked it away at the last moment, grinning as Izuku's fingertips barely brushed the cover before the distance was pulled out of reach again. Dabi laughed, low and quiet, before shaking his head. Nah, he said, stepping back. I think you'll have to earn it back, actually. He didn't explain what that meant. Didn't clarify what earning entailed. He just turned and strolled toward the door, as if he already knew Izuku wouldn't chase him. And he was right. Izuku stood there, watching the man's retreating form, watching the notebook disappear from sight. The door clicked shut behind him. The room was empty. A slow, frustrated breath slipped from Izuku's lips. The weight in his chest remained. Why does he still write those DMN things? They always got him into trouble. He spent the next few hours sitting at his desk, staring at the empty space where his notebook had been. His fingers twitched, reaching for a pen before curling back into his palm. He had nothing to write on. No way to jot down his thoughts. No pages to fill with everything running rampant through his mind. Earn it back. What did that mean? Dabi wouldn't burn it, not yet. If he had intended to, he would have done it in front of him. Would have taken satisfaction in watching Izuku watch it burn. That meant there was still time. The question was, what did Dabi want from him? A knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. Izuku tensed, expecting Dabi again, expecting another round of games. But when the door creaked open, it wasn't him. It was Toga. She peeked her head inside, golden eyes bright and curious. Hey, Izuku. He swallowed, pushing down the frustration still simmering in his chest. Hi. She stepped inside, bare feet making no noise against the floor. In her hands, she held something small, something folded. A piece of paper. You always look so sad, she said, plopping herself onto the bed. So I thought I'd give you something fun to do. She unfolded the paper, revealing an old playing card, scribbled over with crude doodles, a red smile, wide and sharp. Izuku blinked. Toga giggled. Wanna play a game? The door had barely shut behind Toga before it flew open again. Unbelievable. Twice stormed in, throwing his arms in the air, a dramatic sweep of black and white. His voice bounced off the walls, shifting in pitch as he ranted. You are gonna play without me? After all we've been through? So cruel, so heartless. He clutched at his chest, staggering as if physically struck. Then, without missing a beat, his other voice cut in, flat and matter-of-fact. I wouldn't have played anyway. Toga giggled. Sorry, Jean, she sing-songed, completely unrepentant. You're just so easy to forget. Oh, I see how it is. Twice gasped, whipping around to Izuku, as if expecting him to take his side. You hear that, kid? Betrayed. Stabbed in the back. Then, suddenly he perked up. Wait, what game are we playing? We weren't playing yet, Toga corrected. As Jean slumped to the floor, Toga turned back to Izuku, grinning wide. Izuku sat himself down too, resigning. Here, Zuku, let me explain the rules. She was not explaining the rules. Izuku tilted his head. He had been waiting for a point, for a structure, for anything in the explanation that actually constituted an explanation. So far, he had gathered nothing except something about the card, a vague mention of biting, and the insistence that winning meant either taking a prize or giving up a finger. He hoped she was joking about the last part. Twice hummed, kneeling onto the floor beside the bed. Alright, hit me with it. I wanna start. Okay. Toga clapped her hands together excitedly. So first you dash. She then proceeded to say absolutely nothing helpful. Izuku watched, vaguely mesmerized, as the two of them bickered, laughed, and threw words around with all the authority of children playing make-believe. The game was part bluffing, part luck, part violence, but only if you were losing. The side of the card you got dictated your fate, but also, maybe it didn't, because the rules seemed to shift whenever it was convenient. Then, she pulled out a stack of normal playing cards, which were how you actually played. Still, even with the chaotic and frankly infuriating lack of clarity, Izuku caught on. Or he hoped he did. Even a nonsensical system was still a system. So he played. The first few rounds passed in a blur. Izuku barely noticed himself keeping up, or noticed the way his hands moved over the cards, The way his brow furrowed as he tried to note the patterns beneath the nonsense. Because his mind was elsewhere. Dabi still had his notebook. It was stupid. So stupid. He should have learned by now. Should have stopped writing in them. He kept losing them. He kept letting this happen. What if... You won. Izuku blinked. Toga beamed at him, her hands clapping together in delight. Twice groaned, throwing his cards into the air. Of course he won. Of course. Rigged. Absolutely rigged dash. He gestured wildly at the stack, his voice shifting mid-sentence. Must be nice being the favorite dash. Must be cheating. Izuku opened his mouth. Closed it. Addy? His green eyes flickered down to the floor, scanning over the layout of the cards, the hands held in defeat before him. He had won. Somehow. Toga leaned forward eagerly. So what's your prize, Izuku? Prize? He echoed, sluggishly, his mind still catching up. She grinned. Yeah. Winners get to take something from the losers. You can pick anything dash. Except my dignity, Twice cut in. That's already long gone. Izuku hesitated. A prize. He could ask for anything from them. He could take something, claim something, demand something. He didn't even know. His fingers twitched. His throat felt tight. There was so much he wanted. But none of it was possible, not from them, anyway. He shook his head. That I don't want anything. Toga pouted. No fun. Twice huffed. Kid just likes to suffer. This is tragic. So sad. Toga propped her elbows on her knees, tilting her head, eyes glittering like a cat with a trapped mouse. Well, she purred, drawing the word out. Since you don't want to take anything, how about we give you something instead? Izuku blinked. His fingers were still hovering over his remaining cards. Something in her smile made his stomach feel uneasy. Before he could protest, before he could say no thanks, no more trouble, I don't need anything, she leaned in, her voice dropping into something light, teasing. But beneath it, there was something else, something pointed. Did ya hear? She whispered, like she was letting him in on a secret. UA's entrance exam is in a few days. Izuku's expression didn't change. He gave a slow, hesitant nod. That wasn't surprising. The timing lined up. He had known it had to be soon. But Toga's smile widened, her next words slithering into his ears. And guess what else? Her voice curled around the words, playful, almost sing-song, as if this were nothing more than another round of their stupid game, a riddle for him to solve. But Twice was watching her now, gaze flickering, uncertain. All Might's gonna be there. Something inside him twisted. Toga giggled. Not just there for the exam. Rumors say he's gonna be a teacher. There was a moment, a brief, thin moment, where the world went silent. Izuku stared at her, unblinking, his mind racing so fast it nearly left him dizzy. That didn't make sense. All Might had never taken on a role like this, never slowed his career or veered into another venue. Shouldn't make sense. All Might teaching? Overseeing the next generation, stepping into UA's halls, taking up a role in the heroics course? But. His brain snapped to the only conclusion that fit, the only one that made sense, the only one that hurt. His time must be running out, if it hadn't been depleted already. He remembered that day, coughing blood, grotesque scars. All Might couldn't be that symbol of unwavering strength for more than a few hours. So if he was teaching, if he was choosing now to step into a school, it meant he was looking for a successor. The next All Might. Someone in the hero course. Twice clicked his tongue. Toga, come on, we weren't supposed to say anything. We're not even doing anything about it yet. She waved him off. What? It's interesting. She giggled, kicking her feet against the floor. Don't you think so, Izu? Izuku didn't respond. His fingers dug into his palm, his pulse hammering against the inside of his skull. UA's entrance exam. It was going to happen soon. And somewhere in the crowd of applicants, in the swarming mass of aspiring heroes, All Might was going to choose. Somewhere in that crowd, some lucky, promising hopeful was going to walk away as All Might's personal student. Toga was still watching him, her expression bright, eager, but in her eyes, something gleamed. Curiosity, interest, maybe even expectation. Izuku inhaled, slow, steady, forcing his hands to relax, forcing the tremor in his fingers to settle. He swallowed it down. All of it. He forced himself to nod. Yeah, that is interesting. His voice came out even. Toga pouted, disappointed at his lack of dramatics. Twice exhaled. Well, whatever. Cat's out of the bag now. Not like it matters. He waved a hand vaguely. We're not getting involved yet. No point worrying about some stupid school tests. Izuku hummed in agreement. Izuku hadn't seen his notebook in days now. Dabi gave no indication he had it. No teasing smirk, no threats, no hints. No careless, dangling provocation. But he was watching. More than usual. He wasn't just staring, he was observing. Watching where Izuku's attention lingered, what details his eyes caught. Like he was trying to see inside his head. Izuku didn't know what he was supposed to do to earn the notebook back. Didn't know what that even meant. He had nothing to bargain with. Everything he might have had was in that DMN notebook. Still, he didn't have time to waste brooding over it. He had work to do. Tonight's targets, their patterns, their weaknesses, he had to memorize it all, lock it in tight, since he couldn't write it down and rip out the pages for stain later. So he focused, let the noise of the bar become a dull, throbbing hum in the background as he ran over every scrap of information in his head. The usual crowd loitered, but there were newcomers. A few extra bodies hunched over drinks, voices low, watchful. Jiren was back, sprawled in a booth with Shigaraki and Kurogiri. And this time, he wasn't alone. A man sat beside him, a mountain of a man. A wall of tissue and muscle, lounging lazily with a slow, amused grin. His short blonde hair stuck up in jagged, uneven tufts, and where his left eye should have been, there was only a dark, empty socket. Izuku caught fragments of conversation as he passed by, tray in hand. Broken out. Just got out of prison. Needs a place to lay low. That was all he needed to know. Izuku forced himself to focus on the task at hand, wove through the tables, kept his head down, avoided drawing attention. But of course, that wouldn't last. Izuku. Kurogiri's smooth voice cut through the noise. He stopped in his tracks, glancing over. Shigaraki barely looked at him, tapping one finger against the table, his posture loose, careless. Take Muscular to one of the spare rooms, he ordered. Muscular. Izuku's stomach curled at the name. He felt it. He's seen this man on the news before. Muscular's one good eye locked onto him, and the look that passed across his face made Izuku's skin prickle, his breath thin. A slow grin. A flash of teeth. Izuku swallowed, nodded, and turned away. He set his tray on the counter as he passed, heading toward the hallway. Heavy footsteps followed behind him. Something hissed. The sound barely had time to register before something slammed into him, thick, roiling, crushing. Izuku barely had the air to gasp before he was crushed against the wall, ribs grinding, lungs squeezed thin. The impact rattled his bones, sent a flare of panic racing up his spine. Laughter. Low, pleased laughter. Izuku gasped, struggled, but the pressure only tightened, sinewy muscle tendrils coiling like living ropes, constricting. Muscular loomed over him, grinning wide, teeth gleaming. They can't be serious, he drawled. His voice was lazy, amused, curling with anticipation. A little mouse like this? Izuku tried to breathe, but the weight against his chest made it near impossible. Muscular leaned in, his breath hot against Izuku's face. Kinda ridiculous, don't you think? Puttin', something so breakable in front of me? His grip tightened, and Izuku saw stars. I can't help it. Feels like they want me to squash you flat. Muscle fibers twitched, rippled, shifted thick, gnarled cords coiling around his arms, his chest, pressing harder. Izuku twitched. His pulse roared. He had to... The knife. He strained, forced his fingers toward his pocket, toward the small weight tucked inside. Muscular grinned, the movement thick with sick amusement. Ah, don't go struggling now, Dash. The blade sank deep into the flesh, pinning him. Muscular hissed. Izuku wrenched the knife free, twisting it as he did. Blood dark and hot, spurted, Isunji over his fingers. Muscular's grip slackened for a split second. Just enough. Izuku kicked back, heel connecting hard against his shin. A grunt, a stumble. Izuku turned and drove the knife straight into Muscular's eye socket. The scream that tore from the man's throat was so loud it made his ears ring. Muscle fibers writhed, convulsing like open wounds. The tendrils clenched and Izuku felt it, heard it. A snap. A bolt of pain ricocheted through his ribs, white-hot, blinding. He choked, mouth opening in a gasping, strangled sound. Pain and instinct blurred together, sharpened into something primal. Izuku's ribs ached, his breath thin and ragged, but his mind was panicking. He could see through the pain, he could still move, he could see what he needed to do. His eye. If he could just get to the other one. A snarl ripped through the air. Before he could move, muscle slammed into him, throwing him down. The floor cracked beneath his weight, a jagged explosion of pain blooming through his spine. His vision swam. A heavy, gnarled wall of flesh pressed, crushing his arms, pinning his ribs in a suffocating vice. He kicked, frantic, heels hammering into the solid mass of Muscular's quirk, but it was like kicking into stone. It did nothing. A wet chuckle dripped down over him. Blood from Muscular's ruined eye socket, it fell in slow, thick droplets, splattering hot across Izuku's cheek. A shudder ran down his spine. Muscular leaned in, his breath thick with sweat and copper, breathless with glee. His mouth stretched wide, something giddy and angry twisting at the edges of his grin. But Izuku didn't think. Didn't hesitate. His teeth sank deep. Right beneath the jaw. Right where the external carotid artery pulsed beneath the skin. Muscular's body went taut. Izuku clamped his jaw and ripped. Then Muscular roared. The sound, a raw, agonized snarl. His grip loosened just enough for Izuku to tear back, blood gushing against his tongue, hot and thick and pouring. It spurted in pulses, a red bloom bursting with every frantic beat of Muscular's heart. Izuku barely had a moment to breathe before the fibers twitched, clamped over the wound as Muscular's quirk surged to seal it. But Izuku wasn't done. His fingers scrambled, slick with blood, snatching the knife he dropped. He gripped it tight. But before he could move, Muscular collapsed, eyes wide open. A heap of muscle and blood, crashing hard to the ground. Izuku blinked, panting. His knife trembled in his grasp, his breath coming in weak, broken gasps. "Kid!" A voice cut through the fog. A shape moved. A void yawned open around Muscular, warping space, swallowing him whole. "Kurogyri. He needs immediate medical attention." Businesslike. Distant. The doctor's vague voice made a distant committal through the portal. Blood was still warm on Izuku's lips. His limbs shook as he rolled, tried to push himself up. But he couldn't breathe right. The pain in his ribs was wrong, sharp and deep, tearing through each breath. His body wouldn't move properly. A weak, broken sound left his lips. A hand pressed lightly against his back. Steady as the world reeled, pain curling in his staggering lungs. Izuku's breath came in shallow, ragged bursts, his chest tightening with every trembling inhale. Blood dripped thick and slow from his lips, pooling dark against the floor beneath him. He was shaking. Violently. His body spasmed in small, uncontrollable shudders, skin slick with Muscular's blood, his hands, his throat, his teeth stained with it. It didn't feel real at all. Muscular, a serial killer, was bleeding out somewhere beyond Kurogyri's warp, needing critical, immediate medical intervention. Izuku had put him there. Somehow, he had done enough to put him there. A hand pressed against his back. Solid. Comforting despite how the weight of it hurt. "You did well." Stain's voice cut through the haze, level and sure. Izuku swallowed thickly, head swimming. His chest throbbed like something had been torn apart inside it. When he coughed, the sound was wet, strangled, more blood splattered to the ground. Not good. A hiss of frustration, a curse in anger, the sharp slap of sneakers against the floor. Shigaraki. Izuku barely had the strength to lift his head, but he felt the anger rolling off him. The way his approach was fast and uneven. Towering over Izuku, his sharp red eyes flashing in irritation, taking in the wreckage of the corridor, the blood splatters, the crevices and dents in the wall, the boy barely clinging to consciousness on the floor. His lip curled. "The F did you do?" he sneered, voice edged with contempt. "We just got him. The muscle-headed freak is supposed to be a FING tank? How the hell did you take him out of commission like some low-level dash?" He reached out, a hand stretching toward Izuku, whether to grab him, to punish him, or what. But he never made it. The whisper of steel cut through the air. Before Shigaraki could even blink, the back of a knife pressed against his throat. Stain had moved quicker. Shigaraki snarled immediately. His arm jerked, fingers twitching, ready to retaliate, but he was cut off. The air ripped apart. Dark void split the space between them. Kurogiri's warp flared, swallowing both of their limbs, pulling them apart before either could make contact. Shigaraki's fingers clenched, inches from his own warped limb, teeth grinding in irritation. Kurogiri's voice hummed through the corridor, calm and unreadable. "Stain, please refrain from escalating unnecessary violence within the base." The portal fizzled, releasing both their limbs at once. Shigaraki immediately jerked back, scratching at his throat where the knife had been, expression dark with irritation. Stain didn't so much as move. Then, finally, Shigaraki exhaled sharply, a frustrated, almost petulant sound, and turned. His red eyes flicked back to Izuku. Still crumpled on the floor, blood thick in his mouth. He growled, swore at him again, then stalked off. And Izuku's world was slipping away. Adrenaline and energy was draining from his veins, and too quickly. The pain wasn't just sharp anymore. It was total, burying itself into every breath, every twitch of his muscles. His ribs felt like shattered glass inside him, shifting wrong when he tried to move. Something was wet beneath his shirt, bleeding. He pressed his hand against the ground, muscles trembling, forcing himself upright and collapsing almost immediately. A grip on his shoulder stopped him from fully hitting the ground. Izuku sagged against him, barely upright, breath rasping in his throat. He had to say something. That he was okay. He could be okay. He just needed a second, just a minute to catch his breath. He tried to speak, but nothing came. His mouth tasted like metal. Above him, voices blurred, flickering in and out like weak radio signals. Worsening his condition. He needs treatment. Stain's voice, sharp, cutting. "You negligent piece of dash." A hand pressed against his arm. The sudden sting. His body stopped moving. Izuku's muscles locked. His breath hitched. Stain had paralyzed him. He couldn't even gasp in protest. Couldn't shake his head, couldn't struggle. His ribs screamed, locked in the exact wrong position, frozen where they had been shifting painfully out of place. No, he needed to move, he needed. Darkness cracked open beneath him. A deep, swallowing cold. The ground dropped. For one suspended moment, Izuku fell, the corridor dissolving into black void, weightlessness pressing into him. And then he landed. Hard, against something solid. The world shifted again, colors swirling into shape. Izuku recognized the hazy glow of fluorescent lights above him. Izuku barely had a moment to register it before something lurched inside him, his organs spasming against his frozen body. His stomach twisted, nausea surging like a riptide. His vision swam, blackening at the edges, before all of it went dark. Izuku woke to the sound of machines. It felt horribly, mockingly familiar. The soft, rhythmic beeping of a monitor. The low mechanical hum. The sterile tang of antiseptic. His body felt wrong, wrapped too tightly, bound, as though he were being held down and together. Bandages wrapped his chest, layer upon layer, stiff with pressure that made his breathing shallow, each inhale a whisper of pain. And in the dim, flickering glow of the overhead light, a figure leaned against the far wall. His arms were crossed, one leg bent, the edge of his boot pressed against the wall. His head tilted slightly, watching. It was definitely far too reminiscent of all those months ago. The moment Izuku stirred, Stain's voice cut through the air, low, firm. "Don't move." Izuku flinched at the command but tried anyway. Regret slammed into him the second he attempted to shift. His ribs screamed, a deep, searing agony that stole the breath from his aching, stagnant lungs. His body locked up, breath hitching in a painful, stuttering gasp. Stain's gaze sharpened. "I said don't move." Izuku swallowed hard, pressing his head back against the stiff pillow, blinking through the haze of pain and confusion. Stain exhaled, watching him. A long silence stretched between them before he spoke. "Your ribs were broken. Stabbed right through you and punctured a lung. The doctor fixed it up." The pause. "But it won't be all right for a while." Izuku barely heard the rest. His mind latched onto one thing: won't be all right for a while. A creeping, cold dread curled in his stomach. Stain's expression didn't change. "No more training," he confirmed. "You won't be coming with me anymore." The words hit. A visceral, wrenching pain curled deep in Izuku's ribs, something so much worse than the injuries. He tried to breathe, but his chest heaved against the tight bandages, his pulse stuttering in his throat. "No," he gasped, rasped, shaking his head, eyes stinging. "No, I can still, I was just starting dash." Tears blurred his vision before he even realized they were falling. "I can still help you," he pleaded, voice trembling, cracking. I can still dash." Stain's face twisted, something flickering behind his eyes at the sight of Izuku's sudden distress. Izuku knew what it looked like. Knew what it sounded like. He was pathetic. A kid crying because he lost something, because he wasn't good enough. He had broken under pressure. He wasn't capable. Of course, Stain didn't want him anymore. Of course, he wasn't worth it. His breath hitched, a dry, choked sob caught in his throat, and he squeezed his eyes shut, his hands clenching into the sheets beneath him. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry, I should have done better dash." A sharp scoff cut him off. "Better?" Izuku opened his eyes, blinking through the blur of hot tears. Stain's expression had hardened, not with disappointment, not with anger. "You won." Stain shifted from the wall, stepping forward, his presence suddenly towering. "You won," he repeated. "You nearly killed him. Without the doctor, he would have bled out. You fought and you survived." His voice lowered, steady, absolute. "You did what you had to." Izuku's breath stilled, the weight, the pain and relief of Stain's words settling over him heavily. But Stain wasn't done. "This is not a failure," he said. "You're not being cast aside. You are injured." A sharp emphasis, as if the very idea of Izuku thinking otherwise was insulting. "And I won't let you make yourself worse." Izuku bit his lip, still shaking, still struggling to believe. "Get stronger," Stain continued, tone almost softer. "Heal. When you can join me again, you will." Izuku exhaled, shaky, shallow. "He will." The relief that flooded him was just as overwhelming as the fear had been, just as crushing. He sniffled, nodding as much as his aching body would allow. "Okay." Stain watched him for a moment longer before stepping back, satisfied. Izuku closed his eyes, swallowing back the last of the tears. Izuku was removed from the roster. No working at the bar. No going with Stain. Bedrest. It should have felt like a victory. He had won, hadn't he? He had defended himself. Had fought against a serial murderer and lived to see another day. And yet, the walls of his room closed in like a tomb, the stillness pressing down on him heavier than the ache in his ribs. This felt like loss. His fingers moved restlessly over the keys of his laptop, the only sound in the dim, quiet room the rhythmic clicking of his typing. His back hurt from being propped up against stiff pillows, his mind tangled in endless thoughts, and beneath it all, a slow, burning anxiety twisted in his gut. Useless. The word echoed in his skull like a curse, leaden in his chest. But assignments had been given to him, a lot of assignments. Kurogiri had delivered them personally, printed documents, encrypted files, lists of names and targets, all passed through the void to his hands. It was work. It was something. But it wasn't enough. He should be out there. Kurogiri returned, moving soundlessly into the room. The dark swirl of his mist coiled in the low light, shifting as he set down a tray at Izuku's bedside. A bowl of broth. Simple, warm, mild. Izuku barely spared it a glance. "Thank you," he muttered, trying to meet the haze that was Kurojire's eyes. "I can go back to work dash." "No," Kurojire's reply was immediate. Izuku's fingers froze above the keyboard, irritation flickering hot beneath his skin. "I can work," he pressed, shifting slightly, a sharp, searing ache flared across his ribs, and he barely held back a wince. "I need to dash." "You are on strict orders," Kurojire cut in smoothly. Izuku huffed, frustration knotting in his throat. "Whose orders?" "Sensei's." Izuku blinked. "All for ones?" For a moment he thought he misheard. "Sensei?" he echoed, hesitant, unsure. The mist swirled, adamant. "Yes." Izuku stared. His bones creaked as he sat back, his stomach twisting uncomfortably. "Why?" The words slipped out before he could stop it, quiet, uncertain. Why would all for one be so concerned? Or maybe he was just prolonging his investment. Yeah, that was it. Kurojire was silent, which in itself was an answer. Dabi slouched on a beaten, ratty old couch, legs kicked out, head tipped back, eyes half-lidded beneath the flickering light of the warehouse. His cigarette burned low between his fingers, the ember glowing and pulsing like a dying star, a heartbeat. Smoke curled around him, lazy, curling, whispering. The notebook sat beside him, untouched now, but not forgotten. Because Dabi wasn't the kind of guy to just forget something like that. He wasn't just gonna kick back and think, that was odd. Guess the brat's smarter than I thought. Something was clicking now. Adding up. Something was wrong. Not in the obvious way, not in the "oh sheet, Stain's little charity case is actually a walking encyclopedia of quirks and analysis way. That was already unsettling enough. That was weird enough. But this? Dabi had met plenty of scrawny little sheets with something to prove, plenty of kids who thought they were clever, plenty of desperate, hungry, grasping nobodies clawing their way toward something bigger. Izuku wasn't like them. Izuku wasn't clawing. He wasn't climbing. He was watching. Sitting there, quiet, bruised up, scarred and stitched together, taking everything in, slotting it all into place. And that notebook, it wasn't some sad little cry for help. It had no trace of his own sufferings, no anecdotes about his personal feelings on Dabi, on Toga, on others who hadn't made things easy for him. Things were becoming a lot more obvious to Dabi. Izuku wasn't just alive for the sake of owing the league. Dabi overheard as much. He'd just been walking through the hall when he saw Kurojire enter Izuku's room. Curiosity piqued, he paused, already knowing he was gonna hear something interesting. "And DMN, did he? Is your report ready to be taken to Sensei?" It wasn't just Stain the little rat was giving information to. It wasn't just some little pet project for the hero killer. A bar made for the league. The big boss was keeping tabs on the kid. Sensei was keeping tabs on the kid. And now, with that little nugget rolling around in his skull, he couldn't stop thinking. Because this whole time, he'd been looking at the notebook and seeing what was right in front of him, pages and pages of quirk analysis, brutal assessments that tore people down to their bones and dissected their potential like specimens in a jar. That was already unsettling. Already impressive. But this? Now he knew for certain that this had never really been about debt. If all they wanted was to squeeze some money out of him before he rotted, they would have thrown him into organ farming, turned him into an instant nomu, sold his parts for a nice fat profit, easy cash. If that was the goal, Izuku would already be pieced apart and stuffed into an icebox for the doc to make use of. But that hadn't happened. So why was he here? Why had Sensei put a leash on his more enthusiastic pets when it came to this wide-eyed little thing? Why was this scrawny, freckled, bruised up nobody being kept alive? And Dabi's grin stretched. Cultivated? Federal kept alive. Given time, given resources. Given all the pieces he needed to build whatever the hell was locked up inside that skull of his. He exhaled slow, smoke slipping through his teeth, watching the ember smolder, waiting to be snuffed out, waiting to ignite. A chuckle rumbled low in his throat. The little creature was bedridden, wasn't he? Smashed up, still breathing but barely, stuck in that shitty room with nothing but his thoughts and his plans. Dabi figured he might as well stick close, tear off a few pieces of Sensei and Stain's main course for himself. He did say Izuku would have to earn his notebook back. He'd make him really work for it. Izuku stared at the date glowing on the corner of his screen, digital numbers ticking forward. Today. The UA entrance exam was today. His fingers hovered over the keys, motionless. He had applied. It had been the only high school he applied for. The only thing he had wanted, once. Once, this might have been something he'd counted down the minutes for. He would have woken up early, dressed in his unburnt uniform, clutched his application slip so tightly it crumpled at the middle. He would have stood in line with the others, stomach twisting, palms sweaty, vision blurring with anxiety, waiting to be let in, waiting for a future that wasn't his anymore. Not hero material. All Might had told him that. And it's not like he had a chance to even try to prove him wrong. Not anymore. He shouldn't care. It didn't matter. But he still wanted to see. UA was locked down tighter than most things he usually had to gain access to. Their security systems rivaled the Hero Commission itself, if not surpassed it. High-profile staff, high-profile students, and the highest-profile principal. Nedzu was no fool. The firewalls were layered, deceptive, shifting constantly, a labyrinth of nested permissions and hidden triggers. Direct brute force attacks would trip every alert system in place. Pre-programmed worms would be detected instantly. But Izuku had learned. He had been practicing passively. The past months had stripped hesitation when it came to this kind of thing, made him sharper, more careful, better. A proxy first, anonymizing, bouncing his signal through multiple relays, layering it under false credentials, scrubbing it of any unique signatures. Then he ran a slow sweep, scanning for unsecured access points. There was always at least one. A misconfigured subdomain. A forgotten external service. A minor staff login with slightly weaker encryption. A faculty member's interface. A live database sync running in the background, momentarily exposed, a vulnerability lasting seconds before the system auto-patched. Seconds were all he needed. He tunneled in, piggybacking off the live sync, embedding himself within the network permissions, slipping through silent, undetected. Data unfolded before him in raw, unfiltered streams. Live security footage. Audio feeds. Camera angles spanning every corridor, every arena, every room of UA. Izuku's heart pounded. It worked. The exam hadn't started yet. The arenas were empty, filled only with staff moving back and forth, adjusting settings, maneuvering large, powered-down machines into position, rolling them behind buildings, tucking them into blind spots. Robots. So it was a combat exam. That much was obvious. And disappointingly, it definitely wasn't a fair test. Favored. Power. Strength. Quirks suited to breaking, crushing, destroying. Izuku would have been worthless here. He shifted to another camera feed, trying not to feel any more disheartened. Rows of desks. Students hunched over, scribbling furiously through the written portion of the exam. Some looked on the verge of tears, erasing frantically, hands in their hair. Others were stone-faced, confident, methodical. And a few had already finished. Their papers stacked neatly, pushed to the corner of their desk, waiting for the exam time to officially end. And one of them, Izuku's stomach dropped. Spiky blonde hair. Arms crossed. Paper to the side, already done. Bakugo. Of course. Of course he was here. Pursuing his dream, collecting his due future, walking the path laid out for him, owed to him. Unquestioned. Unchallenged. Izuku had known, of course he had known. There was never a reality where Bakugo wouldn't be here, where he wouldn't charge forward without looking back. It hit him like sickness, like something festering in his blood, twisting and knotting and curdling inside him. His throat burned. His face felt hot. His eyes stung. It was unfair. It was so unfair. Bakugo, with his perfect scores and perfect quirk and perfect place at the top, standing exactly where he was meant to be. Bakugo, with his future assured, encouraged, welcomed. Bakugo, who had left him bleeding in an alleyway, coughing through a scorched neck, shuddering through shock, shaking from an agonizing mass of blood and charred muscle. The scar stretched across his shoulder, up his neck, to his cheek, a permanent thing, a deep, ugly, twisted mark left in his skin, in his ligaments, in the very structure of his body. A reminder that even though Bakugo had nearly killed him, had left him gasping, broken, ruined, he still got to be here. Still got to sit in that exam hall, still got to pass, still got to have everything. Izuku wasn't the type to hate. But something inside him soured, curdled, spoiled. Something mean. Something heinous. Something that sat in the hollow of his chest, dripping black like ink, poisoning everything it touched. His heart squeezed, clenched so painfully he thought it might burst. Because he could have been there. He should have been there. He could see himself there, bent over a desk, pencil tapping against the paper, hands steady despite the trembling inside him. He would have taken the test with the same hope he had carried all his life, fragile but unyielding. Izuku curled his fingers, swallowing down the burn in his throat. He wasn't there. Instead, he was here. Sitting in a dark room, covered in deep scars and bruises, bandaged, tired, alone. Watching from the outside. Watching from his place. Invisible. He had always wanted to be a hero. Even now, especially now, he could feel it gnawing at him, chewing at him, screaming at him. He still wanted that. He still wanted. It doesn't matter. His path is different now. He's living a different life than what he'd hoped for. And that was fine. It's fine. He should be happy. He's grateful. Grateful that Stain had taken him in. Grateful that he had been bandaged up after Muscular had tried to kill him. Grateful that he had a place at all. His breath came out slow, shaky. His fingers twitched over the keys. For a brief, reckless second, he thought about tripping the security alarms, just to see him panic. Just to ruin something. But he didn't. A flicker. A pop-up in the corner of the screen. A message. Hello there, dear intruder. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His heart humped, tension crackling up his spine like a live wire. No way. His firewall bypass had been perfect. His intrusion had been silent, each step careful, precise, without a single misstep. There was no reason, no way anyone should have noticed him. And yet, a second message popped up beneath the first. I must say, it's been quite some time since someone made it this far. Who might you be? Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs, a pulse of heat crawling up his neck. Principal Nizu. There was no other possibility. A chill racked Izuku. The messages kept coming. Little pop-ups, patient, insistent, blooming in the corners of his screen like pale flowers in the dark. Curious little thing, aren't you? What exactly were you hoping to see? Izuku's fingers curled tight against his palm, hovering over the keyboard, heart a frantic, erratic thing hammering against his ribs. He knew better than to answer. He knew better than to engage. This was the principle of UA. He was working for a group of villains, living by their mercy. If it was discovered that he was talking, actively speaking to someone like this, he couldn't even imagine what they'd do to him. And yet, this was the principle of his dream school. Talking to him. A pull, a begging thing in his chest, raw and hopeful, desperate to explain himself, to justify why. So, against every instinct, against the sharp, jagged warning screaming in his skull, he typed. He'd blame it on his weakened state. I wanted to see the exam. The beat. Then another. Then a reply. A single word, stretched thin with curiosity, with interest, with something almost indulgent. You couldn't come see it in person? Izuku hesitated, jaw tight, throat thick. The answer was simple. Fingers hovered, trembled slightly over the keys, before pressing down, slow and deliberate. The pause. A long one. A message appearing on the screen. He didn't get to see what it said, because there was movement by the door, shadow shifting in the cracks. The door swung open. Izuku shut everything down. His fingers moved before his mind did, slamming the kill switch, severing every open operation, obliterating every trace, every thread connecting him to UA's system, to Nizu. His heart slammed against his ribs, breath catching sharp in his throat as he switched back to his research tabs, screen flickering, shifting, looking untouched. Casual. Unbothered. Normal. Like he hadn't just been playing with fire. Like he hadn't just had his hand caught in the lion's maw. talking to the principal of a hero school while sitting in a villain organization's base. Dabi stepped inside, slow and easy. Izuku didn't look at him. "Bunnies got teeth," Dabi remarked, his voice as dry as smoke. He didn't bother with greetings, didn't ease into conversation like a normal person. No, he dove straight in, his gaze flickering over Izuku with undisguised amusement. "Really made a mess of him, huh? Should have heard the sounds he was making when they dumped him in the infirmary. Pathetic. You know, you gnawed right through his artery, took a chunk out of it. Was that intentional, or just a lucky shot?" Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't flinch, didn't react, just turned his face away, fixed on the edge of his untouched broth. Dabi's grin widened. He sauntered in, dragging the chair from Izuku's new desk. Kurogiri had teleported it in within the hour Izuku was placed back in his room. Why now? Izuku didn't know, but he wasn't about to question it, with a sharp screech. "What's wrong? Not hungry?" He tilted his head, mock concern lacing his voice. "All that blood make you full?" Izuku didn't answer. Didn't rise to it. He was still too focused on breathing, on forcing his pulse to slow, on making sure his fingers didn't twitch, didn't betray anything as they hovered near the keyboard, over the ghost of what had just been there. Nizu's messages, now erased in a frantic, desperate instant. Izuku swallowed. "What do you want?" His voice came out quieter than he intended, stretched thin by fatigue, raw and frayed. Dabi hummed, dropping onto the chair backward, arms folded over the backrest, tapping his fingers against it. "What do I want?" He repeated the words, rolling them around in his mouth. "Haven't figured that out yet. But for now," his lips curled, slow and sharp, "I probably want to know what Sensei's got you doing." Izuku's thoughts faltered. "A what?" "Don't be dumb," Dabi said, grin never faltering. "You're not just sitting here twiddling your thumbs until Stain wants you again. You got those little reports, don't you?" It wasn't a question. Dabi knew. Izuku winced from a shallow attempt to sit up straighter. Dabi reached into his coat and pulled out something small, something tattered. He tossed it onto the bed, right in between them. Right where Izuku could grab it. Izuku's breath caught. His notebook. Dabi rested his chin on his arms, watching him, expression unreadable. "You want it back, don't you?" Izuku exhaled slowly. "What do you want for it?" Dabi's smirk stretched wider, something cruel and knowing. "There he is." Izuku didn't bite. He simply stared, waiting. Dabi let the silence hang for a moment, then shrugged. "Call it an exchange," he drawled. "You give me something I can use, and I might just think about giving this back." Izuku inhaled slowly. There was. He knew Dabi would drag this out for a long while, extort anything and everything he could before ever letting that notebook go. It wasn't fair. Nothing was ever fair. And what else did he have? Dabi was mean, cruel, snarky, terrifying. But at least he was here. At least this was something to do. "All right." Dabi chuckled. "That's a good little rabbit." "The Southern Wharf," he said. "Patrol timestamps. Heroes, police, shipments, docking schedules, the whole deal." His gaze sharpened like a blade catching light. "And make it quick." Izuku held his stare for a moment. Dabi didn't blink. His eyes were too bright, too knowing, waiting for Izuku to resist, waiting to see if he'd even try. Izuku didn't. He exhaled softly, dragging the laptop closer toward him, the ache in his ribs sharp but tolerable. Pulling up the data with quick efficiency, scanning, filtering, categorizing. Southern Wharf. Patrol routes. Shift rotations. Shipment arrivals. The most logical entry points, the blind spots between patrol passes, the least disturbed escape route once the job was done. He read it all off in a flat, quiet voice, dispassionate. Nothing extra. Nothing unnecessary. Just raw information, given freely. Dabi watched him the whole time, his grin stretching wider, sharper, like he was enjoying the way Izuku worked, how easy it was. When Izuku finished, he sat back slightly, fingers still resting against the keys, his breath just a little uneven. Silence stretched. Dabi stood in one fluid motion, swiping the notebook back and up to tap it lazily against his own shoulder. Knew you'd be useful, bunny real easy. He gave a sleepy, almost sing-song thanks. And then he was gone, a slow, lazy stride carrying him out the door, disappearing down the corridor, the notebook still in his hand. Toga loved walking in Izuku's skin. It fit so nicely, stretched over her bones like a second life, one where she wasn't Toga Himiko, bloodthirsty and wanted, but a bright-eyed, sweet-faced, unassuming boy. She just threw on a hoodie and could leave the base without worry of being recognized. It was so easy like this. There was a simple joy in it, in every effortless step she took in his body. She wandered through the streets, shoulders relaxed, feet light against the pavement. No one looked twice at her. No wary glances, no cautious steps away, no instinctual shivers of discomfort. She could walk into a shop, pick up a drink, smile at the cashier. She could lean over the counter, chin on folded arms, and ask for extra sugar in his voice, canines flashing and everything. And they gave it to her. Just like that. It was so easy. To buy snacks from a corner store without stares, wondering if she had been the one they saw on the news. To sit on a park bench without mothers gathering their children closer. To slip between the crowds, just another hopeful kid in a city full of them. No one recognized her, recognized him. Not police nor heroes. No missing posters. No flashing news bulletins, no urgent reports of a boy lost, stolen, taken. Poor little Izuku, gone, and no one had even noticed. His face was free for her to parade around in. And that was the saddest part, really. She sighed happily, sipping at her drink, weaving through the streets, her steps eventually pulling her toward a new curiosity. The UA. The holy grail of heroics, where kids scrambled to throw themselves into their bright, glorious futures. The fabled entrance exam was today, should be finished by now, and she could take a little peek as the students filed out. Disheartened expressions, teary eyes, bright smiles, fists clenched, hopeful eyes. Dreams ignited or crushed in the one moment. Toga was having fun watching them all mill past. Deku! The voice cracked through the air, sharp barking. She turned, making sure her hood covered her head, and already her body was shifting. Her face melted back into her own face, hair lightening, eyes sharpening. It was quick, so quick, but the boy had already closed the distance, shoving through groups of students. A hand grabbed her shoulder, spinning her with a roughness that sent her stumbling back. And when he turned her around, when his eyes met hers, not Izuku's, she saw something fascinating. Panic. Desperation. His breathing hitched, chest rising fast, brows furrowing so hard as he searched her face like he had expected something else. His chest heaved, breath sharp and uneven, like he had been running to something important, running to him. But it wasn't him. And the realization that flickered across his face, the exact moment he saw her, was just so interesting. The raw confusion. The way his grip loosened just slightly, eyes darting over her features like they could somehow reconstruct the boy he thought he had seen. She tilted her head, smiling, playing off the confusion, watching as he stammered something rough and bitten off, words that never fully left his mouth before he turned and stomped off, the tension in his shoulders betraying the panic he was trying to mask. Toga watched him go, rocking on her heels, grin widening. Did little Izuku have a friend? And, by the place, a hero friend? How fun. She practically skipped back to base, bouncing lightly on her toes as she made her way down the familiar halls. Izuku was in his room, laid up in bed, wrapped in bandages, bones still knitting themselves back together, broken ribs still pressing a little too close to his lungs. His green eyes were dull, lips parted slightly as he exhaled slow, pained breaths. He looked so cute like this. From the doorway she sang it. Deku. And the reaction, it was even better than she thought it would be. His whole body flinched, sharp and involuntary, muscles locking, breath halting like she had just shot him. His eyes were wide now, so wide, mouth parted in something silent and trembling. Like a little wounded bird. Toga laughed, canines glittering. HM? What was that, Zuku? She cooed, tilting her head. Did I catch you at a bad time? Are you hearing things? Izuku blinked, slowly, chest stuttering through the exhale he had been holding, eyes darting away. Toga pranced closer, her steps light, her grin wide. Her knees hit the floor beside his bed with a soft thump as she leaned in, golden eyes glinting with curiosity. Izuku didn't move, but she could feel the stiffness in his frame, the way his breath came shallow, controlled. Still reeling from her little game. That was fun, she should do it some more later. But for now, she had another idea. She tilted her head, elbows pressed into the sheets, fingers idly twisting in a loose thread. "Hey Izu," she crooned. "I want to go out tonight." His brow furrowed slightly, confusion passing over his face. "I want to go with Stain," she clarified, her fingers flicking the thread away, golden gaze locking onto his. "I want to see them. The heroes." Izuku blinked slowly, something flickering in his green eyes. Toga watched, intrigued, as his lips parted, then pressed shut again. He hesitated. In an instant she moved, her limbs shifting, melting, reshaping. Her skin paled, freckles blooming across her cheeks, hair curling into that dark, mossy green. "I'll go as you, I just want to see Stain up close, you know," she said, but it wasn't her voice now. It was his. His soft tone, his quiet murmur, that little breathless uncertainty. Izuku's expression twisted, something nameless in his eyes as he looked away. Then at last, a short nod. He stopped, exhaled, then nodded again slow. "If Stain's okay with it? I guess. It's not my call." Toga beamed, delighted, twirling a lock of green hair between her fingers before letting it snap back into blonde. "Great. I knew you'd be fine with it." Then she tapped a finger to her lower lip, tilting her head again. "Oh, and I need your notes." Izuku's brow furrowed further, as if she'd asked for something sacred. His mouth opened, lips parting in quiet protest, but she knew he had them. He always had something for Stain. "Don't be stingy," she sing-songed, reaching out to poke at his arm, fingers light against bandages. "I'm gonna bring them to Stain for you." Izuku exhaled through his nose, slow and resigned. "I don't have my notebook," he muttered, shifting slightly, wincing when his ribs disagreed with the movement. He reached for his laptop, fingers clicking quietly over the keys before he turned the screen toward her. "Just, dot points." Toga pouted but pulled out her phone, snapping a quick, casual picture of the glowing text, her grin returning as she tucked the device away. Izuku said nothing. Just pressed the laptop shut again, his expression distant, shadowed. Toga pouted. Was Izu sulking? Not even a little, "Thank you, Toga, for delivering my precious notes?" Izuku frowned, turning his face away, muttering, "I appreciate it." "Thank you, Toga." She beamed and hopped up. "I can't wait to see them," she sighed dreamily. "All those bloody heroes." Toga laughed, twirling on her heel. "I'll let you know how it goes, Izu," she sang, prancing toward the door. Izuku said nothing. He just stared after her, quiet, lost in something sad. Well, she'd just have to have fun for him tonight. She skipped into the warehouse, light on her feet, a tune on her lips. She stepped inside, a grotesque iron pungent in the air, light catching every gleam of steel and dark splashes on the concrete floor. Dabi was there, leaned against a crate, shoulders still steaming, a faint curl of smoke trailing from his cigarette. He was holding a notebook, just lazily, like nothing important. Stain stood near the back, finishing the last swipe of his blade against a cloth, slow and deliberate, before tucking it away. They turned at her entrance. Toga just smiled. "Hard at work, huh?" She hummed, her hands clasping behind her back. "Busy, busy." Dabi snorted. "Always something to clean up." He gave a lazy wave toward the blood drying in the grooves of the floor. "You should have seen it, pretty messy." Toga pouted. "I can't believe I wasn't invited." Stain only exhaled sharply, unimpressed. She grinned wider, rocking forward onto her toes, letting the moment stretch. "Hey, you're with the League a lot," she chirped, tilting her head at Stain, "but you never come to see little Izuku anymore. That's so sad, you know? I think he misses you, even if you've forgotten him." Stain's eyes narrowed, his expression warning, but Toga wasn't done. Two sets of eyes, Both different but equally intrigued, looked on as she pranced forward. So, can I come with you tonight? No reaction. She pouted. Not even a blink? No flicker of curiosity? She dug into her pocket, pulling out her phone and holding the screen toward him, tilting it so the blue light caught his face. I even have something for you, Izuku still. Wants to help out, see? Stain's eyes barely flicked down, scanning the picture, Izuku's notes. Stain's gaze lingered on the screen for a long moment. Then, slowly, he looked back at her. Toga's grin only widened. She let her limbs shift, the transformation sliding over her like melting wax. With a borrowed body, a borrowed voice, she leaned forward and pleaded. Come on, take me with you tonight. Dabi let out a low whistle. Creepy. Stain's fingers twitched against his blade, his expression sharpening into something dark, his mouth pressing into a thin line. Toga, Izuku, held out the phone again, tilting it so. I'm still working so hard for you, she pouted. No, a hiss of steel. Toga blinked. No, she echoed, voice light, surprised. Her head tilted, a feline gesture. But dash. No, he repeated, more clipped, dismissive. Like it wasn't even worth discussion. Toga stared at him, lips pursing slightly. Stain looked at her, even like this, but it was different from how he usually looked at Izuku. Disdain, disappointment, something stern in the way his mouth set, the furrow of his brow. She met Stain's gaze through Izuku's. But you know I can fight, she said, voice dipping into his familiar cadence. I want to help you out, Stain. I can do it better than Izuku can. Stain's expression did not change. Not even a sliver. Don't waste my time. Immediate. Unwavering. Without hesitation, without even a moment's consideration. Dabi let out a snort from where he sat. She gave him a glare, then snapped back to Stain, who was already turning away. Just like that. Like it wasn't even worth discussing. Toga's lips parted, something frustrated chewing on her lips. She wanted to press, wanted to needle, wanted to rip an answer out of him. Why not? What didn't she have? But she didn't. Instead, she dropped the transformation, her own face settling back into place. She huffed a breath, crossing her arms. You didn't even think about it. Stain glanced at her, uninterested. Toga clicked her tongue, letting out an exaggerated huff as Stain disappeared out of the warehouse, lower lip jutted in a pout. So rude, she grumbled. Behind her, Dabi barked out a laugh. That was pathetic, embarrassing really, he drawled, still lazily thumbing through his notebook. Toga whipped around, stomping over to him. Not pathetic, she huffed. Confusing. She jabbed a finger at him. I have Izuku's information, I fight better than him, I can look exactly like him, and I'm way more fun. But still he won't take me along? That's not fair. Dabi smirked, cigarette dangling from his lips. Fair? Were you expecting Stain to give in just 'cause you asked nicely? He tilted his head. It is kind of funny though. Makes you wonder, huh? Toga flopped onto a nearby crate, resting her chin in her hands. Exactly. Why does Stain even keep Izuku around, then? If he doesn't want my help? She kicked her feet in the air. So annoying. Guess you're not special enough, huh? He drawled, exhaling a slow ribbon of smoke. She shot him a look. I'm plenty special. Dabi hummed, closing the notebook with a quiet snap. Toga eyed it. Oh, I did learn something fun today though, she sing-songed, swinging her legs. Dabi leaned back against the crates, exhaling smoke. Oh yeah. She nodded, eyes glinting. A hero student recognized me as Izuku. Dabi finally looked at her, interest sparking in those tired, half-lidded eyes. Recognized you? She chirped. He saw me, called for me, well, called for Izuku really. She tilted her head, voice lilting. He called out a name. Dabi arched a brow. She beamed, pleased with herself. Deku. Dabi snorted. The hell kind of name is that? Toga only grinned wider. I thought it was cute, but dash, she leaned in, voice dipping into something conspiratorial, when I got back and called Izuku that name? He got all scared, flinched and everything. Dabi tapped his cigarette, watching her closely. Oh, He knows that hero student, she giggled. Definitely knows him. And not in a normal way either. She stretched her arms above her head, all satisfaction and ease. Dabi let the words settle for a moment before flicking the ash off his cigarette. Well, he muttered, that is interesting. You gonna tell me why you were prancing around as the brat in the first place? Toga twirled a lock of hair between her fingers. Because I can. Not an answer. Well, are you gonna tell me why you have his notebook? 'Cause I can. Plus, Izuku was going insane. That much was certain. Hearing things, old names, names that had been buried, unused, unknown. Rotting somewhere behind these past months, somewhere that Izuku hadn't expected or prepared for. And from her, of all people. Someone who certainly shouldn't know. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. He needed to move. Sitting still all day was making him crazy. Izuku gritted his teeth, pressing a hand to the frame of his bed as he forced himself up. Agony flared in his ribs, an ice pick dragging through the muscle of his side, sharp and merciless. His breath stuttered, catching, and for a moment his vision threatened to black out entirely. But he stayed up. Pain was nothing new. His feet pressed against the cold floor, barely steady, knees threatening to buckle as he balanced his weight. He clenched his fists, forcing them to hold, forcing his body to obey him. He stood. For a few minutes. A few very victorious minutes. Then a step. The ache was instant. Another step. Then another. His body screamed, but he didn't stop. He crouched, to push his range of motion. And it was blinding, his nerves shredded under the pressure, his body protesting so violently he almost collapsed then and there. A sound left him, something ragged, but he bit it back, pressing his nails into his palm. He had to keep going. He would not sit and rot. He had spent too long lying in that bed, motionless, empty. He needed to test his limits. To push, to break if he had to. Pain was secondary. Irrelevant. The sound of a throat clearing. Izuku turned. There, in the open doorway, stood Kurogiri. They stared at each other, silent. You, Kurogiri finally said, voice smooth as ever, dark and composed, should not be standing. Izuku swallowed, his breath unsteady, but his stance unwavering. I can stand, see? I'm fine. He rasped. Kurogiri watched him for another long, suffocating moment. If you do not return to bed, I will be forced to strap you down. The words, calm and absolute, sent a ripple through Izuku's chest, half defiance, half something else. But he did not move. He would not go back to the bed. And Kurogiri sighed. Kurogiri didn't quite have to strap him down. Arguably, he did something much worse. Every time Izuku so much as shifted beyond what Kurogiri deemed acceptable, space twisted, and he found himself dumped unceremoniously back onto the mattress. The same, silent, inexorable response. At first, it was almost gentle. A mere flicker of shadow, a distortion in the air, and Izuku would find himself nestled back into the sheets, the movement so smooth and deliberate it could have been mistaken for care. Like a mother tucking in an unruly child. But he was not a child, and he was not unruly, he was just sick of being stuck in bed. He shuffled to the edge, swinging his legs over, only for darkness to yawn beneath him, and for him to drop like a stone through some unseen abyss, landing with an undignified flop back onto his pillow. So he tried again. And again. He hit the bed face first this time, a fresh jolt of pain ricocheting through his ribs. By the 6th or 7th attempt, his patience had been as beaten as his body. Izuku slumped against the pillows with a pointed huff. The ache in his bones pulsed with dull, petulant rage, but Kurogiri, the unflappable specter of absolute patience, did not waver. Instead, he simply stood there, watching. For a full hour. Izuku glared, first out of irritation, then out of petty defiance, then, finally, out of a sheer, simmering need to be difficult. His glares evolved over time, starting with mild displeasure, blooming into surface-level resentment, and finally, settling into a stare so pointed and withering it could have peeled paint. Kurogiri, infuriatingly, did not react. Not once. Not even when Izuku sighed so dramatically it might have been theatrical. At some point, at some imperceptible cue, Kurogiri must have decided he had sufficiently cowed his unruly patient, because he finally turned and disappeared, leaving Izuku to stew in his own helpless frustration. His ribs hurt, his pride hurt, and he had been tossed around like a sack of flour by a teleporting bartender. Izuku should have just gone to sleep. That would have been the reasonable thing to do. But he wasn't feeling particularly reasonable right now. So, naturally, with nothing else but the embers of rebellion burning low in his chest, he cracked open his laptop, fingers flying over the keys with a newfound sense of petulant determination. If he was to be trapped here like a rat, then he would start biting. And so, with dark amusement curling in his gut, he did what any bedridden, thoroughly agitated individual would do. He dug into things he shouldn't. UA's systems. Just to spite the League. It was, of course, like the universe had a sense of humor. Or maybe Dabi was just psychic. Because not a full minute later, the door to his room slammed open, and in he strolled, ready to bother Izuku once again. Yo. Maybe bother wasn't the right word. That was closer. Extort closer still. He leaned against the frame, all sharp edges and loose, ignorant posture, wearing his smile like it was also stapled into his face. Oh good. Already got the laptop out. His voice was low, rough, half amused, half drawled out mocking. You're so well trained. Izuku, still simmering with frustration, only flicked a flat, sidelong glance at him. Dabi made a low, throaty noise that could have been a chuckle or a scoff. It was always hard to tell with him. He slumped into the room with the slow, easy gait of a man who owned the place, flopping into Izuku's chair with zero regard for personal space, and promptly kicked his feet up onto the edge of the mattress. Got a problem? He asked. Izuku exhaled, long and slow. What do you want? Dabi stretched, his neck popping with an exaggerated roll of his shoulders. Fighting rings, he said, voice slow and easy, as if he were talking about weekend plans, not brutal, bloody affairs where lives were lost as carelessly as pocket change. Underground. South Side. Heard they've been picking up lately. Izuku blinked, brows furrowing, then pivoted, minimized the portal he had opened into, and rerouted. Fighting rings. The first traces came in the form of advertisements, flashing banners riddled with malware, tempting the viewer with promises of real, raw, visceral violence. Grainy, low-quality recordings, advertisements scrawled in crude, fluorescent fonts, half-baked promotional videos edited together by amateurs. Because quality didn't matter, just the content, just the attention it would gather. A camera shoved between chain link, inside were two men. The footage was shaky, the type filmed on burner phones with shaking hands. One of the men was already bloody, nose shattered, staggered stance betraying a concussion. The other moving forward with slow, deliberate cruelty. Izuku muted the audio and paused the video. He didn't need to see more, just get what Dabi needed and leave it. Tonight. South Side, old tenements. He rattled off the details, voice clipped, and Dabi hummed in satisfaction. Perfect. He rocked forward, standing in one fluid, lazy motion. Thanks, bunch, and just like that he left. Just as quickly and abruptly as he'd arrived. Izuku was about to close it, shut down the whole thing and forget what he saw, go back to UA, but then something caught his eye. A small, flickering pop-up in the corner of his screen. A schedule of fights, names of competitors listed alongside brutal descriptions, each title more salacious than the last. But one stood out. Mutation May, mutants brawl to the death. Izuku's stomach turned. Those he had heard of before. One of the heroes Stain dispatched had been fond of them. They weren't just cage fights, they were more similar to human trafficking rings. Entire networks built around people with mutant quirks, people whose bodies were too different, too alien, too monstrous in the eyes of society. People whose pain was turned into a spectacle for the sake of others' entertainment. That's what this one obviously was. He clicked, intending to scan the audience, just in case there was a face there that shouldn't be. The video was low resolution, pixelated with static and digital decay, but the details were clear enough. Two figures locked inside a cage. At first, Izuku assumed it was just the lighting, the distortion of the footage, but then one of them moved, and he saw the way their limbs congealed, twisting into unnatural angles. Their eyes were bloodshot, too wide, too reactive, like an animal pushed beyond fear. Into something else entirely. Fur sprouted where there wasn't any before, bloody, ripping through follicles. He paused the video, confusion mixing with abhorred sympathy. He looked at the description, the comments, the tags attached. Death was the primary tag, the XPLCT point of interest, then enhancement. There were names attached. At Sushi Kentaro, his quirk gave him leonine fur rather than hair, a distinct facial structure, and clawed, padded hands. In the video, his body was mangling itself into a hulking mass of bloody fur, exposed muscle and teeth. He wasn't in control, he was in blinding, raging agony. A rapid, painful development in what should have been a simple physical quirk. Then, Kuchu Mamoru, labeled as a previously popular underground champion. His quirk gave him a chitinous exoskeleton, something that surrounded the back of him, wrapping around his chest and forearms too. A natural armor. But in the video, Izuku could see that his outer shell began to consume him entirely, covering his mouth and airways, restricting his movement, mandibles slicing through his own jaw. He was stunned, down. Unable to focus on the fight when his own quirk was betraying him. He screamed as Kentaro lunged, mindlessly ripping at whatever was left exposed, Mamoru being gutted against the cage's iron bars. The crowd was screaming wildly. Izuku's stomach lurched, his eyes squeezing shut. It was odd, the both of their quirks mutating, becoming uncontrollable like that. Enhancement. It had to be a drag. Something that wasn't a steroid, wasn't a plain enhancement. It looked like it was targeting the quirk factor. Mutating it exponentially. A drag like that, Izuku hadn't heard of at all. Nausea was writhing in his throat, but his hands didn't stop moving. Something like that, the police, officials would surely know about. They would definitely have more on it. He switched tracks, rerouting his search away from the underground circuits and into official records. But the police reports were scattered, buried. Most were tucked beneath layers of bureaucratic sludge, miscategorized as gang-related violence, as overdoses, as unknown quirk failures. But there were cases, so many cases. People with mutation quirks who'd collapsed in alleyways, their bodies grotesquely distorted. Muscle tissue engorged, bones splintered from the inside out. Skin split like overripe fruit, riddled with lesions, like something had erupted from within. Reports from coroners, their findings strangely similar. Extensive tissue degeneration. Rapid onset necrosis in extremities. Quirk mutation, uncontrolled proliferation. Mutation. Not enhancement. Not augmentation. A quirk pushed past its natural limitations, devouring everything in the host's body to fuel its own grotesque evolution. Why hadn't he heard of this before? Of something capable of this? Interrogation transcripts open. He scanned through witness reports. Until finally, someone mentioned a name. Trigger. It had to be Trigger, her limbs bent backwards, feathers sprouting all over. That's not natural. That was all. So far, the only name for it. Izuku collated the sources. The distribution was fragmented, scattered, small, localized gangs peddling the substance, each seemingly independent of the others. No syndicate. No true organizational link. Which meant no clear supplier. Where they got it from, that was the real question. He doubted anything useful would be available in the digital realm, not in the databases he could access. If Trigger was this secretive, then the real dealings wouldn't be conducted online. No records. No shipments. No paper trail. And then there was the strangest part. The police knew. They had to. The reports were there, dozens of them. Bodies found warped beyond recognition, public incidents that ended with monstrosities collapsing in the street, their quirk factors cannibalizing them from the inside out. And yet, no major investigations. No task forces. No follow-ups. Not even an official warning to the public. Why was it all so quiet? Strange. Very, very strange. Izuku tapped his fingers against the keyboard, a restless motion, his mind racing ahead. The omission wasn't incompetence. It was intentional. And that piqued his curiosity, made him itch to know more, know why. He turned his focus. Trigger wasn't widespread. Not yet. It wasn't a mass-market drag, not something flooding the streets like cheap amphetamines or black-market enhancers. It clearly wasn't about profit. It wasn't even about public disruption. It was almost like it was still being tested. No, it was definitely just being tested. It wasn't being produced recklessly, wasn't being spread to whatever hands could grab it. It was being refined. This wasn't just some gang's attempt at a new street drag. This was research that made it worse. Much worse. Because research implied a goal. A final product. What the hell were they trying to make with this? Izuku clenched his jaw. A faint thought surfaced, nagging at the back of his mind. Sensei should know about this. The League was probably playing in the same criminal sandbox as whoever was behind Trigger. If another group weaponized it, it could be a problem. A very big problem. But then, he hesitated. What exactly would Sensei do with this information? If he handed this over, if he told Sensei about Trigger, there were only two possible outcomes. Sensei would use it for himself. He'd track it down, seize control, and mold it into something that fit his own vision. Sensei would ignore it. If it wasn't a direct threat, if it didn't serve an immediate purpose, then it wasn't worth the effort. Either way, would that really help? Or was Izuku just thinking too hard about all of this? He exhaled sharply, fingers pausing on the keys. He wasn't overthinking. This was bad. And the only way he really could figure out more was out there where it was being circulated. But he was stuck. Stuck in this DMN bed. He exhaled sharply through his nose, scowling at the ceiling. He had to focus on what he could do, what he could find. It seemed to be new, all the reports indicated as much. Anything he could find to do with it would most likely exist within the past 5 years. Realistically, every illicit operation needed logistics, supply chains, transportation, money flow. No product existed in isolation. Even if it wasn't obvious, there had to be something. He looked at tracking shipments, anything that moved quietly, with strange or vague labeling, anything that fell off legitimate manifests. The first oddity was a shipping company flagged for financial irregularities. It had been in business for decades, but its sudden uptick in freight over the last year didn't match its reported revenue. A company that had multiple routes funneling into a specific set of districts, each with a notable lack of hero presence. A particular warehouse that received shipments on an inconsistent but persistent basis. He'd look into them. Each of them. He had to find something. It had been 2 weeks. 2 long weeks of confinement, of stagnation, of staring at the same cracked ceiling and breathing the same stale air. 2 weeks of healing, of aching, of feeling his body mend itself in sluggish defiance of his own impatience. Now, finally, he was permitted to leave the room. To walk on his own. To move. The moment Kurogiri had given his approval, Izuku nearly jumped for joy. His ribs ached with every breath, his lungs still burned, the stitches where his own bones had punctured through still pulled with most movement, and his legs betrayed him, tiring quickly under his own weight. But none of that mattered. Because he was allowed out. He could walk. Freely. Izuku had hit a dead end with Trigger. His searches looped back onto themselves, threads fraying into nothing. No new data anywhere he could look. But now he wasn't confined just to his laptop. He could go get information for himself, personally. His first steps were uneven, his muscles still traitorous, reluctant to remember their purpose. His breath hitched, too shallow for comfort, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. Izuku maneuvered down the hall, pulse thrumming in his ears, each footfall a victory. The dull hum of conversation ahead led him to the bar, where Twice and Spinner sat, deep in discussion, their words dropping into a hush the moment Izuku stepped in. Izuku swallowed, dropping his gaze to the floor, and kept walking as if he hadn't noticed. A beat of silence. "Aren't you supposed to be on house arrest?" Twice suddenly blurted, eyes wide in exaggerated shock. "Prison break." Izuku exhaled softly, forcing a small, tired smile. "I'm all right now." A lie, if a harmless one. Actually, Twice might know something. He was a villain, wasn't he? He might know of it at least. He hesitated, shifting his weight before gathering the nerve to speak. Oh, actually, Twice, can I ask you something? Twice perked up immediately. Oh yeah, go for it. Then, in a conspiratorial whisper, he added, but don't ask me who my crush is, I'm not telling. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. And no, that's not Dash. He shook his head, pressing forward. Have you heard of something called Trigger? Twice hummed thoughtfully, scratching his chin. Ah, Trigger? Nope. Never heard of it. What, like a gun? Beside him, Spinner stiffened. Izuku didn't miss it. Trigger. Spinner repeated, his tone lower, guarded. His eyes flickered toward Izuku with subtle suspicion. Why were you sticking your nose into that? Izuku's eyes widened. You know it. His voice rose slightly, betraying his excitement. Did you know where I can find it? I mean, where it can be found? Where it's coming from? Spinner's expression turned strange. I only heard about it, he said after a long pause. Dunno any of that. The words rang hollow. A dismissal, a refusal, a door shut before Izuku could wedge it open. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. But Spinner's reaction confirmed something. He knew about it, something at least. Izuku's thoughts spun, reworking his approach, re-evaluating what he should say next. Hey! Twice suddenly piped up, cutting through the tension. I feel left out. What's Trigger? Izuku barely had time to answer before the air in the room shifted. Kurogyri entered with his usual quiet. Izuku turned to him immediately. The question had been sitting heavy in his chest for days now, pressing, rattling now more so than it ever had. It was simple, so simple, but he knew it would not be taken lightly. Could he leave the base? Not just with Stain, but of his own volition. On his own. He could do so much more, get closer to the subjects of his research, targets. He could do so much more. Izuku inhaled deeply, controlling the tension in his own body before he spoke. Kurogyri, he began. Can I want permission to leave the base. Not just when Stain takes me. There was no immediate response. A pause, deliberate and heavy. Kurogyri's gaze didn't budge even an inch. You are already aware of why we have kept you confined. His voice was smooth, even. Absolute. If I were to allow this, there would need to be precautions. Izuku nodded immediately. Of course. Another beat of silence. Then, to his utter shock, Kurogyri inclined his head. Very well. Izuku's heart leapt. You may go out, Kurogyri continued, his tone shifting, but do not mistake this for complete freedom. You will need to return within an hour. Izuku barely heard the rest, barely cared. Because he could go out. He could walk the streets again. Could trace Trigger to its source, could piece together everything that had evaded him. Could do anything. Yes. You are microchipped. Anywhere you go, we will know. His voice was calm, measured, absolute. And I will be informing Sensei of your request. Izuku only half registered it. Because he could go out, leave, walk. His lips curled into a bright, surprised and beaming smile. Izuku barely heard the words over the rushing pulse in his ears. He could go out. Self-governance was a beautiful, beautiful thing. It was strange, stepping out into daylight. 4 months, the world had shrunk to only darkness really, only ever leaving the base at night, with Stain close by, tugging him along. The world was wide again. It stretched, sprawling before him in its mundane vastness, and Izuku could do nothing but stand there for a moment, the soles of his shoes pressed against pavement, the sun warm against his skin, the air clean and full of life. He inhaled deeply. Car exhaust, the scent of fried food wafting from some street vendor. But it was air. Fresh, open. Not filled with blood or damp concrete. How long had it been since he felt the sun? His skin prickled under its touch, sensitive after so long away. It made him feel human. Not something hidden in a darkened room, but a person. A boy. Just a boy walking down the street. And no one looked at him. No piercing gazes. No assessing stares, watching for weakness. The people around him were normal. Average. A man pushing a stroller, a woman balancing a bag of groceries, kids running ahead of their parents, voices blending into the noise of the city. Not villains. Not heroes. Just people. Izuku moved through them like a dreamer walking through a memory, eyes wide, soaking it all in, the distant hum of the world as it continued without him. A hero fight broke through the normalcy. The sudden surge of noise startled him, the crack of pavement splitting, the roar of a battle, civilians scampering. Izuku froze. Then, as if pulled by some old, instinctive force, his feet carried him forward. Through the crowd, past heads and shoulders, the bodies pressing too close but his mind not registering it, his gaze was locked forward, toward the action, toward the figures moving like clockwork, a dance of strength and skill. Like an old, rusted music box, he was lulled forward, drawn to the melody of something he once loved. The brightness of quirks flashing, the cheers of the crowd, the familiarity of it all. But then a familiar face. Death Arms. A hero from before. The memory struck him sharply. Just a few months ago, himself, trembling, soot and sludge covered, standing small beneath the frame of a man who had scolded him after trying to help. Stay out of the way. You could have been killed. Izuku's chest tightened. In an instant it was too much. Too bright, too loud. His hands curled into fists, nails pressing into his palms as he stumbled back, spun on his heel, and walked away. Quickly, before the memories could sink their teeth in. The crowd blurred around him. His breath felt too thin. Izuku ducked into the space between two buildings, into the quiet, where the sun didn't reach, where the air was still, where the clamor of the world dulled to a manageable hum. His hands shook. He clenched them. It was fine. He was fine. But overwhelmed. Too much too fast. He in another burning breath, felt it settle deep in his lungs, and forced himself to exhale slowly. It was okay. He was outside and everything was okay. Death Arms didn't even see him. He pushed his shoulders back, steadied himself, and stepped out. Only to collide with someone. Pain exploded through his ribs as the impact sent him staggering back. Too hard. Too sudden. A hand caught his arm. Whoa, man. Sorry, didn't see you there. The voice was bright. Casual. Izuku blinked, looking up. Red hair, a cheery, sharp smile. A UA uniform. His stomach plummeted. A hero student. A student from UA. No. He had to go. Quickly. No, sorry, that was my fault dash, he murmured, stepping back, his voice too quiet, too uncertain. The hand on his arm released him, but the student was still looking. Too closely. Izuku could see it happening. The way the redhead's gaze flicked over him, assessing. The bursting scar on his cheek, the dark circles beneath his wide, hollow eyes. The way his fingers trembled despite himself. You sure you're all right? Izuku swallowed. Why is dash? The hero student's eyes flicked past him, into the alley. His brows furrowed. Do you dash? Thank you. Izuku cut in, voice rushed, unsteady. I better get going, sorry dash. He turned, quickly, heart pounding too fast, too hard. He had to get out of here. If the league knew he had been speaking with a UA student, if he gave anything away to this hero student. Hang on, bro. Your side is bleeding. Izuku froze. No. His breath caught in his throat as he pressed a shaking hand to his side, feeling the telltale warmth of blood seeping through his clothes. The stitches must have torn. Not good. Not good at all. A hand landed on his shoulder. His scarred shoulder. Izuku jerked back instinctively, violently, his heart hammering like a caged bird. The hero student's hand hovered for a moment, then lowered again, slow and deliberate. He didn't move forward this time. Didn't press. But his voice was gentle. Listen if you're hurt, dash. I'm not dash. You are dash. Izuku pressed his hand over the wound tighter, fingers slick with blood. The redhead's expression twisted with concern. It's okay, I just want to help. Izuku met his gaze for only a moment. And that was a mistake. Because he saw it. The genuine worry, the kindness. Like a hero. Like someone who would want to help. Izuku essayed in a sharp breath. I'm really okay. Please don't worry, please just don't worry, Thank you dash, the words tumbled out, frantic, uneven. He had to go. He had to leave now. He ducked, slipping free from the loose hold, turning, walking quickly. Steps followed. Hey, hang on dash. Izuku ran. He didn't look back. Didn't check to see if he was being followed. He just kept going through the winding streets, back alleys, away from the bright streets, from the normal people, from that hero student. Kurogiri couldn't see the blood. If Kurogiri saw, if he even suspected that Izuku was still hurt, no more walks. No more fresh air. He'd be pinned to that bed again, tucked away like something fragile, something breakable, something unfit to even move on his own. Izuku swallowed against the panic climbing up his throat, his steps staggering as his lungs heaved for air. His side was on fire, the wound aching deeply. He needed to hide it. Needed to make it back without anyone noticing. The noise of the city faded behind him, the voices becoming distant, leaving him with only the sound of his own footsteps, his own racing pulse. He was close. A familiar, worn-down street stretched before him, the shadow of an abandoned bar just beyond. He slowed his steps, forced his breathing to steady. The blood, he had to hide it. Izuku shrugged off his jacket, wincing at the movement, and tied it around his waist, wrapping the dark fabric tight over the wound, over the red patch soaking through his shirt. It would be fine. It would stop soon. He'd clean it up in his room and no one would. A portal of mist curled open before him. Izuku's chest seized. Kurogiri. There was no time to adjust himself, no time to fix his posture, no time to do anything before the man's golden eyes locked onto him. Izuku's breath caught, every muscle in his body going rigid. You were moving quite quickly. The words were even, calm, but they carried weight. Izuku forced himself to nod, biting the inside of his cheek. Sorry. I just wanted to try running again. Before it came back? Kurogiri's gaze scanned him. The pause. Come inside. Izuku swallowed, nodded again, and stepped forward, through the mist. The contrast made his head swim, the shift from too bright to too dark making his body waver for half a second. He clenched his fists. Focused. The others were around. Somewhere. He could hear the faint murmur of voices, the occasional sound of a chair scraping against the floor. If he was lucky, if he moved quickly enough, he could slip past them, get to his room before. Did you enjoy your outing? Izuku flinched. Kurogiri's voice was closer now, steady and unreadable. Watching him, he forced his shoulders to relax, turned his head just enough to meet his gaze, but not too long. Never too long. It was nice. Another pause. Stretched heavy. Izuku's pulse pounded in his ears. I'm glad. Kurogiri moved away, tending to the bar, returning to whatever task he had been doing before Izuku had arrived. Izuku exhaled slowly. He turned toward the hallway, toward the safety of his room. Footstep. Welcome home. Dabi, the casual, low drawl of the man's voice sending a cold shudder down Izuku's spine. He didn't turn. Didn't stop moving. If he just kept walking, why are you walking like that? Izuku's throat closed. Don't look. Don't react. Don't. You hurt. Izuku forced out a breath, forced out words. No. Just tired. Silence. Then, a quiet, amused huff. Aha. His steps quickened. The hallway was right there, the door to his room just beyond. He could make it, he could. A hand landed on his shoulder. Not tight. Not cruel. But enough. Izuku's whole body went rigid. Dabi leaned in slightly, just enough for his voice to drop, low and mocking. You know, if you were trying to hide something, you probably shouldn't look like a kicked puppy about it. Izuku's fingers curled into his sleeves, nails digging into his palms. Don't react. Don't react. Don't react. Dabi hummed, almost thoughtful. Hope you didn't do anything too stupid out there, bunny. The nickname dripped from his tongue, dry and lazy, as if he weren't watching Izuku too closely. As if he weren't already seeing through him. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut for half a second. Steeled himself. I didn't do anything. Another beat of silence. Then Dabi let go. Sure you didn't. Izuku moved. Quick, steady. Not too fast, not enough to show just how badly he wanted to run. His room. His door. His hands fumbled with the handle for half a second, then he was inside, pressing the door shut behind him, exhaling a breath so shaky it barely even counted. Quiet. Izuku stood there, back against the door, breathing too shallow, too fast. Then his legs gave out. He caught himself on the bed, barely managing to keep from collapsing onto the floor. His side throbbed, a sick pulse of pain beneath his ribs, hot and sharp, sticky warmth seeping through his shirt. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He pressed a hand over the wound, curled his fingers into the fabric, let out a trembling exhale. How did he always manage to mess things up?